User disconnected from your channel. Sound muted. Sound resumed.
ว่าไง
ทำไรอ่ะ
ดูสปอย
สปอยหนังเหรอ
ใช่
ดูดิ
มาดิเงาอ่ะ
สวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับมาแล้วลืมเปิดสตรีมโอ้ยต้องลงดันต้นไม้นะไม่รู้ปะเนี่ย ตอนเนี้ย
ลงไหมอ่ะ
มีติดเล
หาของ
ยเซ็งว่า2 เล่ม
ตามรูนะ
2 รูดิโห3 รูไม่ไหวหรอก
โอ้ย
เป็น
2 รู
100M
เดี๋ยวก็ติดเอาไลติ้งกับไอ
มันติไง
เออ
2 อันอยู่แล้ว ก็เมื่อกี้ทำมา2 อันทำไป2 เล่มอะไม่ติดสักเล่ม ติดที่อะไรก็ไม่รู้เซ็ง
KC มาแน่นอน แต่ตอนนี้ต้อง KFC สวัสดีครับสวัสดีทุกคนนะไม่ดีเลยละ Finally สวัสดีทั้งแป้ครับผมแข่ง4 ทุ่มครับผมครับทุกคนครับ รีบไปร่วมกิจกรรมเดี๋ยวแจกเลยจะว่ารอบนี้มีเมาส์เดว่ามีการูด้ามินิมีคีย์บอร์ดวันนี้ลาแจกอะไรก่อนดีตัวนี้เฮ้ยขอบคุณ US นะครับบอก18 เดือนแล้วไปทายผลด้วยบรอไม่รู้เลยเนี่ยเดี๋ยวเข้าน้ำกันตอนนี้เดี๋ยวมาเพิ่งนะพี่ทายครับ EG นะเป็นเล็กครับมั่นใจมากเป็นเล็กไม่โหดเหมือนเดิมไม่มีจริงคือปกติอะเวลาเกมที่เป๊ปเล็กมันตึงอะจริงมันจัดให้ตลอด จริงมันทะลวงด่านจนเพื่อนเล่นง่ายนึกออกปะจริงมันกระโดดมันสร้างจังหวะมันทำให้หมดเลยแล้วแบบซัมติงกับเจสันมันเทรดมันตามทันคือสปีดมันแบบ มันไม่มีใครเบรกอยู่นึกออกปะ3 คนนี้กระโดดเข้ามาพร้อมกันอะมี2 คู่ครับ ซึ่งตอนนี้มันเป๊ปเล็กมันไม่มีจริงแล้วทีมมันอ่ะ มันไม่ได้ปรับเปลี่ยนสไตล์การเล่นทีมนะ เพราะว่าได้ผู้เล่นใหม่มา มันให้ม่อนอ่ะ ปรับเปลี่ยนให้เล่นให้ได้คล้ายคลึงกับจริง ประเด็นคือม่อนมันไม่ได้สร้าง Impact ให้ทีมขนาดจริง แล้วเกมแม่งตึงจัดบอกเลย ภาพแบบภาพที่จริงเคยทำให้เป๊ปเล็กแม่งไม่มีอ่ะนึกออกปะพี่ว่าเซนครับผม แล้วก็อีกคู่หนึ่งทีเด็ดเลยนะครับ แมนยูจะชนะลิเวอร์พูล FA ครับผ่านเข้ารอบ4 ทีมครับผมฟันธงน้องจริงคือเลสที่ส่งพลังที่สุดแหละในโลก ช่องหลักไม้วะ
พี่หนุ่มทำอะไรอะ
โอ้ย
Microphone
คุยกับแชทอยู่
ไปเรื่อยว่างไม่รู้ทำอะไร
โกนาเต้คนไหนวะ ตั้งใจเพราะไม่รู้จะเปิดอะไรไงตอนนี้ ไม่ได้แคปอะไรเลยในจอ อันเดิมเมื่อวานนะเอาตัวหนังสือแม่งอ่านไม่ออกอันนี้ นี่ไว้ตรงนี้แม่งเลย เดี๋ยวไม่อ่านกัน
Microphone muted.
น้ำปลาเลยครับผม วีล็อกเกาหลีคือ สรุปเดี๋ยวพี่ต้องเอามาตัดเองครับผมตอนแรก จะมีคนตัดให้ เลยวีล็อกเลยมาช้า
Microphone activated.
อิงแล้ววีล็อกที่เกาหลีไม่ได้บอกเลยเกิดอะไรขึ้น ต้องทำหลายอย่างจัดอะ ไอ
Microphone
ที่สปิด
muted.
ที่ไทยก็ไปถ่ายล็อกมารู้ป่ะวันนี้พี่ไปดูแข่งพี่ถ่ายล็อกมาทั้งวันเลยนะครับ ถ่ายตั้งแต่แบบ ไปทำงานตอนเช้าถ่ายทั้งวันเลย พิมพ์ตกแต่ไทยหมดเลยกูโคตรอยู่ข้างหลังเปลี่ยนสีเหรอต้องสีอะไรอ่ะ แต่พี่ว่าเดี๋ยวเอาไอ้นี่ก่อนดีกว่าเพราะว่าไอ้นี่อัดง่าย คือตอนที่ไปเกาหลีอ่ะ พี่ทะลึ่งอัด 2K 4K ไงเที่ยไฟล์แม่งใหญ่แบบลำบากอัพโหลดส่งอ่ะ คือไม่รู้คืออยากจะแบบขับรถไปบ้านน้องเอลเพื่อเอาไอSD card อ่ะไปให้ดึงให้คือไม่รู้จะส่งยังไงไฟล์แม่งใหญ่จัดรีล็อกเกาหลีเพื่อร่างทองเลยโอ้มันแค่ตอนกลางคืนครับผมบางทีแบบกินเนื้อย่างแล้วมันกินโซจูมา อากาศมันหนาว พอพี่เห็นมันแบบเขาดึงไฟล์กันนานใช่ไหม 4K 2K พี่ก็เลยเลิกอัดอะไม่ไหวสู้ไม่ได้ครับผมหามากินนิ่มเลย2-0 เฮ้ย กิจกรรมวันนี้ คนที่สมมติคนที่ได้หนึ่งต้องมีซับนะครับผมกิจกรรมของซับนะเนี่ยเห็นเห็นปันพัดไหมเนี่ย ปันพัด อันนี้ปันพัดที่เป็น KC ตัวนี้ 2K 4K ปัญหาเยอะใช่ไหมเถอกล้องไง ตอนแรกอะเห็นมันแบบว่า ภาพ 4K แม่งสวยจัด ฟันแตก KC โหดครับผมโหดจัด น้องอาแรมพี่นุ้ยที่เดียวเลยครับ ไม่ได้ทำคลิป เฮ้ย ขอบคุณน้องสมายนะครับ34เดือนนะครับขอบคุณครับ เดี๋ยวแป๊บนึงขอลงสตอรี่ก่อน น้องท็อปสวัสดีครับ โอ้ยยุ่งกันหมดเลยครับผมไม่ได้ทำเลยฮะช่องหลัก YouTube มาแล้วเหรอ ถ้าเราดูช่องหลักใน YouTube มันจะเร็วกว่าปะบางทีมันไม่ต่อให้เองน้องอิดช่อง YouTube เป็น 4K ป่ะวะ ต้องเสิร์ชว่าอะไรวะต้องไซน์อินก่อนเอามาแบบเด็ดดีเลยครับผมน้องแจ็คสวัสดีครับว้าบแล้วภาพมาปิดเพลงก่อนเดี๋ยวแม่งโดนลิขสิทธิ์สปอร์ตตาแล้วก็ต้องใส่ออฟตัสไงผมลบ120ไม่เป็นไรนะแจ็คเฮ้ยขอบคุณน้องอินนะครับผม32เดือนนะครับเป็นคัมแบ็กนะครับขอบคุณครับผมเพื่อเดินไปหยิบขวดน้ำแหละให้ราวครับผมราวมาแน่นอนเฮ้ยคุณเบลด้วยนะครับผม8 ปีแล้วนะสวัสดีครับเมื่อไหร่เขาจะแข่งใกล้ๆบ้านเราจะได้ไม่ดึกจริงๆก็โอเคนะยุโรปนี่ถือว่าน่ารักอยู่นะครับผมแข่งอเมริกาไม่ค่อยน่ารักเท่าไหร่ครับแมนยูจบที่เท่าไหร่ครับโอ้โหด้วยความสัตย์จริงตอนนี้ลุ้นที่5แล้วก็ลุ้นให้โควต้าของอังกฤษทำดีในยุโรปนะครับผมสู้ๆนะฮะทีมอังกฤษทุกคนทุกทีมในทั่วยุโรปมันจะมีอยู่นะขอไปแล้วดรอปน่าจะมีมาหมดโปรดักชั่นฟลอเรนติโนไปโอ้โหไปเลสมาลงทุนเกมเลยเหรอขอให้ไม่มีเอ้าเฮ้ยมันค้างเลยวะโอเคนึกว่าหลุดซะแล้วเฮ้ยขอบคุณอรนทามนะครับน้องอรนทามนะครับ21เดือนครบปีแล้วนะขอบคุณนะครับผมthank you น้องสมาร์ทสวัสดีครับชีวิตช่วงนี้ผมเครียดมากทำไงดีเกิดอะไรครับเครียดอะไรครับผมไม่ต้องเครียดฮะพี่เครียดกับเยอะครับผมเหมือนเราชอบใช้ตัว2 แฟลชเยอะนี่แหละปัญหาที่เรามันจะแพ้เพราะนี่แหละคอมมันประหลาดเกินไปบางทีมันเล่นยากดู2 คู่เลยครับผมดู2 คู่เลยยาวๆยาวๆไปเลยอยากดูวาโลอ่ะเอาจริงเรามันคงไปคิดเมตามาแหละเพราะว่าจำรอบที่แล้วได้ไหมที่มันใช้สองสโมกอ่ะแล้วสกายเป็นตัวหลักอ่ะ มันก็นั่นแหละราวประมาณกี่โมงอะครับ น่าจะประมาณตีหนึ่งครับผมเพราะคู่แรกจบไวบาร์ซ่ามาโลไม่จ่ายค่าจ้างโค้ชจริงไหมมีสิทธิ์จริงนะฮะขนาดนักฟุตบอลยังมีข่าวไม่ค่อยดีเลยนะครับ นาเลดกับมาตีนเหรอ บริษัทไปไม่ค่อยดีช่วงนี้เลยต้องกลับมาหางานใหม่ อ๋อ ชีวิตมีทางออกอยู่แล้วครับผม สู้ๆครับ ได้ครับเบล ตอนนี้ชอบโค้ชคนไหนสุดในวาโรครับอ่ะอืม พอร์ตเอแล้วกันนะครับผมเป็นตำนานสมัยพี่เล่นเกมยุคแรก ดูสองคู่เลยครับผมดรอปน่าจะมีอยู่นะฮะ เดี๋ยวถามอิงก่อน
Microphone
Ing.
activated.
น้อง
Microphone
พี่สวัสดี
muted.
ครับ น้องโรมิสสวัสดีครับผม เอาจริงนะพี่เคยแบบเกิดเหตุการณ์เหมือนน้องสมาร์ทนี่แหละที่มันแบบ แต่เดี๋ยวสักพักมันก็มีทางออกเว้ยจริง เดี๋ยวจังหวะก็มาโค้ดโต้ง เราจะไม่เปิดเสียงเพลงนะ เพราะว่าสตรีม YouTube ด้วยนะครับผมเดี๋ยวมันติดลิขสิทธิ์ตอนนี้ช่องหลักทวิตมาแล้วคือเราจะดูทวิตหรือ YouTube มันไหนมันจะดีกว่าคือจะบอกว่า YouTube เนี่ย เราจะดูภาพแบบ 2K ภาพมันจะคมกว่า ข่าวดีอาร์ตหรอดีอาร์ตอยู่ลิเวอร์พูลมาหลายปีแล้วก็มีสิทธิ์ไปอยู่นะ เห็นว่าจะเอาดีอาร์กับลัดฟอร์ดซื้อลัดฟอร์ดไปหน่อยสัก100 ล้านไป จะได้ไม่ติด Financial Fair Play นี่โอ้โหหลุดเลยนะขายลัดฟอร์ดคนเดียวอะน้องเป้สวัสดีครับผม วันนั้นให้เพื่อนวิดีโอคอลมา ดูใน TikTok โอ้โห ตายละ คลิกมันไม่น่ามีนะครับ วาโล เล่นกิจกรรมเป็นไงครับ กิจกรรมของ Subscribe นะฮะพิมพ์สนใจในผลแล้วไปเล่นได้ซับทุกคน ที่1แจกอะไรเดียวแจกโลกามินิแล้วกัน โลกาการ์ด้ามินิแล้วกัน เดี๋ยวคีย์บอร์ดไว้รายการแชมเปี้ยน น้องบูเลยครับผม เปิด2 จอได้ไหม คืออะไร ข่าวมา 75M 75M ก็ขายแล้วแหละฟอร์มรู้ด้วยอันนี้ไม่ดี
Microphone
นั่งคุยกับแชท
activated.
ในรอดูแข่งมันได้ดรอปปะ
แข่งอะไรวะ
มาดริดไงไม่แต่ว่าภาพมันก็สวยกว่าอยู่ดีครับ
มาดริดเหรอ
เออ
ต่อแล้วเหรอ
พอแล้ว
ไม่โลกอ่ะเดี๋ยวนี้ไม่โลกอ่ะ
ไม่โลกแล้ว
นี่เก่งนะน้องเอ๋ย
ธรรมดา ให้ไปดูช่องไทยคุยกันเหรอครับมาช่องไทยมายังอ่ะ ยังไม่มาเลยเนี่ย พอมาแล้วนี่หว่าอ้าวเราจะแบ่งจอยังไงอย่างนั้นนะเฮ้ยทำไมมันเป็นเสียงไอ้เนี่ยเฮ้ยขอบคุณน้องเอาเวนะครับเอาเวซับค่ายใหม่นะครับเวลคัมนะครับขอบคุณครับผมก็ยังไม่มาครับผมนี่ไปก่อนผมเปิดหลายอย่างจัดเลยคงไม่กินเน็ตกูหรอกมั้งเนี่ย ส่วนในอู่นะครับ แอบคิดว่าแพงเขาจะซื้อจริงหรือข่าวโคมลาดฟอร์ดอะนะถูกใจไม่เป็นคำว่าแพงประธานเขาชอบนัสเซอร์คาราฟีอยากได้มากๆเอามาแทนเอ็มบัปเป้ผู้แรกจบไว้ถ้าเทคพอตที่เลยเจออย่านะขอร้อง ดูใน YouTube ปิดแชทด้วยเหรอ มันปิดอยู่แล้วปะแต่มันมีขึ้นแชทคุ้มนะ70M นี่ได้เอลสั้นกับกองหลังเอเวอร์ตันใครนะนี่แมนยูข่าวกองหลังมันเยอะเกินไปวะแต่จริงอยากได้เกลสั้นนะเกลสั้นกับอันติโนอันโตนิโอซิวาให้มันคุยโปรตุเกสกัน2 คนขวาเป็นดาโลโอ้โห3 คนแม่งคุยภาษาโปรตุเกสหมดเลยส่งมาตรงกลางเข้าโปรตุเกสแล้วก็บรรลุกุ๊ดไนท์นะครับผม20 เดือนนะครับสวัสดีครับผม
Run, and it's anybody's game. In a year already full of upsets and surprises, it's time for the next chapter of VCT. Hello, everyone, and welcome to day 1 of Masters Madrid. We're coming to
จริงๆอยากให้ขายซันโชนะครับดึงปีนบูดกลับมา แต่หลังจากนี้แมนยูไม่น่าจะซื้อไคเวอร์แล้วหลังบ้านมันเก่งแล้วเมื่อก่อนแม่งซื้อหมด
Bienvenidos a España. Yo creo que podemos hacer todo el programa en español y si no os enteráis de nada,
กา
pues
โป
simplemente os echamos.
ไม่เอาแล้วครับผม
agree with
ไม่อยาก
everything
ได้
she
แล้ว
just said. Spain's great thus far. This city is
มันก็เก่งไม่
beautiful.
ใช่หรอ
I think the crowd is going to be amazing. I'm so excited to be here.
Oh, I can't wait. I cannot wait. But we are changing
พี่ว่านัก
the
เตะมัน
game
กดดัน
in
ครับผมเวลาซื้อ
2024,
มา
and
แพง
Masters Madrid will have a
ไอ้นี่ดี
standard,
กว่า
not
ซื้อมา
tab
คุ้ม
even,
แน่นอน
a standard double
เจอ
elimination.
หลาดเบ็ด
Here,
เวท
check out this quick format
2 คู่เลยครับ
brought to you by the one and only Mixwell.
Get ready.
กินบูดเป็นอยู่ที่เซอร์จิมว่าจะเอายังไง
Team for March 24th, the best
ก็ถ้าเซอร์จิมเอาแล้วคุยยังไงก็กลับมา
will converge for Masters Madrid. The first global event of the 2024 Valorant Champions Tour will feature
ครับ
8 teams representing the 4
Master ครับ
international
ผม
leagues. Teams earn qualification for Masters by finishing top 2.
ใครคู่แรกใคร
tournament.
KC FPS
Masters will be split into 2
KC
parts. The playoff bracket
2-0
and
หรื
the
อเปล่า
all-new Swiss stage. First up, we have the Swiss stage, which will narrow the competition from 8 teams to
2-0 เลย
the top 4. To advance out of Swiss, teams will need to secure 2 wins before
เดี๋ยวหมุนนะพี่ไม่ได้เข้าข้างมันนะ
each match will
ก่อน
be
ที่มัน
best
จะ
of
มี
3
ข่าวเช้า
series.
อ่ะ เปิดฤดูกาลมามันเล่นดีที่สุดในทีมนะเว้ย
Before the tournament,
แม่ง
participants will
ปิ
be
ด
drawn
ชิบ
into
หาย
4
เลี้ยง
matches.
บอลติด
In
เท้า
the
แบบ
first round, we'll see teams
เกี่ยว
from other
กระ
team
ชาก
events face off against all
ตอน
the
เปิดฤ
top
ดู
placed
กาล
team
มาคือมัน
finishers.
เตรียมร่างกายพร้อม
No
มากอะ
same region matchups allowed here.
อันนี้เอาแบบ
4 ทุ่ม
Those
ใช่
who
ไหม
win round
เริ่ม
one
เนี่ย
will move up,
ใช่
and those who lose will
เอาแบบ
find
ไม่
themselves in elimination
ไม่
matches.
เข้าไปช็อป
Between
ตลาด
each
กันดีก
round,
ว่า
two fully
ไม่
random
ไม่
draws
แย่มาก
will
อะนึก
decide
ออกปะ
who plays who. And
แล้ว
from
แต่
here
ว่า
on, regional
พอมีข่าว
side
เช้า
is
ปุ๊บ
fair
มันไป
game.
ทำเรื่อง
อยากเล่
ขึ้
น
น
ตัว
ทรง
ใหม่
ขึ้น
อยาก
ศา
เล่น
ล
พารา
Swiss
ดินน่ะ
competition will have our
กลับ
4
มาคือมัน
playoff
ไม่เหมือนเดิม
bracket
ละ
contenders.
จัดดิ
A random draw will pair the
เดี๋ยวไปหาสายแบบ
competitors. A
แต่
double
แต่
elimination
700แล้วนะ
bracket will narrow
จว
them
ด
down
โอ้โห
and will close out
ได้
with
ถุ
a
งมือ
best
เดียว
of
พุ่ง
5
ไปไกลเลย
series
เหรอ
in the
ใช่
lower and grand finals.
อยากเล่นพา
The
ราดิน
last
น่ะ
team
ตอนนี้
standing
รู้สึกว่ามัน
will
ยั
be
ง
the
แบบ
น้อง
Masters
สายป่านไปเลยครับ
champion.
อะไรอ่ะเนี่ยเข้า if
ทีมไหนจะได้กินบูดต่อแล้วครับแอตมาดริดบาร์ซ่าไม่แอตมาดริดกับบาร์ซ่า
วิขายเราเนี่ย8 อย่างไปดูกัน
เนี่ยพูดอยากเข้าไปดูเลย
สุดยอดเลยว่ะฟิลเตอร์เนี่ย
ตอนนี้รู้แล้วว่าออฟอะไรราคาดี
ไอ้ที่ผมขายไอดอลออก9 ล้านอ่ะ
ฮะเอาไหนมาขายว่ามันราคาดีจังวะ น้องปานินสวัสดีครับเทศกาลแพนด้าขอบตะดังกลับมาแล้วฮะ
The team who won every other event last year. You have DRX, you have NRG, all the mainstays of global, for the most part, aren't here. This is really the year of young blood, of new teams stepping up to the global stage.
Yeah, all I'm gonna say is it's chance for Paper-Rex. Paper-Rex, they haven't had a trophy
They're one of the few who made it.
Yeah, with everyone else being not being here, this is their chance for sure. We're of course also playing on patch 8.04. It doesn't really have any major agent balancing or major tweaks, so you know, I feel like we've already seen enough weird things that's been happening at kickoff, so I assume we will still see those weird things. Here, we've got a new format, of course, and the field is wide open. We want to know how you think this is going to play out in today's MasterCard fan poll. Which league do you think will bring home the trophy? Will it be America, China, EMEA, or Pacific? Scan the QR code on your screen to cast your vote or have the results in just a bit. And if you want your post on the broadcast, make sure to use the hashtags Valorant Masters and VCT. I'm just gonna let you guys have it real quick.
ไอ้ดันต้นไม้น่าส่งสแปมไปมันดรอปเกาะบ่อยเกาะขั้นต่ำ35,000วางแป๊บเดียวออก
This nothing else.
350,000 หรือ 30,000
แต่มันดรอปตลอด เอ้ย 350,000 ดิ
biggest surprises. So
หนุนมัน 35,000 350,000 350,000
Except for
แสน
that.
ดิ
น้องชนินสวัสดีครับ
ลุ้นหนึ่งดูดิวะลุ้นทำไม
ไม่หมายถึงมันการันตีลงไงนึกออกปะ
ไม่การันตี
เป็นงัดของมา
เฮ้ยขอบคุณน้องเอ็กเซียนะครับ28 เดือนนะครับผมขอบคุณครับ
Welcome to Swissology.
น้องเพชรสวัสดีครับ
by the Prophet Bren, and we're going to lay out
ทายผลยังไงทายผลกิจกรรมของซับสไครต์นะฮะ
for what's going to happen.
ไม่ออก
เมื่อกี้เพิ่งเจ๊งมีไป4 ล้าน
เ
มื่อคืนใช้ไปจนเหลือจะ30เหลือ6ใช่ปะวันนี้นั่งขายของอะกลับมา20อะ
No disrespect intended.
ของดี
Gen.G versus Loud. Who have you got winning that?
คือถ้าจะย้ายได้ต้องทำมีให้เสร็จถ้าทำมีไม่เสร็จเงินก็ย้ายไม่ได้หรอก
Owning.
Yeah, haven't lost a single scrim.
ว่ะผมว่าต้องฟาร์มตัวนี้หาของให้ตัวใหม่ก่อนแล้วค่อยย้ายดีกว่านะ
I think EDG have shown higher peaks, but
ผม
listen,
แม่ง
that's controversial.
พี่พูดมา
Alright, and Sentinels against Heretics.
ก็เนี่ยนั่งดูในตลาดก็ได้จริงๆดูในตลาดผมว่างบมีพอก็
เอ้ยมันมีดรอปปะ
All the teams on the left winning. So let's get them into one.
มันมีดรอปกันอะช่องวอลปาร์ตี้มีดรอป
Karmine
ดรอป
Corp.
อะไรอะ
Yeah.
ต้องมี
Who are they
มี
playing
หมด
against?
That's there for now. Who are they playing against? Give me another
Just keep throwing.
Gen.G keeps
Just keep throwing.
ไม่รู้ว่าผมขอไปนานแล้วอะ
เฮ้ยขอบคุณน้องนัทนะครับน้องนัทที่ติดตาม
ถ้า
เดือน
ไม่
ค
มี
รับ
ก็ไม่น่ามีชื่อนะเราอินฟอร์มไป
เดี๋ยวลองดูนะครับ ถ้าที่นี่มีก็มีที่ก็ขอไม่นานมาก
Okay. So that means Sentinels playing against Karmine Corp to open. Who wins? Send Karmine Corp.
Send Karmine Corp. That's such a hard one. I mean, dream matchup for me as well.
Pick
Sentinels.
Sentinels win. Karmine Corp upside down. Gen.G, EDG.
Gen.G.
บอกกฎการแข่งให้ดูหน่อยได้ไหมรอบนี้ดูไม่เป็น
แต่ว่านั่งดูพาราดินที่นั่งส่งให้เจนดูก็ยังอยากนั่งรู้สึกอยากเล่นไอ้สายฟ้าที่มันยืนแทงบอส
ถ้าหนุนอยากเล่นน้ำแข็งมันมีน้ำแข็งมาใหม่ปะ
แข่ง
เพิ่ง
อะไร
โพส
นะ
อะเพิ่งโพสอะ
เพิ่งโพสต์อีกแล้วเหรอ
ใช่น้ำแข็งเลยนกน้ำแข็งมาใหม่
มันพอคอนไม่ใช่เหรอ
ก็บอกค่อนไงนกน้ำแข็ง
พอคอนมันไปไม่ได้ดิพอคอนต้องเล่นใหม่เลยดิ
เอ้าแป๊บเดียว
เดี๋ยวขอดูก่อนเนี่ยให้ดูนะ
เห็นชอบเล่นน้ำแข็ง
เอามันก็ดีมันก็โกงดีเท่าจริง
อันนี้ไงถ้าน้ำแข็งต้องอันนี้
ถูกปะล่ะเพราะมันดูมันโกงอยู่แล้ว
ลองไปดูดิ
มาสเตอร์พอคอน
I want to think about it actually.
Unbelievable. This guy is not the Lisan Al-Gaib.
เขารับ
สายการแข่งขันนะครับ แชมป์รายการนี้ได้ 250,000 เหรียญกับ VCT point 3 point เหมือนบ้านเรา เก็บ point เพื่ออะไร เก็บ point เพื่อไปแชมเปี้ยนเลย ผ่านเลข 2 นี่ มันจะมีเก็บ point อยู่ในนี้ เป็นโซนนะนี่แยกเป็นโซนเห็นปะแบ่งกันไม่เกี่ยวกันนะครับ
He's the scriptwriter, he's the admin. It's just him.
Yeah, well, let's see if they're going to be right about this first matchup of today because Karmine Corp will be taking on FPX. They did face each other.
แล้วก็สายการแข่งขันเป็น Swiss State
team will be the one
เฮ้ยขอบคุณน้องแชมป์ฟูบูนะครับ28 เดือนนะครับสวัสดีนะครับผมเป็นสวิตสเตทนะครับทีมทั้งหมดจะแข่งทั้งหมดเท่าไหร่เนี่ย3 รอบ
ไปกันเล่นตอนนี้ดีกว่า
อ๋อนี่ไงผมเจอละไอ้ขวด
มันต้องชนะ
ไอ้ขวดไอ้
2 ทีใช่ไหม
ไอ้ฟอร์คอนเนี่ยใช้
มันต้องชนะ2อะไรนะไอ้ขวดใช่ไหมขวดออเอซิดใช่ปะได้มาเหมือนกันยังไม่ได้วางขายเลยเดี๋ยวราคาน่าจะขึ้น สมมติพอมันแข่งสวิตลาวเสร็จเนี่ยทีมที่03อ่ะแพ้หมดเลยจะไม่ได้ไปต่อแล้วก็ทีมที่ได้20กับ21จะมาแข่งเพลย์ออฟ
ใช้อันหนึ่งผมใช้ไฟดาเมจ
จะมาแข่งเพลย์ออฟเนี่ยมันสวิต20จะมาอยู่ตรงนี้21จะมาอยู่ตรงนี้เอาทีมที่30ไปไหนวะไปดูรูนมาสเตอร์มา2002โคตรโหด
อ๋อเห็นแล้วที่มันทำทั้งหน้านะ
เฮ้ยชนะ3ไปไหนวะทำไมมันลงมา4 ทีมวะมันเข้ารอบอ๋อถูกแล้วเบอร์ชนะ2เข้ารอบเลยถ้า2-1ต้องมาเจอตัดแยกลืมไปอันนั้นมันเคาน์เตอร์หายงงไหมนี่หายงงยังพี่ลืมไปทีมมันมีแค่8 ทีมเลยนะผิดก็คือทีมไหนชนะ2 รอบปุ๊บเข้ามาอยู่เพลย์ออฟเลยแต่ถ้าชนะ1แพ้1ปุ๊บต้องตัดสินอีกนัดหนึ่งเพื่อที่จะเข้ารอบเพลย์ออฟถ้าแพ้ก็กลับบ้านน้องบูมมาย่าสวัสดีครับไปน้องอารามเบอร์วันนี้มี2ครับผมเฮ้ยขอบคุณน้องบูมบาย่านะครับเดือนที่5แล้วนะครับขอบคุณนะครับผมทายผลยังไงเอ้ยซับสไครต์รีบไปเล่นทายผลนะครับพิมพ์ตกใจทายผลเลยเข้าลิงก์ไปรหัสกรุ๊ปอยู่ด้านหลังลิงก์
ของไม่ทั้งตัวเลย
นะครับในข้อความของบอทนะครับผม
making them the best players they can be and also bringing up what I think is the forefront meta
เฮ้ยขอบคุณน้องซูเปอร์เลอร์นะครับน้องซูเปอร์เลอร์27 เดือนแล้วสวัสดีครับผมครับตีไปดีครับตีไปได้ผลด้วยสิรอบนี้แจกเลยแจกนี่แล้วกันแจกเดว่า4 ทีแล้วกันแจกตัวนี้นะผมใครที่1นะใครทายได้ที่1นะแจกตัวนี้นะโอเคไหมไปเล่นกันด้วย
Just the fact that they played an obscene amount of scrims and they won them all.
Yeah, exactly. I think it was either Chronicle or Rec. I cannot remember, but 3 years ago we saw them being like, "Oh, we played like over 700 scrims this year, something crazy." And it looks like this is part of the Eng method. This is one of the things that he does, and I think that it translates very well onto the officials because the fact that they don't lose a scrim is that they're improving their fundamentals and not focusing so much on the set plays.
เอาง่ายๆทุกทีมแพ้ได้ครั้งเดียวถูกต้อง
Yeah, it absolutely does, and I think
แป๊บนึงเดี๋ยวกรอภาพตรงนี้กันมันจะได้เร็ว
in the amount of practice, how well put together the initial ideas are, right? They're playing stuff no one else is, and the implementation of it is really good. But it's not just that; it's the synergy between this team.
JC เรา
and you see in every situation, even when they're
เราไม่เข้าคู่หนึ่ง
intentional,
คู่ที่
they are setting up double swings and putting each other in positions to make rounds that a lot of teams could let slip away on losing.
เดี๋ยวต้องลองขึ้นเดี๋ยวรอดูว่าดรอปขึ้นหรือเปล่าตอน4 ทุ่มนะครับน้อง21 มุมเลยครับ
True. They're just really good.
เปล่าเมื่อกี้กอให้มันไม่ดีเลย
Kakuk and I had the privilege of watching Naray on LAN EMEA, doing everything that he does, having the best performance.
เฮ้ยเดี๋ยวคีย์บอร์ดเอาไว้แจกนี่แจกพวกแชมเปี้ยน
Just for context, he was on Mad Lions last year, a team that was one of the bottom. Nothing against York. We're in Spain. Can't say any of that. But one of the bottom 3 teams in Challengers North America.
น้องน้ำหวานวันนี้ครับ
When he comes to Europe, there's a risk taken on him by the coaching staff of this K Core team, and he looks electric. You could see the potential when he was playing back in NA, but it was not unlocked until he was with this team. And Bea, the most impressive thing to me is that
น้องภูมิ
he's
สวัสดีครับ
a player. It's his first time on a top-level team like this, and he's not just playing duelists. The guy's
มาเลิกกับเทรด
so many
ได้
different
กับ
roles
ฮะ
and is electric on every one of them.
And
เทรด
that
อะไร
is so important, Mimi, because
เทรดอะไรครับผม
he comes from being a duelist means that he knows exactly
กับ
what a
เทรด
duelist
ได้กับเทรด
needs
ไม่
to
ได้
succeed.
ต่างกันไหม
And he's
ฮะ
going to be that kind of initiator that sets everything well for you.
อ๋อร้านดีโพสกับเทรดได้เทรดคือถ้าเทรดไม่ได้นี่เราจะวางเข้าร้านค้าไม่ได้ แต่ถ้าเรามีไอหินแดงอะกิฟต์กับเพื่อนได้นึกออกปะก็เก็บไว้ครับอะไรที่มันเทรดไม่ได้ของมันไม่ใช้แล้วเผื่อมีเพื่อนให้เพื่อนจัดไปครับน้องนาชี่แล้วจะเสียน้ำตาภายหลังถ้าทายผลกดจอยไปแล้วจบเลยครับผมชื่อเราจะไปอยู่ในลีดเดอร์บอร์ดแพ้ได้1 ครั้งครับแพ้2 ครั้งกลับบ้านเฮ้ยโหน้องยุ้ยนะครับน้องยุ้ย18 เดือนนะครับสวัสดีครับผมช่วงนี้งานเยอะมากเลยขอแนะจุ่มนอนได้เลยครับตามพี่หมดเลยก็โกงนี่ครับผมตามพี่หมดเลยคะแนนมันก็เต็มเลยฮะแล้วใครมันเอาชื่อผมไปใช้เราเคยจอยกรุ๊ปไปรอบที่แล้วหรือเปล่าไม่น่าเกี่ยว
We're just gonna peek everything.
Come on, we gotta give him a round of applause for that.
ให้ราวครับผม
Do you think that's a good game plan?
I think for such a young player, the guy's only 21, such maturity being shown in that statement. Yeah,
you can take him off the duel list. You can't take the duel list off him. Like,
มันวองไม่หยุดเลยวะ
is that a good game plan? You think that's gonna work here?
I think you have to take a risk.
He's full of it. He's full of it. He doesn't mean it.
He doesn't mean he's just gonna do that. But I think that this team has also shown a willingness to enable their players to take those risks when they need to. It's a similar to other top teams at this event, like Sentinels, being willing to sometimes break that and let their players just be strong individuals.
Yeah, I mean, we need the KC versus Sentinel game, by the way. Like, I don't know what, I don't care what else happens.
I mean, Brandon already put it in the script, so we're getting it.
We need a clout matchup. But let's shift gears to FPX over here. Again, some different changes coming into this. Mimi, do we like these changes? What do we think?
I mean, I'll be honest. If there's a team who's just gonna effing shoot them, it would be this squad. This is their first year in the Chinese league now that it's kicked off. But we've seen this squad before at previous global events. But they've made some changes since then. Picking up Life, who you might be familiar with from his time with EDG and with Attacking Soul Esports, noted a teammate of HFMI 0DZJC. The long name guy, but he's now on this roster. I almost got it. It's been a while, but they've also picked up tier 2 or from the OCE scene
ที่จบแล้วกับเกมโทรศัพท์
into this roster, but they still have the kind of identity of that old FPX.
Yeah, exactly.
ถ้าทายผลแล้วจอยแล้วจบเลยครับผมแล้วก็รอมันแข่งเดี๋ยวคะแนนขึ้นนะถ้าทายถูกมันจะมีคงคะแนนเท่ากันเพราะว่ารอบนี้มันดูแข่งน้อยได้เลยน้องเพนคู่นี้ไปที่ KC ครับ
Yeah, and on their map pool, 4 out of 7 of the maps they're playing double duelist comps. All the other comp, or double dive comps that is. It's not double duelist because they're playing arena or
Yeah, I mean,
like these guys have compositions that kind of remind me of like
รอไทม์ไลน์ไหนเนี่ย Gen.G ครับขอบคุณน้องซีโร่นะครับซีโร่30 เดือนแล้วนะสวัสดีครับผมมีดอกขึ้นยังไม่รู้นะน่าจะมา4 ทุ่มแล้วสวัสดีน้องนายนะครับทายผลตรงไหนเอาบนไทยกิจกรรมซับในทวิตนะฮะไปถ่ายเล่นได้นะครับไปพิมพ์ตกใจทายผลในทวิตครับ
One thing that I am extremely impressed with and also a tiny bit concerned with is that Berlin is making all of his calls in Chinese.
วันนี้ไม่น่าได้เป่าครับผมไม่มีจังหวะ
before every round to make sure that Autumn knows what the game.
KC มันจะมาเพราะโค้ดเก่าแกมบิดนี่แหละบอกให้
But he feels that the comms get really flustered when they are not sure if they're trying to speak Chinese or trying to speak English. But Mimi, the fact that they're making it work is pretty impressive.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And you have to give a little history on this guy, Autumn. He's the first player from OCE, the first Australian to ever qualify to a global event in Valorant, which is pretty cool to see that come through. But it is definitely a challenge, right? Moving up that language barrier for players who have only ever been speaking Chinese in comms. It's very different to have to make that change.
I mean, everyone is adapting. And speaking of a challenge, earlier I spoke with Autumn about the language
แข่งมืดตั้งแต่ต้นปี
and put him to the test. Take a look at this.
ทุกรายการ ทีเด็ดมีครับผม
It's me here, Yingsu. I'm now
ทีเด็ด
joined
ให้
by
KC
Autumn from
20นะฮะ
FPS.
ราว
Hi
20 ครับ
Autumn. Welcome
น้อง
to
เวกเตอ
an
ร์
international event. Now, you joined a Chinese team
ผู้
last
เล่นชุด
year.
เข่า
So I
ปล่อย
wanted
อ
to
อก
ask you
รอ
about
อะไรฮะ
how
หรือ
comms,
มัน
how's
เหลือ
the
คนหนึ่ง
Chinese
นะแต่ไม่
scene?
ผิด
What's it like
ดู
to
2 คู่
work
เลยครับ
at
ดู 2
FPS?
คู่เลย
Yeah, so to answer the question about the
ให้ KC
comms,
20 ฮะ
I think it's pretty good now, but when I first joined the team, wasn't like super good. There was a lot of like my other teammates trying to comment in English, and then sometimes in Chinese I didn't understand exactly what was going on. But now I think it's getting a lot better. Just some rounds in clutches, it's not perfect yet, but I think it's getting there. Like the more we play, the better it gets. I think within a few months, or like towards the end of this year, it will be like perfect.
Oh, are you studying hard?
I'm trying to, but when I'm coming to the event and like playing, I'm not really getting any lessons in there.
All right.
But
Well,
before that, I had like 2 lessons a week.
oh, that's quite a few
Yeah.
lessons a week. I'm gonna put your knowledge to the test. I wanted to see how good your Chinese really is.
รอบนี้ให้
I'm gonna give
EDG
you a
ว่ะ
few words. Some of these came
น้อง
from
สมาร์
your
ท
teammate Life.
เฮ้ยสวัสดี
some
น้อง
of
เบ
these
ส
came
นะ
from
สวัสดี
the
น้องเบสนะ
FPS fans. I'll start with what Life
Hey,
gave
Mohen.
me. So I'm gonna give you the words in Chinese. So you just have to tell me what you think it means in English. You ready?
Yeah.
Okay. 小心
เขาคอนเฟิร์มแล้วใช่ไหมว่าเอเจนต์ใหม่มาสุดท้าย
Like what? Care flank.
Yes.
Care flank.
Yeah, perfect. Got a spot on. So that one came from Life. Now I got a couple of the ones from
December
your
ละบาท
friends.
แล้ว
They wanted to test your Chinese as well. I'll start with an easy one. 秋天
จริงๆเสียดายในเวลานะจริงๆถ้าแบบ
Perfect. These
ผมเหมือน
lessons
กลั
are
บไป
great.
กลับไปเซียสก็ไม่ทันแล้ว
Fencer.
เซียสแม่งโหดจัด
Fencer. I'm not too sure on that.
Like it kind of
คอมมานด์มัน
sounds
อยู่
like
ใน
what it is
ทวิต
English,
นะครับ
if I give you a clue.
Fence.
Yes.
ที่
Perfect.
ทำคอมมานด์ใน
There we
YouTube
go.
ไม่เป็นนะผม
澳大利亚
Australia.
Is there anything that you don't actually know? I feel like I need to make these a little bit harder. 队友
Dway. Like I know Dway is right. Dway. Like there's people.
น้องไม่ทำไมวันนี้ครับ
Yeah, you're
There's a
there, you're
person?
there.
น่าจะคีมเมอร์รีไทายด้วยเหรอ
Like your people that you sit next to, maybe.
นี่
when you
รีไทาย
play?
2 คนเลยเหรอวะ
Oh, like teammate.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Lastly, I wanted to ask you a question. So I know the Chinese fans, they like to give players like quite cute nicknames. What do they
เฮ้ย
call
มัน
you?
รีไทาย2 คนเลยวะ เพิ่งรู้เนี่ย
I think maybe Chotian or Ultraman. Like
Yeah,
Ultraman. Like Ultraman. But
อาบูจะวอตเดี๋ยวน่าจะวอตนะครับผม สวัสดีครับแหมมาทันถูกเวลาจ
That's
ริง
cute. And is there any Chinese words that you've particularly
น้องเจ้า
liked
แจ้วดีครับ
that you picked up since playing with FPX? Something you say a lot, maybe?
Pyongyang.
ไอ้เมมเบอร์ใน YouTube ก็ไม่เล่นกิจกรรมได้นะ
Yeah, beautiful. Like pretty beautiful. Yeah. I like it.
มา
I like it.
เล่น
Hopefully
กิจ
we'll
กรรม
see
ได้
a lot
นะครับ
more
ไอ้
Pyongyang plays from you.
เมมเบอร์ใน
Autumn,
YouTube
thank you
นะครับ
for joining me. Best of luck in this
ดู
one.
ทุกคู่เลยน้องบาส
Honestly, I know they're still trying to get their comms up to scratch, but his Chinese is really good.
I was
He's good.
surprised, but also knowing that he's playing on the jet, he's playing on the most explosive duelist, and he needs the most important comm.
ในเวลากับคือในเวลามันอยู่ CS นี่คือแบบ
he may say that he doesn't speak, but I was very surprised with the level that he showed.
The thing is, though,
ถ้ามันเล่นอยู่ตลอดคือ
difference
มัน
sitting in an
ท็อปเทียร์
interview
เอา
on the
ง่าย
couch versus all of these words being yelled constantly in hectic comms. It's definitely really hard not just to adjust to a new language, but to adjust to it in that environment of a live match.
Yeah, I can't wait to see if they're going to be able to bring us something new as well when we get to see them on stage. But speaking of new things, Life, we've seen him on the international stage before. Kukuga, he is back. And what is he bringing to this roster?
Yeah, exactly. After his team not making it through Ascension, he joins this team, and he's like the other half for Autumn when we talk about the duelist and when we talk about a little bit more of a passive aggression, to say it in some sense. And he's going to be the Euro player that we're going to be seeing for the most part. So he's taken not only that duelist, that operator, he's also part of the initiation that this composition is lacking. His communication has to be very, very good, and he has to be in a lot of sync with the rest.
Yeah, absolutely. For Life, though, I think what you can always expect out of him is just electric performances. The guy is a fantastic gamer. He has been since the first time we saw him back with EDG. The thing is, with how this EDG team, or excuse me, this FPX team plays, they are very
ถ้ากลับไปรอบนี้
responsive.
มันไม่ใช่
They're playing
ซิก
these
แมน
double
แล้ว
duelist
ซิกแมนไปหมด
comms.
แล้ว
A lot of risks, and those risks rely
ใน YouTube ต้องล็อกอินด้วยอะไรก็สมัคร
when they're going
ไอดี
for
ใหม่
these
เลยก็
double
ได้ครับผม
entries. Because there's a lot of times where there's not the normal initiator utility, not the normal player there to trade.
ทายผลไม่ใช่ทายผล
FPX to win, really.
Yeah, and let's just talk about the Yoru. We mentioned it.
Yes.
We're gonna talk about it more.
Both these teams.
Yes, but what kind of Yoru do we get out of them?
I think they're very different.
Yeah.
For Karmine Corp, they play Yoru kind of like half KO, half a jet, right? You're not seeing them very often go for like deep TP.
ใส่โค้ดครับเอาโค้ดข้างหลังไปใส่นะน้องเบส
They're setting up with fade Yoru flash combos or double flash combos on the entry and then diving in with the raise. On the other hand, Bea, FPX's Yoru is teleport wherever you please. Go crazy, go ridiculous. It's a lot more chaotic to say the least.
That's the thing. How is that chaos going to affect KC way of playing? You know, like taking the duels and combos, being very methodical on how to approach the retakes, for example. I think that FPX is going to be on the surprising side, and I think that might be an upset for them, and probably we'll have to, you know, call in some pauses, being like, oh, what is going on? But hear me out. If someone can study a Yoru, it's definitely Ang. I know that they know exactly what to expect from FPX.
ไอ้เคซีไอ้นาทานเลยปะนาเลดอะไรอ่ะ
Where they're very prep heavy, they have a lot to kind of specifically counter strat teams and be ahead of the curve on. They're great at that given the coaching staff of this roster. I think today is going to be a lot more reliant on just the individual players being able to adapt in the server and not getting flustered by the craziness of FPX. That's the thing, they'll drag teams down into the chaos.
Yes.
It even happened to EDG in the finals in China.
They're very comfortable with it. They will go with the fast rotations, with the fast decisions every single time. So that is the kind of thing that can get into your head and definitely get in the way of your plan. So let's see if KC is ready for that.
Yeah, and remember KC, still all these players really young. Most of them their first year playing on the tier 1 level on a big stage like this in front of a crowd. FPX is a squad that applies a lot of pressure. Karmine Corp heavily favored to win this game, but I still think it'll be a test
วันนี้มีปราบแป้งใหม่ต้องถาม F ครับผม
I mean, Naray wants to peak everything, so surely they're
พี่กำลังคิดอยู่ว่าเราจะเอากิจกรรมอะไรมาเล่นดิ F ดูทุกวันป่ะ
น่าจะทุกวันนะพี่
เอ้ยเราหาอะไรมาชาเลนจ์หน่อยไหม
อีกแล้วเหรอ
มันจะได้ดูสนุกหน่อยไง
อันนี้อยากคู่เจนจีกับเราพี่เชียร์ใคร
เชียร์เรา
โอ้โหเชียร์เจนจีกับพี่
เราต้องหาอะไรมานี่หน่อยไง
สักหน่อยไหม
แล้วคู่แรก
คู่แรก
Okay, let me just say, I
KC
literally said
ผมมันอันทางเดียวกันไม่ได้อันนี้
I think the finals is Sentinels, Karmine Corp.
ไปซื้อนี่ไหมวาซาบิซองเล็กมาไหม
โอ้โห
แบบว่าปื๊ดตัดปื๊ดเลยอ่ะ
Sentinels is in the best form we've ever seen.
สบีนี่ล่าสุดดิ้นเลยนะ
เฮ้ยคุณน้องนายนะครับ12 เดือนนะครับผม
They have a strong new player.
มันก็ต้องดิ้นอยู่แล้วดิ
And they're living into Sonic's
เดี๋ยว
vision
นะ
well.
ผมคิดก่อน
But I think EMEA looks great.
เอาตั้งแต่วันแรกเลยเราเก็บไว้เป็นอีเวนต์แบบวันหลัง
แล้วพรุ่งนี้ไงก็ทุกวันเลยดูใช้ทุกวันเลย
เอาทุกวันเลย
หาอะไรแบบของกินนะที่มันแบบวาซาบิอะไรเงี้ย
วาซาบิขอซูชิด้วยนะถ้ามีวาซาบิเนี่ย
โอ้โหต้องสั่งมาเองอันนั้นอ่ะ
Alright, welcome to Map Select presented by Omen.
ตัดฉีกปื๊ดเลยอ่ะ
Congratulations to both teams for being here.
ขึ้นจมูก
Let's
เล
go
ย
ahead and get started. KC, you were higher seed. Team A or Team B?
Team B.
Team B. So
น่าจะมีดรอปแน่นอน
FPX will be Team A, and we will start with your first ban.
First one, Split.
Split. Your ban, KC?
โอ้ยพริกสดไม่ไหว
And Breeze. So map number 1.
เฮ้ยขอบคุณน้องวินนะครับตามที่ไปเดินนะครับสวัสดีครับผม
Icebox. Side on Icebox.
Defense.
Defense. And map number 2 from KC.
Big Lotus.
โป่งน้ำขิง
Lotus. Side on Lotus.
ให้เคซี2 แมตช์เลย
Attack.
Attack. And then we will go into the next set of
พริก
bans.
แห้งได้นะ
FPX,
พี่
you have
กินพริกแห้งอยู่
Ascent, Bind, and Sunset.
น้ำมะนาวอ่ะต้องซื้อมะนาวมาคั้นมันดูลำบาก
And
ไป
then
เอา
your
แบบ
ban, you have Ascent and Sunset.
ง่ายๆอ่ะ
Ban Ascent.
Ban Ascent. Map number 3 by default is going to be Sunset. FPX, side on Sunset.
Attack.
Attack. All right. Great, guys. Good luck to you both.
ผมอยากเห็นลีลาของมาทีนล่าสุดนี่แพรวๆอยู่
มันมีมาทีงานนานเลดอะไร2 คนใช่ครับโค้ชแกมบิกเก่าครับผม
Yeah, exactly. And I think that they have a very good read on the map, but I'm more surprised by the read
มัน
that
เอา
I'm
เป็น
seeing
ชิ้น
from
ๆมัน
FPX,
ขมมั้งครับ
deciding to ban onto that split to
ดู
have
กัน
that
จบครับผม
flexibility and that understanding that maybe that head-to-head could go on the favor of KC.
ปะแป้งอีกแล้วเหรอ
Forget about it and just go somewhere completely different. And I think
มัน
that
บ่อยแล้วอะ
Icebox
ดิ
is going to be crazy because for the
ลูก
side
อ
of
มแฮร์รี่
KC,
คือ
they
อะไร
were
อ่ะ
the one team that decided to keep that Sage in the composition out
พริ
of
ก
all of
พริก
EMEA
แห้งมันเผ็ด
and
แต่
give
มัน
it a little
มัน
bit
ไม่
more
ฉุนนะพริก
traditional
พริ
when
ก
we're
สด
talking
มัน
about
ฉุน
probably
นะ
two of the most
ใครแพ้กินเบียร์ละกัน
Honestly, out of most
เดี๋ยวท้ายแพ้
but I actually still think it's really good. They're playing the old last year default comp, just subbing out that so
ดันพื้น20 ทีเหรอ
drone nerf map changes makes it a lot
F ว่าไง
clear B main. Gecko,
โอ้โห
there's so many
เล่น
positions
กับ
on
สายออก
attack.
กำลั
You
งกาย
can
ด้วยดิ
refresh that dizzy. You can
ไม่ได้ออกแล้วเลยช่วงนี้ติดเกม
It's also
ใช่ไม่ได้
extremely
ออกเลยติ
powerful
ดเกม
and
นะ
very farmable on Icebox. I think that's sick. You can also combine the wall with the wingman to plant. You have really good ideas with this comp. On the other hand, FPX
เอางี้เอางี้เดี๋ยวพี่เล่นก่อนเลยละกัน ถ้าคู่นี้ลาวไม่ชนะ 20 ทีโอเคปะ
จัด
ส่
ไป
วน
is going to have to completely, literally, you have to put a man
ลาว
there to
20
control
โอ้
the
กล่าว
space.
ตาย
Not
เลย
only
นะ
is going to be the Geckos just to
ลาว
throw a little bit of
20
utility, but it
ถ้าแพ้สัก
definitely
แบบ
makes things
18
complicated to
16เนี่ย
dwell around the map. Now in the attack, just try break the Dizzy and the Lear at the same time.
แพ้ซื้อ
Just
ของ
try.
ให้
Is
ลูก
that
ให้
it?
เมีย
And
ครับ
then a paranoia will appear.
มันต้องอันนั้นมันต้องซื้ออยู่แล้วเพิ่งซื้อของให้ลูกไป
I mean, I set it up as possible mind games,
Crazy.
and I think the mind games were played well. This is it. The wait is over. Our teams are ready, and it's time to kick off the first global VCT event of the year. It's Karmine
โอ้
Corp
ลิฟต์ไม่ไหวนะ
versus
ลิฟต์ไม่ไหว
FPX. Gen.G versus Loud. Day one of Masters Madrid starts right now.
วินละทีอะครับมันโอ้ยมันไม่ถึง 20หรอกวินละทีอะ20 เลย มันมีเฮตาโกนะฮะจังหวะนี้ เฮ้ยขอบคุณน้องชิวด้านะครับ21 เดือนนะครับเป็นคัมแบ็กนะครับผม ทุกคนเตือนพี่ปิดเพลงแล้วนะมันเปิดเพลงไม่ได้ อันนี้เราต้องคอยปิดเพลงใช่ไหมถูกต้องไหม
เชฟสวัสดีครับ
สวัสดีครับพี่
เชฟสนใจร้านรีพอร์ตไหมพี่
คืออะไรอะร้านรีพอร์ต
เหมือน POE อะพี่
เล่นไอ้ที่อยู่ดิในค
อ๋อ
รัว
ในครัวใช่ไหม
ใช่โหแทบไม่ได้นอนเลย แต่เดี๋ยวก็ได้นอนละเริ่ม
อ้าวทำไม
เริ่ม
พี่
ไม่มีอะไรทำละ
อ่ะตันเหรอ
เอ้ยเพิ่งเปิดมันไม่กี่วันหมดแล้วเหรอ
มัน มันสู้ไม่ไหวอะพี่
เกมตี2-0ครับผม
Microphone activated.
ไปบรรลุเกมมือถือไปแล้วรู้แล้วว่าอยากเข้าวงการนี้
พี่อยากจะมาแวะกับพวกผมไหมล่ะพี่เอฟ ไม่ได้นอนเหมือนได้นอนอยู่ สนุกนะ ถูกป่ะพี่เอ
เอาไว้ก่อนดีกว่า
ก็ไม่ได้ออกกำลังกายเลยอะอาทิตย์กว่าละตอนนี้
แค่คิดก็ขำแล้ว อาทิตย์กว่า
Microphone
ทาย
muted.
ผล4 ทุ่มแล้วน่าจะไม่ได้แล้วมั้งไม่แน่ใจ
ของผมไม่ใช่เลือดผมแม่ง ตัวแม่งยังไม่ค่อย
กู
พ
ได้
อดีเลยว่ะ
กูได้สาย
มี
กู
ด
ละ
อกมีดอก
อิง
ฮะ
กูได้สายกูละ
คือพรุ่งนี้ผมสัมภาษณ์งานหลัง
อะไร
จาก
วะ
ได้ท
ตัวใหม่
ำที่ไปเทปบางนา
ตัวใหม่เหรอ
ทำ3 วันไม่ชิวจังไงครับ3 วันอยู่3 วันขอได้ใกล้ๆบ้านพี่เลยน้องซินโฮแถวนั้นของกินอร่อยนะครับทำงานเสร็จเลี้ยวออกมาไบลิ่งทั้งเส้นเลยนะครับลาซาน
โอ้โหแถวบ้านพี่เหรอพี่เอ๋ย
อ่ะ
โคตรไกล
ได้
สงสารน้องเขาอยู่แถวบ้านพี่เอ๋ย
เอ้ย
สงสาร
นี่สงสารจริงพี่
จะเล่น
ชิบหาย
POE 2ใหม่ผมไม่รู้ครับคงไม่ได้เล่นมั้ง POE 2
เล่นพี่เอ๋ยเล่นครับพี่เอ๋ยเล่นแน่นอน พี่ห้ามใจไม่อยู่หรอกพี่เอ๋ย
ทำไมอ่ะ
เกมมัน
อย่างนั้นเลยเหรอ POE มันรีอะดิ
โอ้นั่นแหละคือทำเกมสิ่งที่ทำให้เกมไม่ตายพี่ไอเนี่ยเดี๋ยวเกมก็ตายแล้วทำไมไม่เรียพี่อ่ะเฮ้ยพี่แม่งเหมือนเด็กน้อยหน่อมแนมเลยว่ะเล่นเกมไม่เป็นเล่นเลย
ทำไมแค่ไม่อยากเล่นเกมที่มันรีเล่นไม่เป็นตรงไหน
นั่นแหละพี่การที่มันไม่เรียเกมมันตายอีกสักพักเงินเฟ้อของตันทำไรอ่ะ
ก็เลิกไง
อ้าวจบแล้วน้องเอ๋ยไม่ผ่านละ
อ้าวโธ่เดี๋ยวเกมใหม่ก็มาก็
ไม่
รี
มัน
ก็
จะ
เลิ
เหมือน
กก็
มันจะเหมือน TFT เว้ยที่แบบ
อ๋อพอซีซั่นต้องรีใช่ไหม
ใช่ทุกๆลีกใหม่จะมีอะไรรีแล้วก็จะมีอะไรแบบใหม่เพิ่มเข้ามาในเกมอ่ะมันเป็นแบบนั้น
ไอ้ VTR มันเปิดดูได้บนมันมีเพลงอ่ะ
รู้ว่าเสียงแต่คงต้องขอลอง
ถ้าพี่แบบว่าอยากดูแบบไอ้นี่ทั้งทัวร์พี่ก็ต้องลองเปิดเสียงวันแรกดูแล้วพี่ก็ไปดูว่าเพลงไหนมันติด
อ๋อ
วันหลังพี่ก็พยายามเลี่ยง
โอเคเปิดเลย
พี่บอกว่าถ้าพี่ไอติมก็ไม่ต้องดูถ้าไม่ติดก็ดูนี่ผมสรุปให้ง่ายๆพี่
ก็คุณต้องไปนะไป2นะครับสำหรับตอบซับไซด์นะครับผม
ถ้าพี่จะเพย์เซิร์ฟก็ได้เปิดติดก็ได้
อ๋อตัวเก่าไปเล่นหมดเลยครับพี่ต่อได้
되게 미친놈들처럼 게임을 하고 공격성도 있으며
ยังไม่เลิก
디테일이 가장 좋은 것 같아요. 보십시오.
I think sometimes we can play like 5 duelists, 3 duelists, maybe even no duelists. It doesn't matter, you know, because we always press W.
Are you guys gonna take down America?
วันนี้ใครเจอใครพี่เอ๋ย
KC เจอกับ FPS
ใครไว้ข้างๆบอกจีนจะตบหมดเลยไม่ใช่เหรอ
แล้วแค่ทีมมันอะ
แล้ว FPS อะ
น่าจะโดน KC โหดจัดวงในบอกมาโคตรโหด
I would say our strongest part is the balance between macro
ที่เขา
น้อง
ทำ
สตาร์เลต
อ
โปร
ยู่
เจ
ร้าก น
ต์
อาหารน่ะเหรอ
ใช่เขามาทำอีสปอร์ตแล้ว
the future of AEY.
อ๋อ
Because Fnatic and Navi were both
กิน
top
เขา
2
กว้าง
in
ดี
the
ว่ะ
ล่าสุดวิจัยเทคโพส
Pretty
ใน
crazy,
วงใน
man. Congrats to
จริง
making
ดี
it.
วงใน
Thank
ราย
you.
การที่แข่งช่วงเมษาในแปซิฟิกไอ
You're expecting Boaster, right?
เดี๋ยวนะไอที่ของแปซิฟิก
Spanish
ล้วนใช่ไหม
org,
เม
Spanish
ษา
crowd and everything. I feel like it was destined that Heretics were at Madrid.
มันเป็นลีกแล้วป่ะ
Microphone activated.
แปซิฟิกช่วงเมษาลีกเปิดใช่ไหมก็ไหม
We're gonna show them that it's not.
มันเป็นลีกแล้วครับผม
It's time for the new generation to take over.
น้องชนกนัน
You got this, bro. One of us will make it to the finals, mate. I promise you.
อ๋อ
今天特别开心能够跟方帕斯他们一起来到这里跟他们拍摄，然后今天也能跟 Life 在一起，然后在马德里又相见了嘛。
โหดไปบ้านนี้
แต่ผมว่าเจนจีมีกว่าชนะนะ
โหดไป
In your opinion, what makes VCT China so
ก็
competitive?
มีอยู่เพราะว่าดาวไม่ค่อยสมประกอบ แต่ว่ามันก็ยังให้เราอยู่แต่ว่ามีเปอร์เซ็นต์เจนจีแบบ60-40
ไม่สมประกอบที่ยังให้เราเลยหรอ
然后更多更多不被
โหดดูไอ้เด็กนรก2 คนยิงเนี่ย
不被他们所
ตุยกับคาวซินน่ะ
我觉得 VCT 现在大家的这个环境都
มันยิงแบบคนละเลเวล
这个环境其实也更像一个家庭 family 这种感觉，对兄弟。
เสียงแบบ
ก็หมิ่นแล้วกันอย่างนั้นอ่ะ
มากเลยว่ะอะไรวะ
Fala, manito.
Tô
tempo, hein? Um aninho.
มันมาแข่งวันไหนวะ
วันนี้ไง
Demorou um ano pra eu ganhar.
วัน
Mas
นี้
você deixou eu ganhar também. Muito obrigado. Valeu, valeu, valeu.
Y ahora, né? Muy feliz que estamos aquí, internacional juntos.
เราไม่สมประกอบเรื่องอะไรไม่มีแอสปาร์ตไงดูรีคนใหม่มันคอมมันไม่ค่อยมั่นใจไม่ค่อยเชื่อใจคอมมันเท่าไหร่
แต่แอสปาร์ตมันสุดจริงมันไปทีมใหม่
สุดจริง
เอาจัดเลย
เจนจีชนะชัวร์
ใช่เจนจีต้องเจนจีแล้ว
เจนจีมันตบเด็กตอนที่เจนจีได้ยินพี่เอ๋พูดแล้วเนี่ย มันบอกว่าเอ้ยทำไงก็ได้ให้นี่มันถ่ายพลาด
เฮ้ยทำไม่ได้หรอก
โหพี่วันนั้นพี่เอ๋ยไปยันหน้างานเจนจีแบบว่าจัดให้หนักเลย
ดูถูกปิกไม่ได้ดูถูกครับมันก็เก่งแหละแต่มันจัดคอมแบบ ไม่ค่อยเชื่อใจคอมใหม่ของลาวเท่าไหร่
เรียกไงว่าหมิ่นครับ
เฮ้ยขอบคุณน้อง LXKDM นะครับ12 เดือนครบทุกปีแล้วขอบคุณนะครับผม
แล้ว EDG กับเปเปอร์เล็กที่ไทยกันพวกนี้ EDG ด้วยนะ
พี่เอ๋เชียร์ใครพี่ว่าใครชนะดีกว่า
KC 20
EDG Paper Lake
อ๋อ EDG เล็ก EDG ว่ะ
เฮ้ย
ยังไงก็ EDG ไม่มีจริงแล้ว
แต่มีม่อนเลยนะพี่
ฮะโอ้โหมีมอนนั่นแหละ
มีว่าเราเครียดเลยเหรอ
มันก็เก่งนะแต่จริงมันโหมันโหดไปจริงอะไม่มีใครแทนจริงได้เว้ยมอนเก่งนะเล่นดีด้วยแต่แทนจริงไม่ได้
ไหวไหมถ้าแทนจริง
โอ้โหสบาย
เป็นเด็กสบาย
เรียกทีมตรงข้ามอ่ะ
ตลาดมาช่วงโมง
For Karmine Corp, most of these players were picked up from Tier 2 were new
เป็นแชม
prospects
ป์ครับ
heading into this year. They've done something incredible by being the best in EMEA, coming out as champions from that region. But now it's new pressure, it's new opponents, it's new style on a big stage. And FPX, if they are one thing, they are a team that can upset, that can surprise, they can push you off guard.
And every single team, because of the opponents that they're going to be facing, are so hungry to be the winners of this tournament. You were saying it, Mimi. Anybody can win this tournament. The favorites are very, in the air. Anybody can take this game. And I think the FPX is hungry, is devoted to change our minds, to just not thinking that China is just EDG.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of rookies this year. It seems like the rise of all the rookies, but it's been such a long time since N was on this stage. And just to remind you, the two tournaments that N made globally, he won one of them and he reached the final to the other one. So he's got a lot to prove coming into this as well.
I mean, technically the next one is going to get grouped, or what is he's not making it to playoffs.
ของจริงดีครับขอบคุณน้องโอมนะครับน้องโอมเจ้าเดือดแล้วขอบคุณครับผมใครที่มาแทนจริงได้เลยเหรอ
ที่รู้สึกว่าคนนี้มา
ต้องดูเคมีด้วยนะ
ไม่เอาเราเคมีเราไม่รู้อยู่แล้ว
ก็น่าจะเป็นเจ้าแหละ
ดูมีทรงสุดเหรอ
ดูมีทรงสุดแล้ว
better than they used to, but still have that same identity, right? They play weird comps, and Icebox is no different. They're playing a Jet, Reyna, Gecko composition.
Well, at least we expect so.
Yeah,
you should imagine changes.
They could definitely change it.
I mean, we've seen that already, right? Teams that are starting to adopt the Na'Vi way of having multiple comps. I don't think they will change anything coming into this, but Mimi, it will very much disrupt their preparation if they did.
It absolutely will. But this event had very low turnaround time for the teams that played deep, especially for a team like KC who played so many matches. They had to go through the group stage, through the
งงเลย AC FPX
ทำไมชอบมาเลยธรรมดาไม่ขึ้นวะ
This is not New York, by the way.
But, and as we can see from the agent select here, what do you guys make of this?
It's what we expected, right? I think looking at Karmine Corp starting on defense, their biggest strength with this composition is their retakes. They have Sage and Wingman to get on that spike, and then good versatility with that Dizzy to fight forward. FPX, I think, needs to be taking space past the spike site if they're planting on B, or holding forward on A, and kind of having a scaling defense where they start forward and move back to not fall victim to these retakes.
And I think it's so important what you're mentioning with the retakes, because that is what has made the difference for most of the teams, especially in EMEA. KC was the best. The protocols were the cleanest probably out of the entire world, the way that they were playing off of pairs and knew exactly what utility to invest. And again, exploiting the weaknesses even with the retakes. Out of this entire tournament, they have the highest success after the spike has been planted.
You have to watch this Jet head-to-head. Autumn and Martine, both of them prospects at their first international event on the star roll for Icebox.
Oh, I can't wait to see it. But that is enough from us. I know there's been two gentlemen waiting in the flanks, waiting a very, very long time to pass Karmine Corp. Give a warm welcome to Bren and Sideshow.
Thank you very much.
เมื่อกี้เห็นดีในจอผู้เล่นไง
Maybe potentially bias casters online, mate. I mean, I don't know. We'll get into it. It's Madrid here to Swiss stage day one to get us started. Karmine Corp versus FPX. You've got potentially quite a one-sided matchup here on paper, but a real chance to potentially show some of that parity that might be there in these international events. I mean, Magnum has spoken in press interviews as well about how, they're familiar with the way that FPX are going to be playing. They're not going to be coming into this underestimating a team like FPX.
ผมเห็นภาพว่าไม่โดนไม่ออกเลยดิพี่ปัญหา
39 38 37
Here we go then. It's a pistol round, and Karmine Corp had 3 players up towards A.
อันนี้มันมีคนใช้ชื่อซ้ำมันเลยไม่เป็นไลฟ์2
FPX are not committed with it.
quite flash.
แต่เรายังมีเลสอยู่นะพี่
That's going to be dash active now for Martin.
Connection lost.
เฮ้ย
Using that in the responsive, but there's no go button press here for
นี่ไง
FPX.
ไปก่อนเลย
เฮ้ยขอบคุณน้องอนิวัฒน์นะครับน้องอนิวัฒน์9 เดือนแล้ว
นี่ไงโดนเลิฟไปแล้ว
When poking around, and he managed to catch Tomazi. Good opening here. I mean, it does open up the B side entirely. A repeat from live. He's got the heal online, but Martin returns with the kill. Nice trade.
Lysor didn't buy the orb in this round, so having to use the wall in order to escape there, that means there's going to be no wall placed down over towards B. So Karmine Corp are going to have opportunities to try to deny this plant, though they are players down.
That's true with the paranoia here, FPX. A lot of the sight lines blocked off.
Now look at this, the Omen smokes are lovely for them to take more aggressive positions on site.
Karmine Corp all up towards kitchen, doubled up here, but just picking and choosing their battles at the right time. They have no idea. They have no idea where they're being shot from. Through the grates here, one player left standing. It's Lysor. We'll see what they can do. Snake bites, at least one connection, but the wall's up in their face. They've got to really just get a move on. Wrap it all the way around here. Shin sticking to defuse here for the pistol round. It's all Karmine Corp.
And that's the power of that retake. It's what the devs were talking about. Karmine Corp look so good in those kind of situations, but really, the retake wasn't even where the danger was averted for FPX. It was the fact that Magnum was able to pick off 2 from this angle. I mean,
yeah, looking all over the place. Look
Ultim is completely lost.
On us with
this is where you might start to see the cracks in FPX, because they've talked about the fact that the language barrier has been an issue for them, a really big one in the past. Berlin said in the press conference he's having to repeat the communication twice a lot of the time in English and in Chinese so that everybody on the team's on the same page. That's going to introduce delays, and it was an unusual position anyway for Magnum to be taking that fight.
The pistol round secured, deep home and smoke. Magnum has to body check a lot of this space, really. There was some danger there, but clears out towards mid, knowing that nobody's lurking.
And those lurks are going to be a pretty important part of how FPX creates threats on the attack side. Smokes from Lysor and Berlin need to be dealt with. And sometimes that's going to require face checking, and when there's opponents hiding inside smokes, that's a great way for teams to get upset wins.
Yeah, here we go. Offload into util here with a dizzy. Play's not been pushed off from the backwards positions though, out towards the back. It's a nasty and messy spray. Kills collected there, but only just for life here with the heal online, but now reinforcements are here, finally arriving. Multitudes of targets to pick from, but really Karmine Corp coming up green in the kill feed.
เรียบร้อย
เดือดเลย
แต่ภาพเมื่อกี้ไม่ค่อยดีเท่าไหร่
Potentially, it's a teal. You could make the argument.
Easy clean up despite it looking a little late there from the right early on.
ราวแรก
Now FPX, first round where they can do some serious damage after the pistol. 5 Vandals facing off against KC, who have 3 Bulldogs online as well. Clear weaponry advantage for FPX, especially down these longer angles that they might want to take over towards B. And defaulting the Viper wall, A, at the start of this round. Not quite the same as they did on the pistol, because this time we've got that Viper orb coming down mid too.
Does have that threat of potentially working their way through into mid.
โอ้โหเคซีอย่างดัง
Cool, lovely.
เขาตบไปแล้วน้องจริง
Set their sights onto a bonus round conversion.
อะไรจริงนะ
น้องจริง
น้องจริงโอ้น้องจริงไม่อยู่แล้ว
Just at the beginning, initially here, don't want to run into things. Omen smoke now propped up, will divide up the site and allow them to start to take a bit more of that space once they clear through the appropriate positions. But we're almost down to a minute on the clock.
ใน KC
บอกว่านาเลดกับมาตี
Almost betrayed there by the ponytail, but Shin gets away with it.
ได้มาหนึ่ง
And Berlin with nobody there to try to support. The IGL gets picked off with no advantage, no possibility of a trade, no information even as to where Shin and Martin could have repositioned to. As FPX come back in here, they're going to have to use these flashes, the dizzy, just to try to figure out where those players on defensive A would have gone.
And it orchestrates kind of exactly where these FPX players are going. Now it really does feel like it's going to be landing into an A hit. Shin,
it's great timing on the wall.
Yeah, I mean, for the precisely right moment. Flash over the top, it's going to be going straight through the gap at the top there. Good connection. Martin willing to take the transfer damage. Done but no kill. In fact, that's all life.
หายแล้วมาตีกับนาเลด
The rest of his team is only going to be
โอ้โห
cleaned up onto Shin eventually.
มาตีนาเลดจัดให้2ช็อตมีแต่คนพูดถึง
Might be able to get something going with this one. At least needs one more kill for it. Nobody watching. There it is. Back up. Need to get the plan down. 4 seconds. Taps. taps, forcing it into the 1v1. It's the only win condition for life and time.
โอ้โหเกือบครับ
Frantic in the minute moments. I mean, minutia
ไม่
making
รอ
a
ด
difference there.
กระโดดยัดเลย
That's a wild one for FPX to not convert, honestly.
ไหนวงในเขาบอกว่า2คนนี้น่าจับตามอง
The spray from Martin was really labored, a little similar to Narrate.
วงในไหนวะ
When we saw him with the
มีแต่วง
bulldog in round
ทุก
two.
วงอะบอกกันหมดอะ
กลับไปทำอาหารที่วงในตอน
Gets
นี้
past there without Life being able to get the kill. Life whiffing on the spray means that Autumn goes down. And Life unable to convert in the 1v1 as well. Decided to go for that the duel instead of just sticking the plant. That's a tragedy for FPX early on.
พอพี่เลยแบบว่ามาทีนกับนาเลดรู้เรื่องเลย
เขาบอกกันหมดอะ2คนนี้จัดไปคนละ1ช็อตเลยตอนนี้เริ่มมา3วิน
It looks fairly explosive here over towards B. Aeyong having that ult online, it would be a really large investment early on before you've managed to create a pick for yourself.
Smoke's finally back online now to just cut off sections onto the site. Snake
เพราะ
bites
มัน
and
แบบ
mollies just in case they want to
อาหารทาง
see
เรียบจัด
advantage and push the back of the side. But it's just being held for control here. Karmine Corp happy to play this
โอ้ย
retake.
น่าเจ็บโอ้
A lot of focus being put on that angle where Magnum managed to pick up 2 on the pistol. A weak spot, perhaps.
We'll see now. There's Wingman. That's going to be spotting out a player or two. Berlin. Let's get the initial kill, but not enough to get the follow-up here. But down below the bridge. Where's the expectation of it? Narrate, he was dropping down, but not enough bullets in the clip to really finish him off. 3v3 shots. Life regaining the advantage potentially there. It's traded back and forth. It's Narrate versus Aeyong. Narrate comes up with the goods. Rifle in his hands to get the job done.
And plenty of time left
ได้
on the
เสียเลย
clock
เนี่ย
too.
อีโค
That one had
หายไป
danger in it. It absolutely did. But Karmine Corp still managed to forge their way up to 4.
แก้ตัว
FPX deciding not to invest Aeyong's ultimate into that round, where perhaps it could have made the difference. It did end up being fairly close. Frankly, if Autumn even gets that kill, the round is looking really dodgy. I gotta say, while Karmine Corp are up 4-0 here, this is not the same level of clinical play that we saw from them in EMEA when they were making that run. There's a lot of conversation about, because we've seen so many unexpected teams make it to Masters Madrid, with so many rookie players as well ascending to this premier level of the game, are people going to adapt to the stage quickly? If you have some nerves, how do you play through it? It feels like it's a little touch and go at the moment for Karmine Corp, but enough to be able to get the line in these rounds. And similar nerves on the other side for FPX. You've got to remember, FPX are a team, this is their 3rd time getting to a global event. They've only ever been able to take one map at a global event before, and that was against the old Karmine Corp when they played first time at Lock-In. It was a 2-1 victory in favor of Karmine Corp, and that was the old, Melons lineup. That wasn't the Madrid clean, clinical Karmine Corp that we've come to expect after their running kickoff. It's well honed.
2เขาไม่อยู่อ่ะ
เอาไม่อยู่แล้วตอนนี้แถบมั่วซั่วหมดแล้วเนี่ย
Maybe not an experience rearing its head for some of the players.
เวน่า
Karmine Corp looking like one of the youngest rosters I think that we've got coming into Madrid.
They are, yeah.
Maybe that does showcase. Of course, some of them do have that international experience.
They do, and you see Magnum up there towards the top, managed to find that hole in the pistol round and has been very consistent so far on the defense side for his team. So we get to see another rifle round here, starting to get up towards some big ultimates too. Narrate and Magnum's ults in particular going to be excellent on the retake as Narrate takes first contact and wants to hunt for more.
He's not scared, is he?
No, Shin was holding up towards the belt, so he had angles covered. Martin's crosshair placement looked like it might have been off for just a moment as Aeyong's head poking below, but I don't believe they caught any whiff of the jet stuck in that corner. I say stuck, hiding.
He's got the
starting
dash,
a trap.
to get out. Yeah, it's a lovely position to play in. FPX quite like what they were seeing just from cutting the noise there. They show a bit of that presence just initially, now making their way over towards B. Contact reclear, is that what's going to be called here?
Certainly looks like it. The same kind of B end with that double omen smoke setup that we've seen from FPX in a few rounds so far.
Combined together, unfortunate for Life there. He will fall just through the smoke as it was propped up
โค้ดเก่าแกมบิดไม่ของจริงว่ะ
Maybe a bit more aggressively as well. Look at the position of some of these players. Berlin taking a peek
มาแล้วครับ
towards Kitchen expected though. Now you see it. Thrash exchanged. Dropping down onto either side. Detainment potentially there. Looks like it, yeah. Berlin. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. And now positioning, being swarmed and approached from every possible angle. I saw, realizing now that really has to give it up. Wasn't that mid position. He was the insurance policy to save that rifle.
Gutting as Karmine Corp get up
แมป FPX ด้วย
absolutely putting away FPX.
เลือกให้กันและกัน
This is looking like they've got a very good idea of how they want to deal with this classic exec that
ได้
we're
สัก
seeing
หนึ่ง
from
แล้วตอน
FPX.
นี้5แล้ว
Nobody is getting caught on sight.
หนักจัดเลย
Tamashi is just getting a kill by spamming a common angle where he's expecting them to be pushing up, defending that over push into Snowman and making sure that they have the pieces together to be able to get back in onto site. FPX are finding it difficult here to force the fight. It's one of the big powers of their composition is the ability to combo flashes together. And they're not really finding an opportunity to do that because Karmine Corp are playing so much further back.
Initial expenditure of util, but they are playing really far back. I mean, that's just the retake protocols. Desk was mentioning it. It's super well drilled for Karmine Corp.
Yeah.
The bread and butter really of, you know, what was getting them so many of the wins because they were looking so well honed.
And there's always a little bit of danger when you allow your opponents to plant against you so often that you wouldn't be able to pull it off. You know, most teams, even the great ones, are only converting something like, you know, a third of their retakes. But these teams at this event are looking to try to change that. So this makes it feel like it's something similar over towards B, but it's not a full commitment.
No, in fact, they haven't used both the smokes. I mean, Berlin hasn't locked off the angle, so they're getting information the entire time. Magnum has just been egoing the angle on B.
เฮ้ยขอบคุณน้องก๊อบบินนะครับต้องกินเจ้าเดินนะครับ
Not spotted in this
สวัสดี
position
ครับ
before.
Receive this. Now, Dizzy wasn't collected over towards B to clear it, so they don't even have that util to clear this angle. Take a gamble if you play in that spot. It could come from two different directions, so gambling incorrectly there. Life is the one to capitalize.
Magnum, though, still with ultimate. How does FPX deal with that?
Down with a wingman, clears out a bit off the side. Now the plan online, but here's the lockdown.
เหลือ3 เล่ม
Oh, yeah, denied from even going for that.
They can't go for the plan. Time. They have to fight this one. FPX have to make a call to do so, but now detainment. It's going to be happening anytime soon. This is a round basically done and dusted. Online there with a res. Magnum back into the fight, 3 versus 3, but with time like this, I mean, there's just no chance. You have to kill
โอ้โห
everybody.
หมดว่ะ
It's not there for
เล่มสุดท้าย
FPX.
โอ้โหสะอาด
Complete tactical outplay there by
ชิน
They're thinking ahead to, in terms of the ultimates that they have available, it's very clear that that lockdown is going to get used. And FPX didn't come up with a game plan quickly enough to try to challenge it before it went down, didn't have a game plan to try to increase the tempo. And I think we're just expecting to get the plant for free. They're thinking, all right, KC, they've been playing retake this entire time. They're just going to use lockdown. We're going to be able to play the plant. And Aeon could not get that spike down.
I love to see this.
I love to see this
Game plan of Karmine Corp. Just fundamentally is fantastic.
ชอบใจ
Been playing super far back on B, almost conditioning that they've got nobody playing towards B main.
KC
towards yellow whatsoever, and then they're playing these one and done angles towards A. I mean,
โค้ดแม่งของจริงว่ะดูมาดแม่งแบบเครียดจัดเนี่ยอีกคนนี่ชอบใจยิ้มเครียดดิเฮียไม่หัวเราะไม่ดูกูเลย
This is also the second timeout for FPX called already. So if we
นี่ขนาดนำนะ
framing this in the context of FPX trying to
มัน
get
ทว
this
งบัลลังก์
revenge
ว่ะ
matchup against a Karmine Corp that's retooled so heavily, looking for a potential good beginning to Madrid. This is a
ถ้ามันทำชุดนี้ก็ประสบสำเร็จแล้วล่ะมาขนาดนี้
But the later that this is going, the less and
แล้วแม่
less
งเอาแบบ
chance it looks like they're getting as Karmine Corp polish
ชื่อใหม่
things
หมด
up
เลย
a little and get comfortable, get into the groove.
มีแมกนัมไง
Down
หน้าเก่า
0-6 without any timeouts
แต่
remaining.
มันแบบ
If they don't
เหมือน
end
มัน
up
เอา
winning
อะไร
this
กระจัด
rifle
กระ
round,
จาย
we're
แบบ
about to
มามัด
watch.
รวมกันอ่ะ
It's a disaster zone.
That could be dire.
I mean, they are quite literally running their heads into
อยู่ที่ใคร
a brick blue wall
อยู่ที่
right
คนอยู่
now.
หลังพวงมาลัยเหรอ
They
เอ
cannot
อ
find
อยู่
a
ที่
way
คนอยู่
through.
หลังพวงมาลัยว่ะ
Are they going to get conditioned? You can
รถไง
see
ก็ได้ครับ
elements of it from Karmine Corp again. Like I was saying before, they weren't playing anybody up close towards B. They've got Martin with an op now. He's playing in this spot. Karmine Corp, I think, are hoping now that FPX make the decision to start contacting
ใช่
into
ครับ
B.
โค้ชแกมบิดเก่าครับผม
Dizzy broken. Martin can now play onto the angle.
Ui, âu.
Watched for the shot. Missed and go to wide.
but they haven't heard the dash. They know that Martin has not left that in a hurry. There they hear the shot from the operator.
ไม่ได้แหวะเลยครับ
Martin's
ผม
gonna bait
น้อง
that
แม่
out, make it feel like he's still there, and
สไต
try
ล์
to
จีนอย่างเงี้ย
rotate
แล้ว
to
เป็นทุกเกม
anticipate this attack side rotate that Berlin is calling.
Yeah, and he is. He's already called it for the rotation. The troops on the move. And guess what, Martin? Again, one step ahead. Like you said, still has the dash in his back pocket. Didn't end up using it to escape.
A lot of flashes that he has to dodge here, though. Leah, Dizzy, both broken. Narrate with a pick.
I mean, Narrate just back towards rafters there. Dizzy also returning as well, getting the acknowledgement that there's players there. Now there's 45 seconds left. Could pivot into a different direction if you
มัน
want
ใช้
to.
คอมโบแบบตรงพลังแบบเจน่าเกตโคแต่ว่า KC ไม่อยู่ให้ตัดเลย
No connections. Martin towards the back.
อุ้ย
Go wide here with a Dizzy. Narrate is on one, man. He's on one. Almost there for the ace, but
มาแล้วว่ะ
eventually shut
นา
down
เล
here.
ด
But 7-0. It's a scoreline we're looking like. The round differential is
ไม่
immense
ผม
right
นึก
now.
ถึง
You're
ไอ้บ็อกของ
truly
มันนั่น
seeing
เลย
it.
ว่ะ
Maybe set on paper,
ของ
it's
ใคร
gonna look like one of our more
ซี
one-sided
เค็ดกับ
matchups
ไอ้
for Karmine Corp.
เซต้า
In almost just every element of the game right now, they're ahead of it.
หนักจัด
And they're destroying them. Kukuga said on the desk, trying to break the Leah and the Dizzy in one go. Narrate's like, yeah, bet. Just rinses them both before FPX can use them to get into the site, and then swings around for 4 kills afterwards.
นี่ดูโค้ดมันดิ
Pasted. And I think it's a really interesting idea, right? This is one of our most one-sided matchups you could possibly see at the tournament on paper. But what does the parity look like? Everybody was saying, you know, anyone can win Madrid. There are chances for even these teams to be able to make upsets.
Even Magnum himself, you know, coming into this, they're not going to make a mistake of prior teams. You know, maybe they turn up to these international tournaments, they expect to have a freebie, an opening match that just is so one-sided. But Karmine Corp still showing him respect.
Absolutely. Yeah, Magnum said, quote, if I had to rate FPX in terms of macro, I think they have a lot of gaps.
ไม่ได้กลับแล้วมา
And then
ตี
he
น
said, but it's Valorant. Anyone can lose. Martin, under pressure, though.
Yeah, Dizzy in his face, though. It does fade away. He's just absolutely caught a timing still. Autumn will shut down a counterpart. Damage done, but no kill collected. Smokes at some point.
ได้เล่นอยู่นะ FPS แต่วางไงอ่ะเอ้า
But there we go.
That's a huge one.
Yep, a gap
ได้เล่นเลยอ
available
ย่างงี้
with
ส
that
ไน
ult
ต
top
ก
down. Autumn picks it up. Acquiring that upgrade. Now we can really just see if he can hunt for any more sort of kills. Now this is a player advantage for FPX. Question is now, how do Karmine Corp approach it? Dizzy round to the back along with the molly. Players all over the place. Thrash to lead the charge. Entertainment there. Shin round to the side, but doesn't expect Berlin. And there it is. Okay, around
นับหนึ่งวินแบบโอ้โหมาแบบไม่สมประกอบ
วินที่ดูเหมือน
เหมือนจะไม่มีอะไรอ่ะ
Basically set up by Autumn getting into a nice spot. Martin has been caught out in a number of these more
แต่เห็น
aggressive
ภาพดีเทค
positions.
สวยอยู่นะเมื่อกี้
And this is the opening. He had a chance trying to take the
สไน
timing.
ตกรู้เรื่อง
But then Autumn also finding this pick onto Tamashi over in Snowman. That sets up the player advantage. And FPX are finally able to capitalize and bring around to themselves. Can they work this into a little bit of momentum and make it less of a one-sided matchup?
They would love to. Now, back into the action, you're seeing it.
ยี่ห้อหมวกมันก็ให้ปิดแบบเห็นปะ
Drawn in terms of the skirmish. Berlin.
Berlin has the
He's got
operator.
the operator, yeah. I mean, he's TP close.
Yeah, of course your IGL Omen has the op. Angel emote.
Now an attempt for them to try and get themselves into the side wall. Definitely impeding them. Dash to the top here. Dizzy in their faces. Everybody.
เฮ้ยขอบคุณทุกคนที่เข้านะครับคนที่เข้าด้วย9 เดือนแล้วนะครับผม
Granted the site now. So that's online for them. A forward position here, playing inside the pit. This is really going to test Karmine Corp once more, especially with Autumn ripping off heads. Towards the back of the site, just really impossible to clear this through. And here it is, momentum.
ตื่นแล้ววะ
FPX, this is basically a done deal into the
เอาแล้วไง
Look at it, second one on the board now.
ตื่นแล้วไง
You can start to keep this going.
That's huge. Didn't even have to use all of the ultimates at their disposal. Still have the Thrash available for them in the next. And FPX using the pit to be able to establish much more aggressive post-plant positions. Put pressure on KC before they can get into retake spots. Look, Narrate's just flooding out heaven there thinking, yeah, they're going to give us this space for free. That's what they've done every other time. And FPX have brought the battle to them. Amazingly enough, those 2 rounds have actually been enough to knock down the economy of Karmine Corp. So we're not seeing a full buy here.
I think the money would be flourishing, but instead, okay. At least Martine has a rifle.
Here.
Really quite aggressive into mid.
Very aggressive. But Martine hasn't been able to do too much from these extremely aggressive positions. He's the danger in the round. The rest of KC mostly playing for a little bit of plant pressure and then the retake. Martine's been the dice that they roll to see whether he can find value. And this time, just missing the timing of FPX, who've all gone into B.
Clear and Dizzy all comboed up. Smokes to get himself into the deeper angle. Autumn, he's here this time. Not using that second smoke to block off this one. Autumn, he's got the operator.
เนี่ยคอมโบนี้มันโหดว่ะแบบยืดพื้นที่อ่ะ
Now Berlin's been playing in that angle all the time, honestly, most of the time.
โคเลยได้นะพี่
And it's a spot where Autumn can't actually hold for Berlin to get into position. It's a bit of a freebie there, actually. Karmine Corp giving it. That's decent damage there, actually.
Yeah, diligence being shown with the util to clear through most of this.
KC have a wall to work with. But there's a thrash on the other side. Team, what a peek.
What a return, Ayang goes straight there.
เฮ้ย
Spray down of life.
มาเหมือนกันแล้วครับจังหวะนี้ FPX
Great awareness from life.
สงสัยตื่นสนามครึ่งเกมแรก
He's in a position where he's still going to be able to get picks over the top of the wall. FPX holding on in these post-ban situations.
ไอ้ลูกนี้มาตกหลังเหลืองเนี่ย
I mean, Ayang is like lining up a shot with Martine and Tomaji's right behind.
เฮ้ยยืนแล้ว
เฮ้ยอ้าวโดนแล้ววินนี้โดน
FPX going from 0-7
โดนวินนี้
3 rounds in a row.
ของออกแล้วมึง
Quite competitive.
ของกำลังขึ้นเมื่อกี้ลุกของออกเข้าวินเฉยๆนะ
Only tuning in for the beginning, but
เอ๊ะ
they have the chance. Slow warp. Used here, Shin feeling the danger now. The heat turn.
เบรดให้เพื่อนรอบนี้เอ้า
Slow warp. Don't think it was intended for that one. Molly's being used. Snake bite. Here close.
Tái
There
đấy.
it is actually. That Panson
มาตีนบอกไม่กลับ มาตีนบอกไม่กลับเนี่ยอุ้ยอุ้ย
Can he hold it down? The answer is no.
And that's probably going to incentivize Narrate to try to make
เอา
a
แม่ง
play
สั่น
here
สู้จัด
instead of just playing for the player down retake. We get to see now, do they trust the system? Do they try to go for the hero play?
Man down here, Snake bite forwards, life. Tucking behind the box, out into the open though. Has to just spank on the rest of his team.
Ui,
Lovely move
ôm.
from Ayang, Magnum. Nasty stop.
Ui.
Oh my.
Ui.
Almost making a go of it. So close. And Berlin, the player with the open
อุ้ย
hand.
แม็กนัมมันเดือดเหมือนกันเนี่ย
To win the 1v1 at the end.
มันไปฝึกวิชามาเหรอเนี่ยต้องได้ออกจากเอเนติกไป
ฝึกวิชา
KC making a
มัน
good job of
มา
it
สี่
despite
ราว
the
ติ
fact
ด
that
แล้
they
ว
were
พี่
down
มันไปเข้า
players.
ถ้ำมาแล้ววะ
But this opening player, Shin swings to try
มัน
to
ตื่นแล้วดิ
pressure from Martine. Martine can't quite get enough kills to help. Final round of the half here, and KC are going to be knocked down to 4 Bulldogs. There is a great chance that FPX get up to 5 and rewrite this terrible beginning they had to Icebox. That's just insanity.
The pick got popped down over towards B. No immediate pressure. So Tomaji might think that the rest of FPX are looking to work it out.
รุ่นเดียวกันครับ
Over towards
น้อง
A.
คาริ
Martine
โต
once again alone on A. Tucking himself into these aggressive, unexpected positions. But generally, FPX have been able to either dodge or deal with it. It's slow and somewhat ponderous, though, for FPX in the first 40 seconds of this round. Now they're making a commitment to deal with some of Magnum's utility in mid and create threats and pressure around.
อุ้ยเอาเรียบร้อยดิอย่างเงี้ย
Oh, it's betrayal. And there it is, sets up Autumn for an easy
ยื
one.
นชิว
No possibility of that being rezzed.
ๆเอาชัวร์ด้วยนะไม่ยิง
นี่มันไม่น่าเกิดขึ้นในช็อตอย่างเงี้ย
It's now being offloaded. Dash towards of Autumn. Top of the box, just spotting. Head of Shin, unable to rip that one off, but Berlin's caught into the mid flank.
And now the
ที่
ult
มัน
online.
โพซิชั่นไม่ดี
Magnum
อะ
has that retake ultimate that caused so much pressure for FPX previously.
Could be opting to use this as a really forward backside position. FPX are trying to fight this one. Then they realize at least now that the lockdown is down, but do they have any util to try and fight this one and clear it? Out and through, they don't need util, man! They got guns and weaponry still, locked down. Didn't get broken. 1v2. Plays out a dodge here from FPX, the positioning is going to be known and noted. Narrate, how do you hit that into the 1v1? Wingman, exactly the partner in crowd you'd want at least. Taps out of position, trying to force Life out into the open, but it's a guessing game for Narrate entirely. Doesn't know where he is, and Life playing time immaculately. It's
ลูกพี่เขาใช้แล้วไม่เฝ้าเฉย
And how the bloody hell did FPX salvage that?
What
a ridiculous comeback. We were all ready to talk about how it was playing out as
5 วินรวด
expected on paper, and then FPX fire back with 5 in a row.
One enemy remaining.
And a lot to do with the rifling coming online. I feel like Aeyang has just woken up.
ยืนไม่พักเลยว่ะพี่
Go on, look at me, bro. Let's go.
They're fired up. They're feeling it. Life on his feet.
They certainly are. Let's send it down to the analyst desk to bring it down for the half.
Thank you very much, guys. What a great half that was. A nice comeback from FPX, but Kakuka, it all started with a great chain of rounds coming from Casey.
Yeah, exactly. And it was a perfect example of what we were discussing, right? Those retakes coming in, the protocols being completely sharp up, coming in from Casey. I think that round 5 is a perfect example of it when we would see the exchange of the ultimates from get-go, and they know exactly where to put the pressure and how to address everything that is going on in the map by the positions that they expect the other players to be in. The follow-up from each of the players, it's clean. But then after those 7 rounds, something changes in FPX.
นี่ถ้าไม่ได้ปืนพงนี่โดนนะ
In these post plants, once they got that spike down, once they got that space, they were using that second dizzy refresh to fight forward and get space in these late rounds and really punish KC while they were still setting up, getting their util in hand. That's the X factor of this team. They will sometimes pull out these hyper-aggressive rounds where they stop you from setting up the way you want to play. It was really good on that comeback.
I think it was a little bit of both, right? We have a Casey that maybe is getting too comfortable because everything is working, and an FPX that, you know, starts making a little bit of mistakes. We see, you know, the flashes being a little bit separated one from another, but then when they realize that they just have to disrupt that and just keep pushing a little bit more, that changes. Now, coming into their defense, as I said, it's very complicated to defend this map without a sentinel. The aggression has to be there. FPX is very known for that, and they have to keep it up if they want to keep that score.
It absolutely does, but if KC wants to close this map out, they have the fans to do so in this arena right now. There's not a huge amount of fans out on day 1, but every single KC fan feels like
เติมไปแล้วครับ KC 2-0 ตอนนี้เสียงเริ่มอ่อย
but this blue
โดนไป
wall
5 วิน
is
รวด
looking so strong, but I'm going to send this back to the casters and
แพ้
see
โดน
if
ไม่คืนด้วย
KC can close this
บน
map.
ไว้เมื่อกี้
We'll see if they can close it
ยืด
out.
เส้น
But
กับ
listen,
ไว้
FPX kind of momentum behind them as well. All it
โดน
takes
แน่
is
เลย
this
ว่ะ
round. You've got an even match, at least an even map. And this is a team, and I mean, a reminder, I think this is an FPX squad that's got a bit of a chip on their shoulders from the previous international appearances. They want to turn up to this event, and they want to really prove as well that teams should be paying attention to them. They want to teach teams how it's done. They've literally said that themselves. For Karmine Corp, left reeling a little bit, I think, as well off that string of rounds, but we'll see. It's a new half now. Getting started with
เฮ้ย
a
คุณต้องเพิ่ม
pistol.
นะครับผม
It looks like there might be a
29
clash
เลย
of
นะครับ
being
สวัสดี
made
ค
to
รับผ
begin
ม
this one very
มากำ
quickly.
ลังเดือดเลย
It's an unusual spot to fight over. Not too many teams trying to fight this area aggressively. But FPX have got a pistol round strat.
นี่มันเอาเกโค
pushing
เล่น
down
กัน
mid
เลย
off the
นะ
back of this
โหแล้ว
pressure.
ไวเปอร์โฮ
Viper Wars.
โฮบีกับ
Actually abandoned
โอเมน
very early though, Brem.
I mean, a dizzy. Surely you collect the kills. Berlin gets 3. That's wild. Get the hell out of here. Dealing with the util single-handedly. I mean, a man was basically alone. And now, how do you clear this one out? They saw to the side, lovely peek, off with the dizzy. That is a slam dunk finish.
แน่นจัดอะไวเปอร์กับโอเมนอะ
I don't want to hear any more about the blue wall. Tell me about the Berlin wall. That's ridiculous. I mean, how has he managed to pick up 3 there? That protocol of jumping through the one-way, I think is a really nice idea. First player jumps through, drags the crosshair is the game plan. Perhaps doesn't quite drag it far enough in that situation because they're swinging almost exactly into Berlin's crosshair. It just worked so well.
ยืน3 คนเลยทีนี้
Bottom of the scoreboard and comes out
มันคงหมั่นไส้แบบ
on
ที่
the
เสียง
pistol.
เชียร์แม่งดัง
That's
อะ
what
จ
you
ริง
say,
ๆนะ
Brent. It only takes that 1 round.
They are being swamped in this position. Like sort of
อุ้ยเอาไงเอาแล้วไง
teammate happens in the back. Okay, traded.
กระบอกตกข้างบนเลยว่า
Versus 3 equalized here. Dash forward to the peak. Aeyang.
They want to get aggressive and defend these weapons, I think. But Karmine Corp aren't even going for them.
No, not quite. Wall up to
Oh.
the high ground. Really just props up Thomasy for an easy peek. Easy kill for Aeyang. Autumn there. Can't quite land the shots there with the Marshall, but finally a bit of damage done to the body. 100 left. 1 player left standing. It's Martin. Still the plant down, but this is a really difficult situation to try and win. There is spam damage and the flank attempt there.
ถือว่าเสียหายอ
Very
ยู่
surprised that Karmine Corp played that round so quickly after they got themselves into a 3v3. If they'd slowed things down, I believe there were 2 bulldogs lying around for them to be able to try and pick up.
ลาโบนัสนี่มาแชลนี่เป็น1 ตัวเลือกที่
But
น่า
they
เล่น
got
มาก
roped into the pace of
ได้
that.
โดนหัวนี่คือแบบ
All of the danger just kind of trickled away. See aeyy deals with that boost play. It's quite a nice idea from Karmine Corp, but something we've seen a lot from these Sage teams. And you wouldn't have believed it if you only watched the first 7 rounds, but 7 in a row straight back for FPS means the game is tied here on Icebox.
He's set up now onto the bonus round.
น่าไกลแหละ
Two players survived in the prior round here for FPX, so there's not too much danger, but guess what? You've entered listen, the amount of players they've got trying to play that forward position, belt not really accounted for. It's a high-low setup. They are really mopping up the rest of these players. An attempt by Life, 3 positions, but just out into the open. It's all being watched for. Cheeky idea, I do respect it.
I love the idea. But FPX take a gamble, shove 4 players in, and KC, that discipline that we were seeing from them all throughout EMEA, I think that's the first round where you really see it exemplified here in Icebox. All down.
ถ้าช็อตไปแล้วหลอกมันจะเซียนมากนะพี่
Looks almost impossible.
วาร์ปอยู่ที่นะ
วาร์ปอยู่ที่แล้วหัน
Just going to be looking to do that.
พี่
Surely damage.
แต่มันก็จะ
Surely
เกิ
here
น
the
นะเพราะว่า
streaks
ข้าง
are
บนก็
broken.
อยู่
We don't see another 7 in a row for KC, right? It's not even possible.
It's really not. I mean, at that point.
You end the map 14-7?
Yeah, dusted. Maybe we get them to skirt the rules. We'll do first to 16.
อ้าวได้เป็นเท่ากับบอกไปแล้วกู
FPX though really
อ
have
ร่อย
shown that they're not willing to just roll over in these kind of games, especially when they're pushed. I mean, they certainly come into this one as the underdogs, but I had a chance to talk to Berlin before, these games kicked off, and I asked him how much better do you think this version of FPX is compared to last year's.
เขาบอกว่าปกติ
If
บัฟ
you
จี
were
น
following
นี่
this
คือ
team in
บัฟยืนใช้ไม่ได้เขายืนกันทุก
2023,
ราว
they looked all right. They were making it to some of the international events. Since then they've added Life, who's up towards the top.
สมัยรอบกูเป็นสวิตช์ลาวครับผมชนะ2เข้ารอบเลย
and
แพ้2กลับบ้าน
2.5 times better.
It's very precise.
Don't know where he quite got that from, but
เหมือนจีนมันตื่น
he's
ตอ
a
นแรก
lot more confident this year than he was
ตื่นสนาม
in the last
นิ่งแล้วตอนนี้
when they were only able to get 1 map at 2 global appearances.
They've run the numbers. It's maybe enough to try and take it against them. That's a cheeky play.
Cool idea.
Themselves up. Berlin, no. Deals with the trespasser in through mid. Well, there is the follow-up. aeyy watching it for any sort of pass.
มันเล่นเสี่ยงจัดเลยวินอย่างเงี้ย
Looks like a read to me that they were expecting Berlin
แม่งเล่น
to
อย่าง
be
เป็นเยอะ
playing
คนที่
B.
3
Both of those controller players for FPX fighting over B. Baited out Lysor there, who swung off the back of a paranoia that was extremely optimistic.
They are so damn aggressive, though.
Willing to take the risks, aren't they? I mean, aeyy has just walked up all the way behind, and
แล้ว
all
แม็ก
of
นัม
this
ไปแล้ว
in
ไง
a player
หวาน
advantage
เจี๊ยบเลยอย่างเงี้ย
situation where you don't need to force fights like this. It's a round winning or losing play probably that aeyy and Life have gone for.
บอกได้ครับเดียว
truly trapped here.
จับกุม
โดนรวบแบบ
I
นี้
don't believe they know it yet.
No indicator. Contacting together. Opened at the gunplay, can carry them through a round like this one. Looking behind them, no, not to the side. Not expecting a player out towards Yellas Berlin. Still not cleaned up. Spike though. Planted. 2 players though for them. Flash over the top. Martin. How's he doing this?
อ้าวโห
No way to Karmine Corp.
อะไรวะน่ะ
That's
มาทีมันไปเอามา
outrageous.
3เลยว่ะพี่
FPX had them cornered, caged up, no exits. Utility being used from the back as well. And Martin ducks, bobs, weaves, and picks up 3.
น้องพาวดีครับ
You are joking.
How have they done?
อ๋อใช่อีกคน
I mean,
เปล่า
the
เปล่า
first
นี่ครับ
pick,
ครับ
lovely. But then this kill before getting the dizzy, and then a jump push into the knife. Stand up now.
โอ้
All right, a bit of fire with these Karmine Corp players in their first time on the Big Masters stage.
Getting heated. Stack though from the FPX players here. Ball is made to refight. What a shot. Still aggression.
โหนี่ตื่นว่ะ
Showcased here by Martin. His teammates are going to be there with him. Got his back live.
เฮ้ยมันปล่อยมาขนาดนั้นนะ
No idea that was
ก็
gonna
ขนาด
happen.
นั้นเลยว่ะพี่
Yeah.
เออ
No idea at all.
They didn't even think of that as a timing that FPX could have chosen for some aggression. You can see how the unexpected nature of how FPX players can catch teams off guard. But thus far, Martin in the last round and this has managed to bail his team out.
Berlin knives out. No
เรียบ
gun.
ร้อย
Watching for the mid aggression.
โยกครับเป็นคนอยู่ A
And aeyy, they should have some idea, was over towards A earlier on. That dizzy was used. His shooting's been fairly good. The most likely outcome here is that he just goes down and gets a thrash online for the next. This game has been so streaky. There's only 30 seconds left. I don't see how he's able to convert. And KC are going to be able to respond with 3 in a row after FPX got 7 to tie it up. Now, would you refer to this one as a back and forth game, Bren? Because technically, it's gone back, and then it went forth, and now it's going back again.
Yeah, yeah. By the technical definition.
Yeah, but it really has not been competitive in the round-to-round basis.
No.
Very streaky.
Very, very streaky.
Autumn's going to get an op online and try to peek under tube by the look of things. Would anticipate him just getting smoked off by Tamashi very early on, but we'll see.
มีไวอัพ
There's an early pick. Wow, okay. Tomazi, Thrash.
เรียบร้อย
Used to see if they can clear
ใส่จะรีบไปหน่อย
their way in through B main. Yang is open to the window here. Lurk timing could be brutal. Lurk timing could be brutal. Spots the head. Spots the head. Magnum. He's racing ahead, man. Doesn't want anything to do with this. Look at him. Ducking straight into the floor, maybe anticipating a repeat, but no, he's backing it away. In the meantime,
yeah, speaking about repeats, but in a player advantage situation again, FPX deciding to try
แล้วหล่อนเลยไงตอนเนี้ยคิดเช่นน่ะไปไหนแล้วไม่รู้
for sure.
มันต้องมาเคลียร์ไม่ให้โดนกดดัน
เลน่านี่แบบว่า
Shin is going to play for this one. Portion of the wall broken, but that's all good.
Yeah, thankfully.
All good.
กลับมา 4-4 ครับ
Thankfully, Autumn wasn't watching that again.
There's only 45 seconds left. Walking their way over towards A. Starting to get a move on though. What util do they have to try and clear close? They are, I think, quite scared of the prospect that life could be just in a one and done.
แล้วบอมมีสู้ขาดใจด้วยดิ ตัวเนี้ย
Looks unlikely. Orb in his face.
30 seconds left.
Players approaching rapidly on the position. It's a double face as the orb goes down.
เจอ2 กระบอก
Only 20 seconds left here. No real utility as far as I can see for FPX to deny this one. Magnum is really far behind and has missed the timing.
Yeah, he has, but he's going to be making a call at least for his team here. Over to Bison time. Really wide face by Narrate. Flaming it.
เรียบร้อยครับ
Scoring around 4.
นาเลศมาเหมือนกันตอนนี้ตื่นกันหมดแล้ว
This is another situation where KC lost players early on in the round. They weren't expecting the op to be on that sight line. It is entirely possible for the Viper to throw that mid line up without exposing any part of the ball. But Autumn caught Tomashi at the beginning of the round. And Berlin ended up making a mistake when they were up, and it just opened the door for Narrate to take over. Narrate for Karmine Corp, one of the North American imports over to EMEA, has been lighting the world up. He's been looking unbelievably good. But certainly one of those players that we don't know quite how they're going to perform when it gets to the Masters stage. Are the nerves going to be there? And Berlin goes walkabouts again in this round.
They just didn't expect it. It's happened so many times now.
Yeah,
I mean, basically a high-low setup. One player crouched in front of the other.
Yeah.
Just waiting for the aggression.
แทบจะวินตัดสินวินนี้ถ้าไม่ได้
Very similar to what Berlin did in the previous round to lose them that player advantage situation. FPX have got to be careful. They've clearly got what it takes to be able to bring the game to Karmine Corp. But this is giving me flashbacks of the finals they played in VCT where they arguably should have beaten EDG and they let so many of those advantages slip through their fingers. Here comes Aeyy with the play again.
He's got a flash out in his hand, still gets one kill. Maybe setting up Autumn for a success, but no, everybody cleaned up. Karmine Corp.
หลังมาไม่มีคนดูไม่มีของ
Just got to try and hunt out where is life. Healed up now, not letting anything
เรียบร้อย
โอ้โหฉึบฉับฉึบฉับ
As Karmine Corp up to 12.
For our first knife kill of Masters Madrid.
โหดไปว่ะ
Do they really count when you've got the thrash attain on them? I think it is the disrespect.
Yeah, I think they shouldn't personally. Don't think we should be recording those in the stats, but.
Stand up now.
Yeah, this is very well dealt with by KC. You can still see some moments where they're not quite anticipating what FPX are going to go for, but for the majority, they have got this on lock. The anticipation of Berlin's push at the beginning of that round and the way they executed was immaculate. They're looking for that punish again onto Tomashi. It's not there.
Not going to get it.
Yeah, this time playing a little safer, doubling up with Magnum as well. KC 1 round away, 5 chances of converting. Keep it clean.
It's going to be their aim. Tucked to the corner, that's life. Avoiding the initial flash across from the ropes. Accurate enough to win that fight now, but dismiss in towards the back now. Underneath for There's plenty more players ready to try and fight him. Target-rich environment. Take your pick, take your time, son.
โอ้ยโอ้ยยืนไหมยืนไหม
And he's on his feet after that one too. If the KC players are trying to keep him rooted in that seat, they've well
24 ตัวยิงอยู่คนเดียวเลย
dropped 24 kills. I mean, he's the only player that's actually able to evade the way that KC are playing, because he can get one, get out, and pick the most awkward timings through all of their utility.
โอ้โหยืนว่ะ
Springs out of his seat, almost knocking it off the stage.
มันไปหน่อยมันไปหน่อย
Definitely
โคตรเดือดเลยว่ะ
back into the fight.
จีนนี่มีอะไรให้เห็นอีก
Into
ชอบ
the
ตั้งแต่
action.
ครั้ง
Karmine Corp.
มัน
Slow and steady. It's their approach to begin. You know how aggressively FPX are liking to play, and they do have both the duelist players. Dash still available. Dismiss there if life gets a kill. Lots of exit strategies, but here we look at this. I mean, they're just holding. 4, and still life claims it.
He's on fire.
First kill
มันหันเป็นหัวเลยอ่ะ
Barely a shred of Narade poking out. Still manages to catch the headshot. Magnum's one away from having a massive ultimate, and they're sneaking around underneath them. Life goes for the re-clear.
Still, it's traded. Magnum is there. On for the 2 there. Yang drops down. Dash is there. Martinez finds it. Forwards now. After the lockdown, it's 2v2. This could be it to seal the map. What is going to be the answer from FPX? Walking out, walking out, hoping that they can punish, but no. Just granted the kill.
จบแล้วครับ
Berlin the IG up.
GG ว่ะคุณแม็กนัมมันไปอัปเกรดมาใหม่ว่ะของดีจัด
Keep his team in the map. Paranoia available. Smokes still there. Wants to walk. They're doubled up. They're dominating the position. If he chooses to peek, slightly into it. There's going to be a shorty ready and waiting. More smoke used. Tap. Force them out into the open. No easy fights, no easy exits. That is Karmine Corp. Sealing it up. Nice and pretty for number 1. 13-8.
ขนาดกันได้เยอะกว่าเดิมแล้วนะนิดนึง
A bizarre opening to Masters Madrid.
มันจีมันแอคทีฟแต่ว่ามาถึงนอกเกมนะ
FPX 7 out of 8 of their rounds taken.
ก็แบบว่าเดินเควสแรกๆแบบขำๆไปแล้วก็ดูแข่งไปด้วย
ผมมาดูพวกไอ้แรงค์ 1แต่ละอาชีพว่ามันเล่นสายอะไรกันพี่เคยดูยัง
อย่างเป็นไงวะ
เอาไปดูพี่ก็ดูสกิลแบบสายที่มันใช้อะรู้สึกเกมกำลังจะสนุกขึ้นอีกแล้วอะ
ทำไมมันเปลี่ยนกันหมดเลยเหรอ
ไม่ก็พี่ก็ลองไปดูดิมันก็แบบมันหลากหลายขึ้นอะเพราะพวกนี้มันวัดจากไออารีนาเวฟอะ
อ๋อไอ้เหี้ยวอลล็อกมันถ้ามันโดนเนิร์ฟไปแล้วไงแต่มันยังโหดโปรเฟนอะไรน่ะ
ผมจะเปลี่ยนสายจากพิตายมทูตเป็นอย่างอื่นดีไหมนะ
วะ
เอาเป็นไหมอะ
ไอ้เหี้ยทำไมท็อป10วอลล็อกแม่งล่อไป8แล้ววะ
พี่ดูแค่ของอาชีพตัวเองดิ
พาสวอลล็อกดูวอลล็อกก่อนวะมีหลายสายเลยวะ
ไม่มีสเปลเบรบ้างหรอ
ลองเปิดดูดิว่าอันดับเท่าไหร่ผมว่าผมไอ้เหี้ยแต่แม่งคิดหนักเหมือนกันนะเพราะว่า
ผมไม่มีเบสมาสเตอร์เลยว่ะ
ของแม่งมาไกลอะ
เบสมาสเตอร์
มันจะมีอาชีพที่แบบติดท็อปคนเล่นน้อยก็น่าเล่นนะที่ไม่ใช่พวกวอลล็อกมันแบบมันเกลื่อน
วอลล็อกแม่งเยอะมาก
เนี่ยบีดมาสเตอร์พาราดินเนี่ย
ผมไปดูรูนก่อน
โอ้โหคนแรกมาเบสแดนเซอร์แม่งแบบ
ดูดิคิวมันใช่ไหม
นี่คือที่ผมอยากคิดว่าจะเล่นพี่ลองดู
เทียบ
ผมแคปเวลามาเลยพี่ดูแค่แป๊บเดียว อันนั้นคือดันเทมเพอรัลชั้น4
ถ้ามันมีคนเลเวล95ติด100 กว่าเลยวะ
โหดเลย
โอ้เดี๋ยวก่อนนะโหวอลล็อกมันอารีนาเว็บ2004
2,000เลยเหรอ
มึงไปดูวอลล็อกดิ
อันนี้หน้าเว็บนี่คืออะไรอ่ะ
ก็อารีนามันจะปล่อยเป็นเวฟมาใช่ไหมก็มันน่าจะอยู่ได้ถึงเวฟ2,400อ่ะ
เฮียโคตรบ้าเลยวอลล็อก
มึงเห็นปะล่ะ
ไอเฮียลิสที่1แม่ง400ชิบหายละ
มึงดูวอลล็อกที่กู
วอล
เล่น
ล็อก
ดิ
แม่งเพียบเลยวะ
มันของจริงกูบอกแล้วเลดเกมอะสกิลที่มันใช้คือไอ้นั่นอะไอ้โทนิกอะไรน่ะฟิชชั่นอะไรเนี่ยกูก็ใช้ไอ้สกิลนั้นอะที่มันคือพื้นแตกอะมึงเห็นไหมมันคือสกิลนั่นแหละ 99.4% ต้องใช้สกิลเนี้ยแบบทุกสายอะโหดจัด
เมื่อไหร่มันจะบัฟไอ้เฮียพี่ตายยมทูตผมวะ
ไม่รู้ว่ะแต่ว่าหลอกมันบัฟมันเนิร์ฟไปแล้วนี่มันเนิร์ฟเป็นสกิล2ใช่จากเกาะไอ้น้ำแข็งไอ้60,000 แล้ว 10,000เต็มที่ทำได้10,000ก็เยอะแล้วนะ
60,000 หรือ 10,000
มันทำแบบสแต็กไปถึง 60,000อ่ะ
อารีนาเว็บนี่เล่นเราได้แล้วพี่
ก็ลีดเดอร์บอร์ดได้ของแหละได้ของแต่ของไม่มีใครใช้ในของในอารีนากันอ่ะ
ของมันคือของอะไรอ่ะ
มันดูในเว็บนี่ดิแล้วมึงเข้าไปตรงไอเทมอ่ะแล้วมึงก็ไปดูที่อารีนามันจะมีไอเทมดรอปเดี๋ยวกูส่งให้
ที่ดูคลิปผมส่งดิพี่
เดี๋ยว
ล่าสุดเนี่ย
โอ้แป๊บนึงนะเดี๋ยวขอปิดจอแล้วเปิดลิงก์มันเด้ง
เนี่ยที่กูส่งล่าสุดเนี่ยมึงดูอารีนาเลยมึงก็ดูของดรอปดูเบสซิดูอะไรอย่างเงี้ยนี่คลิปอะไรเนี่ย
ลองดูดิ
โหดมาก 0.92 อ่ะ
มันแพทเก่าแต่ว่า
เป็นดันอารีนาเหรอ
นี่พี่ตาเหรอ
น้องอันมาเลยครับ
อันนี้มัน
ทำไมมันคล้ายๆเดโบเลย
ใช่
พี่มันคือเกมแนวเดียวกันพี่แฮกกันสแลชคือไอสายเนี้ยมันคือสายใช้ไอเทมเว้ยมันจะมีเบลอันนึงที่กดปั๊บแล้วมันจะมีไอ้ที่ซอมบี้ระเบิดออกมา
ผีระเบิด
คือมันใช้
พักอยู่ไงวาซาบิ
ก็คือมันมีเข็มขัดหนึ่งที่ใส่ปั๊บจะมียา16 ขวดอ่ะแม่งก็ปั๊มผีระเบิดออกมาเป็น10 ตัวแล้วก็มาระเบิดบอส
โคตรเกรียนเลยเ
ฮียบอสเทียร์ 4แตกภายในแบบวิหนึ่งอ่ะ
หรือว่ากูจะบิวสายวอลล็อกไปอีกสายอย่างดีวะทำได้อยู่นะ
I feel like we are ready, we prepared, and I know people don't understand, but FPS pretty decent team. They're really, really strong.
ไอสายที่ผมส่งให้มันคือนั่นมันเลยเป็นเหตุผลที่ไม่น่าดันในแค่อารีนาเวฟได้หรือเปล่ามันดูไม่ได้เก่งเล่นเวฟอะแม่งคือไอ้เหี้ยเนี่ยแบบเขาเรียกว่าอะไรวะระเบิดผีชีพโดดกลางวงเรียกซอมบี้
Full trust in the team, gotta love it. Let's hope that Karmine Corp can close it out in map 2.
พี่สนใจป่ะ
if N is happy, I am happy. What a start it is for Casey here at Masters Madrid. I'm your host Yingsu, and I'm back here with Mimi and Kakuka. It was a great start at Kakuka, and also a very convincing way for Casey to close it out.
Yeah, exactly. It's also not the fact only that they managed to get that first win here at Masters, it's the fact that they managed to mentally reset from what was happening on the server. I think that Eng was very right. FPS can shoot very, very hard. Like the rounds that life was having, how they were just pushing onto them and doing this kind of things we were talking about before. How they thrive in the chaos. It is something that Casey had to overcome, and did.
Yeah, they absolutely did. I think they looked really good in that second half with their game plan on how to shut down the aggression that even on the defense is being brought out by FPX. It's kind of hard to get that initial bit of space and punish people who have pushed up when you only have that get-go. But I think they play around that one piece of utility, even though you can't combo it with another flash very, very well. For me, that's enough to show just how strong Casey's fundamentals are.
Yeah, let's take a look at round 18
because not many people can deal with K4's pressure. Unfortunately, FPX.
มันก็เป็นไปได้อยู่
Yeah, not many.
ไม่ตีมอนมันดรอปอยู่แล้วไงมันดรอปแทบจะ 4%มากกว่า 50% ที่มันดรอปปวด
scaling together into this site, and also I think it's a showcase of how FPX's comp really does show some weakness. Running no Sendi on this map means that if you're hard committing to these rotates, which you kind of need to when you have this initiator comp where you're trying to set up those combos, you leave gaps like this, and Magnum was just taking advantage of this.
Yeah, exactly. And if you combine it with a narrate that was extremely explosive and just going in for the kills, he said that he wanted to pick when he got to Madrid, so he's definitely doing so. And I love that we have this stats for him. We were talking about the versatility, the feeling comfortable, and I think that this was a perfect showing.
It absolutely was. He said he
ตั้ง
was
ตัว
just
มา
gonna
แล้ว
โซเลอร์มันดันเราดีนะ
จริงๆไม่เคยเล่นครับ
And you saw it.
ไม่ใช่ของโซเลอร์
ดูเว็บอยู่โทษที
He did swing in this one. I think that when KC is willing to, in the late rounds, take a little bit of that risk and let him go crazy with feeling it, he's really good and adds an extra dynamic to his team.
I mean, this is the thing. He does this on Gecko. He will do this on Fade as we see him
ก็
later.
ใกล้ๆกันแหละ
Which
ว่า
version of
จ
the
ริง
narrate
ๆ แล้ว
do you
มัน
guys
น่าจะ
think
อยู่
is
ประมาณ
the
แต่ไม่
final
เกิน
boss in the
500 แต่ไอ้วอลล็อกมัน OP ไป
Like his Gecko,
I'm not a Gecko train yet, but I'm a
It's
big
so
fan of
hard
Gecko.
to play Gecko solo
Do it
initiator.
then,
He
do
does
it.
it so well.
Yeah, exactly. I think that he has a very good
1,000
balance on how to support the team, how to go on those more aggressive plays, because he's the kind of player that can do it and will do it without shaking or having like second guesses. When we see him moving around the map and taking the right covers and making the right choices, everything is very well wired in his head. So I think that is why I like the Gecko, and also because he can just like
do it. You have to do the voice. It's too good. Wait, also
She's actually the voice actor.
I am
People don't
actually
know that.
Carnalito.
Yeah, can you please share that, because I feel like it's a way better name than Wingman.
Carnalito, yeah. It's not even the Spanish one. It's in Latin America. They call it little boy Carnalito. And he's very cute.
จากคนเล่นอะคนไลท์ทั้งหมด
I vote that we only call him that from now on.
ระหว่างวอลล็อกในคนเล่นลิกแค่ 2% นะ
เล่นยากอะเพราะมันไม่เข้าใจจริงๆอะว่าที่มันไม่เล่นกันเพราะว่ามันไม่ได้อ่านสกิลหรอกมันก็เล่นตามบิวที่เขาเล่นแจกกัน
ว่าตัวผมก็ชิวๆอยู่นะชิวทุกที่เลย
เล่นได้เล่นได้หมดแหละอยู่ที่มึงพอใจไหนไม่ดีกว่า
เล่นได้หมดอะไรพูดทำไม
อ๋อโอเครู้เรื่อง
เฮ้ยแต่สเปลเบรคนเล่น 9.7% เลยนะเว้ย
It was actually he is what your ranked teammates want to be, in that he needed the right team, right?
Yeah.
He can from
honestly he needed Eng. I think that there is a lot of similarities between the case of Narrate and some other players in KC. And for example, Alpha Year. People might not remember, but there was this moment where Alpha Year was just 16, just picked up by
สายพี่ไม่คนไม่เอาไปฟิกเล่นได้แบบของไม่แพงแบบน่าเล่นเยอะอยู่นะเปิดทางวันอยู่ครับผมน้องบอมสวัสดีครับ
พี่สเปลเบรที่
น้องบอมมีไม่ในวันนี้ครับ
พี่ตายมทูตแม่งไม่เป็นที่นิยมเลย
Absolutely can. And we've talked a lot about the coaches today, but I think you have to credit the IGLing of this team as well. Magnum played with Fnatic right at the very beginning, famous for the ill-fated Sky Flash at the end of Reykjavik. But since then, he's been grinding down in tier 2. He's a name that I think a lot of people had forgotten. But now he comes back in with this KC roster, and is absolutely a pivotal part of this system they built. We saw some great adaptation and mid-rounding on that map, and I think you can credit a lot of that to this guy Magnum.
Yeah, this is the thing. People forget that he was never IGL before. He only started IGLing on this team. I also love a moment we had in EMEA where N called attack pause when they were like 11-1 up, and he did that a lot back in Gander. And we asked him, "You're 11 up. Why are you calling attack pause?" And he's like, "Look, I want us to close out the game, and I heard Magnum make a call, and it was just the wrong call. I had to step in and be like, Magnum, look, I appreciate what you're doing, but you should not be doing that. You should be doing this." And he also said that as time went on, he's had to do that a lot less. His trust in Magnum has grown a lot over the kickoff period. And given the fact, I don't think they called a single timeout, right? I don't think that's what Eng was saying. He was Magnum must have been saying all of the right things.
Many people might think, yeah, after you lose so many rounds in a row, why don't you call attack pause? Eng is hearing everything, and if he feels that the right calls are being made, and to every problem they're already thinking about to fix it for the next round, you don't really need to call attack pause. You think that your team is going to be thrown off the game, you don't want to interfere too much.
แข่งวันนี้ชนะไปแล้วครับผมแข่งต่อพรุ่งนี้เบสออฟ
Why do it again?
แล้วทีมนี่แข่งเจอพวกนี้อย่างตึงโอ้โหมีเอ็กซี่มีไมโลมีทีพีลอยไอ้เหี้ย
ทีมแข่งเชลเลนเจอร์
สมมติกลับมาดีตรงแนว
โอ้โห
ไปยังไงต่อกับพี่ตาดีวะเนี่ยจะมาแข่งกัน4 ทุ่มนี่ยังไงไม่รู้นะพวกเนี้ยโอ้โหจะมันแข่ง4 ทุ่มดึกไปไม่ครับไอ้วอตปาร์ตี้ก็ไอ้นี่ดิก็บอกวันแฟร์บายต้อง2 ทีมันจะแข่งดึกไปทีมเราด้วยเหรอทีมเราด้วย
Yeah, and he didn't need to talk to his players, but his players were giving it on the server. Take a look at this. There's some trash talk from the last.
Guys, some smiles in your face.
Oh,
ตายดีวะ
so it's just for Mazzy. Is it just for Mazzy?
สตรีมแข่ง YouTube แม่งเลยวอตปาร์ตี้ทวิตเอาดิไอ้เหี้ยถ้าทับกันก็เดี๋ยวค่อยสลับจอมาดึงภาพไปทวิตพอแข่งเสร็จฮะก็คือจะมีแข่งรันอยู่แต่หน้าพี่จะโฟกัสกับยิงอยู่ไม่ก็คือจอแข่งก็คือเปิดอีกเครื่องไงเครื่องที่ยิงสตรีมทวิตอ่ะก็คือแคปจอแข่งเองเลยแล้วเดี๋ยวเปิดกล้องไปด้วย
ก็หมายถึงหน้าในกล้องพี่ไงกับจอที่วอลปาร์ตี้
ไม่ในกล้องเป็นเครื่องยิง YouTube แต่มีกล้องอีกอันนึงที่เสพเครื่องยิงทวิตอยู่แล้ว
แต่หมายถึงว่าหน้าพี่โฟกัสกับเกมไงแต่หน้าออกวอลปาร์ตี้แต่ว่าตรงวอลปาร์ตี้มันจะเป็นหน้าที่พี่โฟกัสกับเกมไงก็พี่จะแข่งพร้อมกันที่เลยใช่ไหม
ใช่
for them in EMEA. Even with that, I think this is the map that shows perfectly and more exactly how good they are on the retakes and how the protocols are perfectly sharp because, of course, with 3 sides, things change. And they also change when you have a chamber on the other side. Not very popular in EMEA.
Absolutely. This comp, beyond just the chamber, has a solo Gecko initiator, which I think is a lot harder to make work on this map. If you go for hard execs, that Dizzy gets broken, which
ไม่มีสายหนึ่งใส่สร้อยโซออฟแกมเบิลถ้าติดคีเราจะได้15 วาตต์ออนเกมคีน่าสนใจจัดเลย
Yeah, well, things are going to get a little bit harder for FPX here. It will be KC's map choice, and it's time to send it back to your casters.
เพราะว่าคีมันคีรัวอยู่แล้วไงเกาะเต็มตลอดอย่างนั้น
Yeah, let's get to it then. Map number 2. For Karmine Corp versus FPX.
เกาะไม่เป็นหมื่นเลยนะ
Map 1 was an interesting one to say the least. I mean, very streaky in terms of the rounds with Karmine Corp. You got to expect. These guys are phenomenal on Lotus. It's a map that they've taken, many a strong team to. They look really primed in this map.
มันก็คือไม่ต้องเปิดดีเลย์เลยไง
But now, how are they going to be dealing with FPX, especially on the chamber? This guy has been a standout in the past, and now he's going to be looking to do a little bit more. There's a smoke here.
คนไหนเหมือนรีซอร์
We've taken care of TP back with a rendezvous, but well, Lysol just trying to help out his teammate.
Yeah, bit of a strange decision actually, because Life already had the exit with the rendezvous. Just looking to try to find a timing. Now they're headed.
แล้วตัวยิงแจมเบอร์ไงรู้เรื่องกำลังลั่นเลย
Previously used by teams like Loud on this map. Going to allow KC a really nice C retake.
We
see from Magnum set up here with an nano swarm. I mean, it's just to make sure.
ท็อกซิกสกรีนแบบคือเท็กซี่ขอชมหน่อยเว้ย
Here now, the spike's going to be planted.
อุ้ยเอาดิ
Nice shot onto the target. The fight into the back of the site. They're not clearing.
เฮ้ยนาเลศยิบหายแล้วนาเลศโอ้โห
Straight to them, FPX. They're not messing around. So much to do. Doubled up, stacked up. They give him a freebie. 3 kills now. But a 1v2.
มีพายกระซิบเพราะว่าไม่เล่นของมันเนี่ยเฮียไม่มีกูมาไหมเนี่ยตัวเมื่อกี้ใครวะ
พี่ก็ขนลุกไงพี่
เฮีย
Sheriff just watching this smoke. Put it
โอ้ยท่าน
Double set up there, high, low, and Karmine Corp not quite ready there for the aggression, at least a second wave of things.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of looked like they were ready for the aggression, if anything. I mean, Narrate is tucked into the corner, has his pick, should have been able to pick off Autumn. Oh, that glance behind. And yeah, it's just the fact that Narrate isn't able to hit.
ทำถูกแล้วครับเมื่อกี้มันทำถูกเลยที่ไม่ยิงจริงเราต้องเอา2ตัวมันรอตัวที่2มามันเอาแน่เมื่อกี้แล้วเพื่อนมาเทปแต่ประเด็นคือตัวแรกหันมาไงจริงๆคนที่2หันเว้ยหน้าที่คนแรกกันไหลไปแล้วเพื่อนตามอ่ะคนที่2มันเช็คแทนได้เว้ยถ้าเพื่อนไม่เช็ค
ตัว2ก็หันตามไวมากเลยนะเชื่อมจิต
I think that's a very good strategic idea.
Works well, it really does.
And you said as well earlier, Brent, that Karmine Corp have got a lot of experience on Lotus. They feel very comfortable.
น้องพี่วันนี้ครับ
talking about that too. But they've also played mostly against more meta compositions and relying on having a great understanding of how those work, the timings those take, the utility that they throw. They had very good specific anti-strats in EMEA too. This FPX team does not play conventional Valorant. No. And the composition shows that, but also the way that they run it shows that too. And it's going to be a little harder for KC to get a read on.
KC showed her hand.
Really.
The stack is over towards A, forcing the pivot now in towards B. Having to stop this. I saw back position. Asleep at the wheel there. Needs to call for reinforcements and backup here to try and play this crossfire. Setup, Bulldog singing true. Finding their marks, wide face, but the second shot of the Outlaw is enough to shut that one down. So should be very clean and clinical.
And it's also close to getting Aeyang's ult online. So I would assume
ขอบคุณโอซาก้าบอยนะครับโอซาก้าบอยด้วยเดือน5นะครับโฆษณาขึ้นครับไม่ฟังขึ้นซื้อรถครับ
Don't worry, we don't need the Gecko ult
ตัด
anyway.
ไปขอบคุณครับ
It would have been nice to have it online. Still possible, of course. Aeyang might get it for post plant
โฆษ
here.
ณาขึ้นครับแต่ไม่มีตังค์ซื้อรถ
Something like an ult or pick up and a plant.
ผมครับผม
KC, the war machine starts to rumble. Tomoshi picks up the Odin.
นัดแรกพลาดไม่เป็นไร
This team as well, Karmine Corp. Wallbang lineups. I mean, you're seeing FPX as well.
เดี๋ยว50มันยืนแน่ รอดูเลย
เผื่อมันชนะวิน
He can hit a shoulder just sticking out of life. He goes for another one.
Very bold, very confident. He was dominating in the individual fights when it came to Icebox, so I can respect that level of confidence. But KC, punishing him there. And despite the fact that there were 3 players from FPX defaulting over towards Mound at the beginning of the round, they don't actually have any control there. Double smokes and Aeyang's Dizzy has had to be used twice already in the round just for Mound control. So they're still 10 seconds away from using that in any kind of push into C.
Shin smokes as well. I mean, they jut out just far enough to really put the fear into FPX, wondering if there could be a player lurking and creeping. The door is going to be hit there with a switch. Now a call is made. Paranoia, Dizzy, everything offloaded all together. Shin is really in dire straits. He needs some help from the rest of his team. Dodging and juking side to side. How does he get the 1 kill eventually? Falling.
มันสู้ขาดใจว่ะน่าจะอยู่ทีมนานและซึมซับไอ้ตัวนี้
Toss away his life, wants to play.
เฮ้ยขอบคุณน้องบูมนะครับที่จะเดือนแล้วนะครับเป็นไงบ้างครับดูแข่งว่า
That's a perfect placement of the nade, yeah.
เอ้า
เนตลงแรง
I mean, if anyone was going to go down, and I thought it would be Autumn on 30 health, but Iso just tanks it. Maybe not hearing that in the moment.
The rate, despite the fact that he's spamming down, trying to get a second. Finally, the apple taking out all of it, leaves it to Berlin. He's just got so much to work it against him. Berlin, hello. Here's your time to shine, but Tomasi shuts that one down right quick. So, bonus round conversion not there, but he made it a expensive round. I mean, listen, only 1 player surviving.
ยันเช้าวันนี้จัดไปครับ
Absolutely. I mean, when Lysol goes down to the nade, it looks like KC are going to have their pick of that one. It's going to be an easy battle, but Berlin once again in a pretty similar manner to what he did in round 13 on Icebox. Being able to get way more value from a position than you would expect from him. Makes it very damaging to KC's economy. So now, Karmine Corp coming into the next round have a Bulldog and a Judge to work with. Martine is playing Judge Raze here at the front of B to start this round. FPX haven't been wandering close to B, but I wonder if they're going to try to set up some kind of trap here on Mound.
A chance of it.
Open the door, blast pack out, do something crazy with the Judge perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, Shin's position is really quite far forward there.
The problem is, the more space that you give them over towards A here, Brent, the more that you're going to allow Aeyang to get set up with the Thrash, push Magnum into uncomfortable positions, and get plants down on A. So this is, despite the fact there's a Killjoy and an Odin playing on the A site, this does look a little weak.
There it is now, Thrash clearing out towards tree. Magnum smart enough to give up the space. Be free gained now. Plan down for Berlin. unconventional plant spot. Post plant doesn't allow you to play from stairs to really try and spam that one down. It's actually tucked to the corner. Heavy reliance on tree.
เกมบิน
See if that bites them here. Here's the initiation. The moves in with the judge, eventually shutting down that threat. Martin can't get anything done, but Karmine Corp still there with the rifles. Off to the side, Autumn
โอ้
inside
แล้ว
the
มีอันติ
smoke.
ด้วยโดนว่ะ
Last player left standing. There's 1v2, maybe even second guessing himself, wondering if he gets another one, could be played, but no. Now making the smarter decision here, so saving a rifle, running away with it. So FPX up to a third round.
Yeah, getting themselves into a really nice position. The thing that catches Karmine Corp off guard there when they go for the retake are the unconventional swing timings from FPX. As soon as they hear the paranoia
Gen.G มาแข่งครับ
come out, FPX
ลาวมาชนะ
swing into it. And that catches KC as they go to try to push off the back of the utility, taking gunfights at unfavorable timings. And you'll see here Berlin just manages to catch this one. And you also have Autumn coming out through the smoke. Perfect timing to try to catch Martin in the back.
ไม่แน่เนี่ยเมื่อกี้แบบ FPS แพ้มันยังไม่สั่งอ่ะโดนไปก่อน7รอบนี้เริ่มสวยด้วย
Keep this one going as well. Listen,
มีภาพอยู่นะ
keep using them to just snowball your way forwards.
แล้วยังโดนมินิ4ด้วย
The more rounds as well that FPX get and start accruing is that question you brought up earlier, you know. Karmine Corp, they've been playing against the metacomps. How do you deal with something that's a little bit less standard, especially against a team that plays a little bit less standard too? You know, FPX, we've been seeing them play. I mean, they don't shy away from a lot of individualistic.
เฮ้ยนอนไว้น้องเมกฟันดีครับ
Tucked to the corner. Will he be taken out? Yeah, and dealt with. Winning the showstopper there against the weaker eye.
Yeah, so expensive, but starting to build up to, you know, a Viper's Pit for the next as well. So the ult cycle is still not in a terrible situation, even though they felt it necessary to invest that. They're in a great spot to be able to close this one out too. The weaponry is not great on anyone other than Nare.
Oh, not a player's down, but a double face. Autumn, 3 in a round, might be looking for another one. There it is, with the fourth, so...
With the classic of all things too.
Steadily building his way back up to his own ult that he just expended. 4-1 here, FPX might be starting to run away with it. One round coming up now. Take a look at the economy.
เกมยืนแล้ววินนะ
Karmine Corp be able to get some of those rifles online, but they don't have any big ultimates of their own, really. Yeah, I mean, okay, Martini's one away. Maybe if he gets a kill, get the showstopper too, but it's imperative, really, that they put a stop to FPX here.
Especially if Lyso starts getting into position to pit on the site. Because we saw that on Icebox, that the pits and the more aggressive post-line positions really messed with KC in the way that they wanted to approach things.
Early fight, here my life. Doesn't expect that Shin has already crossed one way, might just see the feet.
Not quite catching it.
Yeah, not quite.
Oh, has he got a glimmer of it there, perhaps? I don't think so.
The boombox
used from Autumn, close to be main. As Life forced to teleport away. Autumn is not quite clear, Thomas, yet.
Yeah, it was broken. It gave the indicator. It gave the indicator for Autumn.
Great movement to be able to escape.
Really heads up as well. Knowing that the boombot was cleared, he's expecting it. He's like, okay, potential there, behind the box tucked.
โดนว่ะแบบนี้
First kill for them, so 50 seconds now. Making the moves over towards the A site. Magnum is here, ready and waiting with the setup. As the nanoswarm still, paranoia. Goes wide, he's holding an off angle. This is really quite aggressive. Offsets the movement ever so slightly enough. Flank around Shin. They weren't expecting that one with the TP, but he's only one man. What can he do? Paranoia glides TP in face.
No way.
No way. No way. Shin. That's monstrous. And Life, he's nowhere near. Sticking this one through. Where's the defuse, but not a clue. Still on it. Puts him to bed. Puts him to rest.
What a kill to end that! And what a play from Karmine Corp! An attempt to try to set that up. And time call. That was an enormous...
ยืนหรือเปล่าขอดูหน่อยดิ จังหวะนี้
They went for their nightfall into the Omen ult. They had no idea that Shin was all the way back there. They had no audio cues. Paranoia, so they have no audio cue on this either. Shin was set up for success. And Life shut it down.
ยืนยืนแล้วเว้ย
เอ้ยชี้หน้า
เฮ้ย
หน่อยป่ะ
นี่เหรอโคตรเดือดทำไมมันเดือดจังวะ
Gonna be reset here for Karmine Corp. Instant timeout called.
Yeah, this is now serious danger. KC unveiling one of their big ideas for how to go for a retake there, or at least to put pressure onto FPX as they were going for the plant. Using a really nice ult combo, still gets stuffed.
อุ้ยมันถึงกับทำไมมันต้องชี้เลยวะโหดจังวะ
Up at the top of the scoreboard for FPX. Finding so many good timings. His awareness in that round to be able to pick off Tamaji early on. The double blast pack retake on A. Autumn has been playing wonderfully here.
Pride of OCE. Stepping up here onto the big stage.
And so many conversations about, you know, what do the communications look like within FPX? Because Autumn isn't super comfortable with only speaking Chinese inside the team, so they're having to do a lot in English too. Is it worth it? Well, if he plays like this, it is.
Yeah, it definitely is.
And Life, who was at the top of the scoreboard on Reina, is still 6-1, barely been punished. Only that one time where he overstayed his welcome slightly on A.
Double control given up, FPX happy to do so. Autumn also one away from his ult.
Yeah, and look at how that round is about to spiral the ult economy out of control for FPX. This ult cycle is getting monstrous.
Magnum is tucked here, has the stinger. Too much util, still finds the kill. Just taking a timing as well, knowing they were going to explode into the side, and he backs away, so toss away his life for no reason. Plant.
This is going to be difficult though for Karmine Corp because they're going to come back into this against potentially big ultimates if Autumn or Lysor are able to get a pick. There are huge ults on the other side. It might have been a good idea to try to stack one of them, the plant.
Yeah, potentially, because Martin's now going to be coming back in. Nade, rebounding, snake by ults, offloading. Thomasy, what a shot, what a shot indeed! The players are top lane here, the rifles matter. Karmine Corp.
Oh, mod.
Showing exactly what makes
them the
number one seed from EMEA.
And just a bit too passive from FPX.
Thrifty.
Resting on their laurels, not remembering the game plan that they had coming in. And that's our second MasterCard Thrifty of the series, I believe. But from what we'd seen earlier on, when Karmine Corp were fighting aggressive post plants deep into spawn to this, like almost the most passive way that you could play this situation, not loading the plant into Lysor or Autumn where you would have a big ultimate to be able to work with. Bit of a misplay, but like I said, the ult cycle is demonic right now for FPX.
Online.
They have literally everything, yeah.
This A-Rubble fight not being contested early by FPX, they want nothing to do with it. KC not even really using too much util of their own. Stalemate just to start things off. Life with the tour de force. Hoping that he can contact in as a slight gap into the smoke. He was praying that Magnum potentially cross into the sideline.
And Magnum is just holding angles where he would be able to catch people, you know, blast packing in with an ultimate. He's looking to try to catch Autumn in a very non-committed place, Magnum, but one where he can just catch headshot sightlines.
Ascent flying out towards B. Narrate's going to be calming this. You still
not a full commitment though at all, is it?
No.
It's just supposed to feel fakey.
All over the place here, but really there's not too much behind it. Still, okay, Prowler, peek.
Oh.
A shot, the quick
scope.
Shuts that one down.
Now
showstopper. Lay it out on top of it. Magnum, he's out of there, vacates it. Nothing to do with it. Side control going to be gained for them. It's being lost all over the place here with Thomasy losing that one. Paranoia swinging through, a little bit delayed here, but FPX are the ones that are coming out on top. Kill feed, filling up with red, and that's all they're seeing right now. Hunted for kills. Magnum, lovely shot with the discipline. Shin, resetting the aim just enough. 1v2. Does he still choose to make a go of this?
ไม่ได้อยู่ดีเยอะไปหมุนเหนียวจัดเลยวะแม็กนัมเฮ้ยขอบคุณเอาไว้สไตล์นะครับ20เดือนนะครับผมขอบคุณครับ
Fear in his heart, causing this to be a retake. Sorry, a save. meaning that KC are in a hole right now, and in a whole lot of trouble. FPX still with some big ultimates that they didn't feel incentivized to use there. We were watching that fight happening over towards the defender's side.
สกิมรีไทร์แล้วครับผม
Big deaths happened in Waterfall. Yeah. Those are kills that I think either happened over the top of or through a smoke, and obviously that first pick is massive. But yeah, just as that smoke was about to bloom into one-way.
โอ้สโมกวันเวตรงนี้แม่ง
That's so nice. Interesting ideas.
โอ้
Lovely idea.
มึงเล่น
Not something that KC was set up to deal with.
ขนลุกเลย
It's an attack-sided map from everything that we've seen, but FPX here are looking so much more successful than they did on Icebox.
Ways exchanged. Berlin looks like he could be playing into a deeper angle, potentially even inside the one-way, but
FPX previously, when they had Aeon's ult online, did end A. They expected it to only be one player there. It was Magnum with an Odin. Now,
น่าจะโดนว่ะ
looking to make his way towards A again, but Berlin with the spike on B. So there's a serious potential that this becomes an A fake with the Gecko ult into a B pivot. That's going to be challenging for KC to deal with.
It depends on the success of these A players.
สวัสดีครับผมน้องซุปซิปต้องอ่านว่ายังไงนะพี่ลืมซุปซีซี่
Paranoia was sent flying a bit prior here, and they put players into 4 positions with Lysor. Be attempting to backstab.
ในเวลามีข่าวกลับไปเฟียส
Weird though, because that means no pit available on site.
Locked down. Close forwards here with a thrash. I'm going to seek to try and fight this one. Really far back positions. Can they deal with it?
โอ้โห
Nails it with a detainment. There's 2 players there. They can't actually enter the fight, but really, they've done the damage here with the bodies. Nothing to break this lockdown whatsoever. Life was being pressured onto that position. Once more detainments across the board. Narrate sticking forwards here.
Narrate
on the board. Magnum really just seeking to delay. He's got his teammates back. aeyy forcing out the wingman. Horn drops down, rebounds half on it. Really needs to swing wide. Magnum needs to shut it down. Not even necessary. It's Karmine Corp with the win in that round. Themselves that third one.
เหนื่อยจริงๆเลยได้แต่ละราว
Really important round for KC to be able to get on the board.
Oh, so sexy.
But I like the ideas actually from both teams. Sure, we didn't see the pit on the site, but we did see them save that thrash for a post-plant situation to try to challenge the lockdown. Unfortunately, the fights just simply didn't go their way. Magnum being able to pick up both of them in that situation is just enormous. If he hadn't picked up both, there's a great chance that FPX are able to push forwards, get the kills, break the lockdown.
กดดันนิดหน่อยครับตามอยู่อาการยังไม่ค่อยออก
จะรอแบบว่าวินเริ่มสูสีเริ่มมาแล้ว
Well, okay. Deep Horn just tagging up there onto Lysor. Couldn't stand his ground there, and even life traded. Taking out Paranoia to set that one up, jumping up into the shots. Going wide. It's the weaker weapon, so it should just be an easy job. Finishing them up. Strenuous. There's a rifle gain here for Berlin.
He doesn't have the spike
now. He was hoping to just TP himself out of there. Doesn't win the fight out. So
มีสปายอยู่ในตัวไปละ
round 10.
But now FPX rifles back on board, and this is where the ult cycle has declined a little bit here for the attack side team. But they haven't really been able to find use out of this pit. It's been the one big ultimate, actually, that they haven't used at any point. They're going to take a timeout here, discuss what the round game plan should be. I feel like the game plans have been good from FPX. Generally speaking, apart from that one
แมปแรกก็ยิงอยู่นะมาตินอะ
where they just played a little too passively.
แต่มันยังไม่ค่อยเข้าแก๊ปเครื่องยังไม่ติด
ผมชอบเก่งว่ะ
Aggressive in Karmine Corp's faces, forcing the duels, utilizing nice pieces of utility like the one-way on C,
เหมือนทีมเพลงเปลี่ยนไปตามสถานที่เลย
towards B as well.
Really proactive calls being made by an FPX team that, honestly, I thought were going to be riddled with these communication issues, you know, having to really translate twice, you know, Berlin having to talk and describe these game plans throughout. It led to the macro game of FPX looking a bit weak. I mean, Magnum pointed it out. We've said it many times now over the course of the series. But that hasn't really been the case. I mean, they have been rapid in terms of the way they've been pressing the issue, forcing KC to react to them. And it's been by hair's breadth, really, in terms of KC being able to win some of these rounds out. Maybe they can even it out. Maybe they can make it 6-6 here. Timeout is being taken by FPX because they're feeling that struggle now to hold on and maintain this lead that they've gained.
KC have also, I think, found it a little difficult to tell exactly where FPX have been moving around the map. because they're playing quite far back. I mean, they push forward in like B main at the beginning of the rounds, that kind of thing. But generally speaking, Karmine Corp are taking a more passive approach to the defense, relying on those good retakes. And that's giving FPX a lot to work with. Here we see KC start the round with 3, ready to play around A rubble.
วงในบอก2-1พี่ว่ามันกันไม่อยู่หรอกรอสลับ
วงใน
Just the one way used.
มีหลายวงเหลือเกินตอนนี้
Hoping they hear the sound cue of that one. Viper's pit dropped down in through C.
And Narrate actually saved all of his Fade utility. Didn't throw any for the rubble fight at the beginning of the round. They're not worried about that area of the map. KC have maintained control of it at the start. And now you can see both teams saving a lot of their utility. They're expecting KC to play passive, and they're also not really fighting rubble, so both teams coming into the mid-round here with tons to work with.
Just conserving everything. A lot of contact plays online. Re-clearance of rubble is called. Snakebite and a nade combo is excellent, but no players ready to receive. Still, it gives them the space. Haunt. Really actually catching onto a few of these players. They're lucky to be alive, backing away. Meanwhile, out through B, that's a trade.
โอ้โหเหตุเกิดจากวางของ
And he's just swinging through an Anaswan there as well. He's opened the round up so wide for FPX.
6 นัดครับโอ้โห
Aeyang's been such a beast in this series so far. Hit drop down. Berlin's watching for it again here.
พอไหม4 วินแมปนี้
You're exactly right, Josh. I mean,
พอ
be the difference maker.
แบบตี
แต่มาตีนดูแบบไม่ค่อยตื่นในด้านนี้
A seize, a haunt, whatever, at the start of the round. But he did Prowler B main, and he found out that there was a lurker there. But he thought it was only one. Magnum is about to pull out his turret after killing Life there, because they are so convinced there would only be one B lurker. They're getting caught off guard by the unconventional way that FPX are playing, and it creates moments like that, where KC have an assumption that is wrong, and it bites them in the ass.
ไม่พอละ
Money is
ผมมัน
just absolute
ตัดอะ
bargain
ไอ้
bin
ไรอะ
purchases for Karmine Corp.
โอ้โห
Working with scraps to the final round of the first half.
แม่งซิ่งจัดอะมาเล่นแชมเบอร์มันเข้าไปโซโล่ในบีอันติรอยิงได้ปุ๊บวับออกมา
Hoping that they could maybe get a favored fight, taking it with the numbers that they've got. But
เห็นภาพเลยแม่งตัดยับแน่สลับฝั่ง
space given and granted for FPX
ตัว
out
first shot
towards C mound.
ผมเคซีแม่ง
And
ผม
Aeyang
แบบ
picks up his
ดึก
ult.
ดำบรรพ์อะมันเล่นได้แค่ไม่อย่าง
Really happy to work them
เดี๋ยวต้อง
out.
ดูก่อน
And this is looking like another one where they fake it. Bit of a feint over towards C. Now opening the door, putting pressure on Magnum.
ง่ายๆเลยแค่เปิดประตู
Pulls out that trap play setup. This wall tucked behind it. Magnum. Maybe he could do something about it. Nightfall here. Forward sound cues missing, taken away. Plant still online for it.
Ow.
No, he's just spotted. Everybody watching towards the wall, but that is a nasty shot by Tomazi. And through main. Able to block that angle up. Actually, might just be through to Smoke here. Oh, sound cues. Life is really just going to rely on his aim. Smoke finally blooms and blossoms to cut off these available players. But guess what? That
โกเปลี่ยนเกมมาข้างหลังครับ
coming in right from the side. Tomazi sticking. Half already. Has to get off of it. Has to get the kill.
เรียบร้อย
Expecting it. The full
4-8
and an 8-4 finish for this opening half.
มึงกู้ดิ
เจอกันแมป
Very nice ending there from FPX. Good way of adding extra layers into that. And a very competent attack side on a map where KC have been very dominant in EMEA. It's an attack-sided map in general, so don't count out the European squad from being able to make a comeback happen. But the pressure is now firmly on them.
I'll send it down to the analyst desk to break it down.
Thank you very much, guys. It is a great half and a nice start from FPX here. But let's take a look at a Verizon high-speed moment of the match, because this one goes to Shin. And what a play this was, Mimi.
Yeah, it was impressive, right? But this round started off so good for FPX.
วินนี้โคตรน่าคัดเลย
And then Shin, I mean, just incredible instincts to get behind instantly on this TP and almost win it. But he did lose the round in the end. And that's the story of this half. It is FPX up 8-4. And for me, this was a very different FPX from map 1. It wasn't defined by Life going crazy, by these super aggressive pushes in the late round. It was instead them playing really good fundamentals. Starting off the round 1-3-1, pressuring the extremities, and then late rounds, making really good reads and actually out-calling Magnum to get ahead.
Yeah, I think they out-mental the plan that K-Corp originally had for this map. If we look at the Viper wall that they were using from the attack, it differs completely from what we see in EMEA. We were talking about the Odin, Thomasy going crazy. It doesn't hold a lot of value if that position is not going to be held by them.
But this does get risky in the
EDG มันแบบมันโหดทุกคนอะโหดเบอร์ทุกคนไงมันเลยดูแบบดูกลมกลืน
having this lead, and I think on this defensive side as well, this is where we really get to see what this team is made of. They have to be on top of these rotations, because Karmine Corp is a team who's really good at selling these little fakes, at playing into the right site in the mid round, and then having super strong post plants.
Yeah, it is a healthy lead, but a pistol could change everything as we head back into the second half. With your casters, it's Brennan Saito.
So for Karmine Corp, I mean, backs against the wall with this one. Hefty lead for FPX. Look, keep it going with the pistol.
Look at this pistol round buy. It's really interesting, actually. We've got 3 players with sheriffs online. Shin on attack side Omen has bought 1 smoke and a teleport. So he's clearly planning to get value out of that as part of their
มันเป็นสไตล์จีนอยู่แล้วจีนมันแบบ มันก็มีแผงของมันแล้วมันเป็นสไตล์อ่ะฝรั่งเลยดูมั่วมั้งมันมั่วแบบมันดูไวมันไม่มั่วนะสกิลอะไรมันส่งสวยอยู่นะเฮ้ยขอบคุณน้องฮ่องเต้นะครับ12 เดือนนะครับขอบคุณครับ
Flying corners cleared, making sure they're there with the diligence. Nade rebounding, but Magnum holding down the ground forwards. It's the approach, but again, there's just nothing to deal with this guy. He's just rattling off shots.
คิวจอยเชอร์ลีฟว่ะแมกนัมหรือว่าซูชิวะเนี่ยเฮ้ย
Hello, gets off of it, but now damage is done. Snake bite tap. They've got to realize this now, surely, with the time cues, but they all collapse in time. Karmine Corp, the pistol round win.
I thought there was a little bit of danger there. Turns out, Thomasy, he had his orb and a snake bite on the plan. So not too much danger. Berlin was maxed out at only being able to get half on the spike. This is the play, though, that really wins them the round. They're not just fighting Heaven aggressively with the Viper wall. They're planning to swing through their own Viper wall to be able to hard clear out anybody that was looking to try to play retake in that area. Great pistol round strategy. Well cooked up by KC. Gives them a chance.
Going to be expended
เฟียวดีกว่ามาดโคตร
Some control towards a rubble, but a stack of 4 players is going to be
เดี๋ยวจะนิ่งไปยืนมือให้แอซิดแท็กหน่อยไว้
Look at that dizzy connection. Which way is the fight going to
อ้าว
go?
หายละ
Could have gone in any direction, but eventually
โอ้ยแม่งสวยจัดตอนนี้
Bulldogs carried them through it.
Yeah, after that initial wave of utility, got the first 2 kills for FPX. They just couldn't quite hold on. As soon as the KC players could see, they shot back.
โอ้มาเอ้า
Life tries to make the play there, shut
อย่า
down.
เสียเยอะกว่านี้
All down to Berlin. We've seen some
ช้อปปิ้งแป๊บ
outrageous situations from Berlin so
โอ้
far
ได้
in
บูลด็อก
this
เลย
series. He's managed to pick up a bulldog. But I think this would just be a little too much. He's gonna need a freebie.
อยู่กับ F ครับอยู่กับ OB ครับ
There's an option though. Magnum's just jiggling the corner out towards Link. Berlin making sure to clear everything before he starts the approach now. 1 smoke, 2 smokes. Freshly rejuvenated.
He's found a timing past Magnum, but he's set up a crossfire. This triple setup is so strong.
You just don't win it. There's too much to account for. Too much to account for. So
แค่
3 players
ถือ
surviving.
ว่าไม่เสียหายมาก
3 rifles to carry into the bonus.
The Bermuda Triangle post plant setup. You ain't getting out of that one.
You can't do it. Can't do it.
So yeah, this is going to be a fairly potent bonus round, but not the most that we've seen. There was a little bit of damage there. Also, something to keep in mind, Autumn was 12-3 to begin this map. So you look at where he is on the scoreboard right now, he hasn't been doing too much since that absolutely electric beginning. Bit of a struggle. In order for FPX to be able to close this out and take their 2nd map ever at a global event, you're going to need big players like Autumn or Life to really make sure that they can close this one out.
Berlin trying to make the most of the Odin spam. Well, that util was used just to set Shin up into a forward position through rubble. And the second wave is going to be used early on here. I mean, talking a minute 20.
โอดินกับห้องนี้มันอร่อยเกิน
ลงมาลังทัดห้องเนี้ยโดนไหมเนี่ยออกมาข้างนอกไปเรียบร้อยอยู่ดีๆก็ออกมามอบเฉย
เอาเราไปหนึ่ง
โอ้โหงงจัดเฮ้ย
Out wide into the open, Lysor, he's found his straggler up onto the opposite side of the map, but really the damage is done. Life has to make a go of it. Wall fades, no one accounting for it. Spike dropped down, he's brought this into a 2 versus 2. Definite chances here for him.
Serious opportunity for FPX to be able to recover this. Oh, that's a ton of damage onto Life though. The Odin spam perfect. But he might have distracted for Lysor to find a timing.
He's just looking for the ropes, man.
That's a bonkers play to go for.
This ropes plan now gets so much more difficult. Lysor, how do you cut up these angles? How do you find the right fights? How do you isolate them? He's not even clearing Shin. Tucked up there. There was a player ready to swing.
8 บุก 3 บอม
Should have been more dangerous than that actually for Karmine Corp. Shin somehow manages to make
มันทำอะไรเมื่อกี้เห็นไม่ได้ดูวะตัวทีอ่ะ
มันอยากได้ข่าวป่ะ
อุ้ยไม่ต้องอยากได้ขนาดไหนก็ได้
This is an anti-bonus. You have an economy advantage to clear the round out. And he just wanders out through the rotation. It's the kind of play that you should never be going for. And I think he just got completely lost with what was occurring there. Didn't think that KC were committed to rubble whatsoever. And we've seen a few moments from him throughout this series. He's matched the big round-winning plays with those kind of moments where he loses the plot a little bit.
Certainly has. Interesting play by FPX here on their half-buy, eco, whatever you want to call it. They throw a ton of utility at a rubble and they over-rotate immediately, so they have the stack. They're trying to force Karmine Corp right into them. They're going to get their wish granted. Martin can't see anything yet with the Phantom in his hands, making sure work at him. Wide face, driving by. One player left standing, it's Autumn. Feels his position. Earns a kill because of it. Really should not be any more danger in this.
With the stack dodged, KC should be able to rely on their discipline to get them through this one. No problem. The time's an issue. Autumn's been stuffed in the corner. Has no idea that these two players are so close.
He's getting bullied. Lunch money taken here. The high-low setup. Very little chance and opportunity. And so 8-8.
And not only 8-8, Brent, Karmine Corp now actually favored in my opinion, because I talked about it on the attack side for FPX. The ult cycle is just monstrous. Look at what they're starting to get up to. Lockdown available. Those are going to start to build up. And the showstopper. This composition has so many tools to be able to chain stuff together on the attack side.
มันเป็นภาพโบนัสเอง
This now might be a little too late for FPX. They had their opportunities early on in this half to make it dangerous for KC. Round 15, round 16, getting that stack that you called out too, and yet weren't able to convert on them. Now they need some hero plays, because if you just look at things, all things being even, an attack side map where KC is starting to get big ults online, with the quality of this team, FPX should be in the squeeze right now. So they are going to need somebody to step up.
That's why the timeout's called.
โมเมนตัมมาแล้วด้วย KC.
Honestly, maybe just rein in Berlin in a little bit might help.
เหงื่อออกเลยมึง
Been costing them too much. Just that one round that just sticks out in my mind.
เพื่อนกูยืนไม่หยุดเลย
Over the Odin.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you have those round losing plays in big situations, they're actually worse than the round winning plays that you get in some other spots. And when we think back to Icebox, one of the worst parts for FPX was that they were only winning 43% of the time when they were up a player, when they were 5v4, when they got the first pick.
I mean, speaks volumes, I think, about Karmine Corp's ability to turn situations like that, but also for FPX, I mean, that is
They were tossing some of those situations.
It's pretty dire, isn't it, not being able to convert?
With things like going for those mid-round reclears and trying to take possession of the round even though you were up players. It's a very risk-positive play style that FPX have. But they can bite them. This is where you gotta try to take the risks though, I think. You can't just sit back and allow KC's ults to come at you.
Right for whole cacophony of util, used to try and clear out towards the C site. Shin's ult just being offloaded here, so...
Yeah. Looking to try and put pressure on anybody who might be anchoring into the site. They would have been deafened. Shin might have been able to get huge value out of an ultimate there. But they're not overstepping themselves and overreaching. FPX are now going to be in a retake with life, opping. No ults to work with.
And this lockdown. Precise time to be used here. Ults, util, paranoia, but it really doesn't do enough damage to clear this one out. So FPX forced to run away, tail between their legs.
Yeah, the mosh, the nade, none of it finding value.
Time now becoming an issue. Here comes the approach. Satchel's in, Dizzy's there, but Wingman follows it up. Stunned up. Well, cosmetic in nature. FPX still. All here now. Shin, last one left. Having a defuse. They're watching for it. They knew he was there. Barely enough with the time.
And what a retake from FPX. They hit the commit button and they won all of the aim duels.
เป็นไงพี่เอ๋
They'd already used such big pieces of
เติมไปทีเดียวมาเลยว่ะ
It's wild. I mean, look, no paranoia, no nade, no mosh. Just being able to win.
เนี่ยวันเวตัวเมื่อกี้นี่ปวดอยู่นะ
Particularly those kills against Martin and Tomasi there, being massive difference makers.
กลุ่มหน้าเลย
กลุ่มขมับเลยครับ
That was a round that KC were expected to win and did not. Big ult.
ท่านมันมีออฟด้วยนี่พี่
It's broken their ult
มันเอาแน่วินนะ
Same opener for Karmine Corp. Out towards C now. Lysaw. That is. Okay, just spam straight through. That's one way to clear the pit. If he didn't get it, at least
โคตรเศร้าชีวิต
And I say broken the ult cycle, but Martin being able to enter the showstopper and Tomasi being able to get the pit online as well. They're fighting tooth and nail for this.
โอ้แล้วเติมมันตีแบบหมดสิทธิ์อะ
ตีไม่อย่างโกงเลย
จะโดนมาข้างหลังอะดิ
Pit blocking off all the avenues out towards Waterfall. Thrash might be the answer here for Ayang. Berlin can't work his way through that one way. A lot of util being used to try and push them back, but look at how difficult this is. I mean, you're just clearing one section of the ult detained. Did catch leave the one clearing through. Need the guns at least with the fight. It's Magnum. Dominating that one angle. Looks to really just step towards them now when he spots the final few players, and Berlin's out of there.
เต็มเลย
Oh, what a response from Karmine Corp. Kept it simple, used the ultimates, got themselves a round win, and that builds up the economic safety net that they have.
Yeah.
But now it's 9-9 with all of the big ultimates starting to try favor FPX. Now it's going to be a while before Karmine Corp knows to rely on
มัน3 ไซส์3 ไซส์ไง
It does feel like Lotus is very based on what ults you have
โดน
online.
หัวด้วยนะเหลือเชื่อ
รีเทคก็รัวๆรีเทคยากด้วยเมื่อกี้แบบ KC รีเทคไม่ได้แทบไม่ได้เลยได้น้อย
KC just looking like they want to focus on mount control.
เฮ้ยขบวนน้องมีมิวนะครับมีมิวด้วยนะครับก้าวเดินนะครับเป็นคัมแบ็กนะครับ
Deep smoke that Shin places down. Everybody plays inside of it to dodge any
โดน
attempt
ตี
to
4
flash
เลย
retake.
And this feels like
มารัวๆครับตีแผล
Yeah. They're not worried about running into life.
They're scrimming, man. Practicing the C execs.
Very much so.
มาทีนี่เมาส์มันดูไวๆนะอย่างกับซัมติง
Does have his ult. Needs to stay alive though. If he wants to use it in this, any chance of it, a tap from the rate. With the spike, they are trying to force out at least some util, maybe the ult out of them. Now sticking and committing into it. Round setup.
เกือบแวบๆ
เห็นแวบ
เรียบร้อย
Away with the rifles here. Karmine Corp. It is quite passive position, just giving up basically the back section of the site.
Does Autumn choose to ult? Down 4v5.
Would be a crazy one. That's essentially a solo swing there from Lysaw. Not really set up for it. Life onto the flank. Lambot notifying the team of his position. Not too many more pieces left for FPX to do anything about it.
And these last 2 rounds have been just what the doctor
ๆนี่เราฟื้นเลยดิตอนเนี้ยรวยเลย
it was looking on a nice edge that it could spiral out of control.
โอ้สู้ยากจัดแล้วตอนนี้
They've kept it so clean. Only that one round going the way of FPX. And at this point, FPX are going to have to try to come up with a different way of holding on to C. You look at how Karmine Corp are taking mount control at the start of the round. Shin throws a smoke, they get a teleport into the smoke, they have double faces in case anybody's playing aggressive. They can use Fade utility there as well, Prowler when they get in. It's all very rigorous. Look, there's the smoke that you can see. Martin's inside of it instantly. They can swing out of this in a variety of directions, avoid any dizzy. If there's a paranoia, they can hide inside the smoke.
ไอ้มุมนี้เหมือนจะเป็นมุมที่โดนไลน์อัพลงมาบ่อยๆ
ใน
บนลับเบิลนะ
ใช่
บางทีมันก็เซตเทียร์
Safety at least for some of the players. Now I saw respect that one. Berlin dropping down. Nightfall now being used to clear. In the midst of all of this chaos, Berlin, man, he was setting up another one-way smoke. Still with the rifle traded.
More than one way.
Shin rips that one away from him. 50 seconds left. Quite efficient. The attack side around here for Karmine Corp. Plenty of time left if they want to take a pivot.
But the problem is, the more the time ticks, the more Autumn's ultimate becomes a game changer. You do not want to get in a situation where you're trying to exec with only 25 seconds left and there's a showstopper on the other side. KC hoping that any stack over towards C would have been dismantled at this point.
FPX ไม่หลงครับ
Feels like they're going to be pivoting into
อยู่ทุกไซส์ไซส์ที่มาไม่เปิดเสียง
everybody out towards C and the players they're running away but they hear it jumping around also
โอ้โห
not expecting it the rate's already there Dizzy
ยังไง18 วิบอมอยู่ในมือ
has to deal with this player he's got the spike in his hands no teammates nowhere near at all he's got to try and force his fight and the rate wins it 8 seconds he's got to get this plan down and it's being covered surely no spam he does it's an extension into the round
monstrous from the rate he's 22-11 in the map so far and trying to win this round almost on his own waiting for the cavalry to arrive
Horn spotting it avoiding it the bullets hailing down onto it but his head just peeking out and over
อุ้ยนเรศมาแล้ววะหันเป็นหัว
โดนแซงไปแล้วเหรอเนี่ย
แซงแล้วนเรศกดไป24ครับไป11
ติดดาว
Sometimes we'll see him on duelist and you can see why when you look at this guy's talent. So many duels here that weren't favored. Where it looked like an FPX player had caught him.
Ooh, Marshall. Marshall, can you look at me for a second? Oh my god.
Yeah, Shin's happy about that one.
This time Karmine Corp setting the sights over towards A.
And the push out C from FPX, they knew they had to change something up. And now Magnum's got the read on it. All right, so they were aggressive on C. Let's try and push it into A fast.
What is that?
ไม่มีภาพแล้วอ่ะพี่
Spam through, catch onto Berlin. Didn't stand a chance there. Well, they catch the C push yet. Magnum is watching for it, knowing that.
Another duel though, where Lysol could have found the timing, and instead, the Karmine Corp player comes out on top, readjusting the aim.
It's falling to pieces.
It's
a good go of it there. Looks away two of them, but not enough to withstand the pressure.
GG แล้วเล่นยากแล้วการเงินมันไม่ทันละ
Rotations, players. It's a timing game. It's a timing game. Shin's seen the barrel. He's seen the barrel, and he takes care of him. 12 rounds. Now game for Karmine Corp. One step closer to taking the series entirely.
An 8-4 half. And as soon as KC get onto the attack side, navigating danger, putting together some excellent rounds. Chaining ults, punishing the C defense, reacting correctly too. And a reminder, yeah, we thought that this would be one of the least even matchups on paper. FPX came into this one hoping to be able to get at least a map, maybe a match win, show the global stage that they were capable of so much more than they've done in the past. Now they're one round away from getting knocked into the bottom portion of our Swiss stage.
Face your fear!
Nightfall suspended once more. Prowler connecting, Magnum holding, watching. What is that by Autumn? Those are amazing. Hell of a time to come alive. His team definitely needed it. And the kills are just being collapsed upon. Shin, he's got his ult, picks up the spike positions now, but guess what? Berlin might be one step ahead. He's running his way back over towards A. It's kind of reaction to plant though.
ชิมมันจะไหวตัวทันหรือเปล่า
So Shin has a chance to close the case entirely. 1v2, Aeyang has the ult, a lot of util. Shin reveals his position, Thrash. Oh, Bunny hops online, wide swing and face there. Paranoia repositions out wide to the side. Shot connects, snaps to it. Shin will not find it.
ไม่พลาดหรอพี่
FPX
ศพกระตุก
alive for now in the map. As Aeyang is the one to do it.
What a recovery in that round for FPX to find 4 kills off the
ประ
back
กาศแล้ว
of
น้องชอน
Guardians.
ไม่ได้ดู
Two
เหมือนกัน
players, the 2 star players, Autumn and Light, just being able
เห็น
to
ประกาศอยู่ วันสุดท้ายจะไม่เหมือนวันอื่นจะเหมือนกันหมด
Autumn, again, I keep wanting to mention, he was 12-3 at the beginning of this map. He still only got 17 kills.
ตัวสุดท้ายมันยากมากว่ะ
FPX can still bring this to overtime. The big heavy hitting firepower from FPX has got to come online now when they need it most. Otherwise, KC
จ่ายการเงินมัน
are going
ลำ
to
บาก
win this series.
ตอนนี้ KC ซื้อได้จนจบเลย
First time we're seeing a bit of aggression on the defensive side here from Life. Horns dealt with, smoke forward, so many positions to look for here, but a Boombot now, look at the levels to it, the layers to it.
ต้องจ่ายของไล่รูเบนแชมเบอร์
Boombot Prowler, you have to respect it. Rendezvous back now, and here comes the C hit. Pressure there. Martin was vulnerable up. There was a nanoswarm at his feet, but now there's a snake bite to try and respond, and a flood defense by FPX is caught. Dizzy missing wide, facing.
ตัวไวเปอร์ได้ไป2 ตัว
Two there. The rate is eager to take the challenge straight to them. He's eager to put an end to the entirety of this series, but a spike has been dropped into the middle of nowhere.
That's the big problem now. Extraction is the name of the game. KC, Magnum's trying to cause some chaos, see if he can pull people away from the C site, threaten some kind of wild lurk, but would they really push through Waterfall here to retrieve the spike? Or is it all a fake?
แล้วบอมตกกันเลย
Subterfuge being thrown into the mix. There's a horn to
สงสัย
It's back up onto the space.
สงสัยเอ้าบ้า
It goes missing. And now Waterfall control is theirs. Autumn is there with a crosshair placement. And White now have to deal with these players. Karmine Corp. It's all down to 1v1. And this is it. Again, continuation of the series. Or will it be that slam at Dunk? Thomasy wraps it around. 20 seconds left. Spike still not retrieved.
โอ้โห
He finishes the job.
GG บายบายว่ะ
Bye boy บัฟยืนเฮ้ยนั่งซิดเลยว่ะ
That's a great way to get the nerves settled.
มันเอาเรื่องเลยว่ะ
Showcase that you can do it on the biggest stage, the global masters stage. These players with such small amounts of experience, but such a great system behind them, and passionate fans that are hoping they can go so much further. FPX certainly pushed them, but no map win for the Chinese squad, who still only have 1 so far in these 3 global showings. They'll have more chances. This Swiss system gives them future opportunities as well, though they have no idea who they'll be facing next. You could say that about both of these teams, though, because to be honest, when you look at the other matches that you've got coming up, it is difficult to predict who the favorites are. And just to revisit that topic, Bren, we were saying at the start this should have been on paper one of the most one-sided matches you could get, and yet we had a 13-8 where things looked very close. We had it wrapped up at 7-7, and then a 13-10 on KC's map pick. Parity may well be the key word here at Madrid.
FPX definitely bringing it and testing at Karmine Corp, but they come out strong. It's a 2-0 actually in terms of that map scoreline as well. And like you said, I mean, a series of unknowns leading into it. They don't know who their next opponent is going to be. It's up in the air. They're going to be paying close attention to these upcoming matches, including the one that we got coming up even next. That one is going to be a certified banger, man. I mean, Gen.G versus Loud, who knows which direction that one's going to go.
It's impossible to call. KC are going to be so happy, though, that they got that win under their belt early. It's going to give them the opportunity to watch these other games that are happening. They're a team that loves to prep, loves to practice. They were talking about the fact that it's been difficult to get that.
ความเท่มันต้องใช้เวลาสร้างครับผม
That's a great start to the tournament.
Absolutely. Well, that's us finished. We'll send it down to the analyst desk to break it all down so far.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm joined by Mimi once again. What a fantastic win and stuff. But it is for
KC
Jacob,
ที่
of course.
ฝรั่ง
The
เศสนี่ดัง
majority of
นะ
these players, Mimi, they've
FP
never
เยอะอยู่
even played on a global stage before, and they
แพ้
just
ได้อีกรอบ
choose
หนึ่ง
their
ครับยังไม่กลับ
FPS.
กำลังเบิ้มสายตัวเองอยู่วะ
There's a lot of the big matches they were playing. That finals against Heretics was online because the player wasn't there. For them, this match I think meant a ton to really get acquainted to that stage, to a bigger crowd, to a new environment. It's a lot of new stuff for these players, and honestly, I think they came out swinging. People can critique that it wasn't the stomp a lot of people predicted, but I think that was people underrating FPX. Like Eng said in that first halftime interview, this team has shooters. They'll catch you off guard. I think they're a real kind of test team that pushes you just enough if you're one of those top squads to be worrying, but it's about how you bounce back, and they absolutely did.
Yeah, I was getting a little bit worried there towards the end. Honestly, I felt like FPX, they might have been able to push them all the way to overtime, but the fact that Casey actually closed it out, Mimi, especially for, you know, a player like Madam, who everybody used to harp on him for not being able to close games out, for being a bit shaky in those moments. I think I'm getting on the Casey train really
Are
early.
you bringing back like the
Really
2021
early.
fraudnatic narrative about Magnum?
But I'm saying that that's no more, right? This is a new look, and I mean, we were watching the games. You were telling me, Nare, MVP of the tournament already, early shout.
I'm kind of feeling it. I mean, reactionary Randall, but this guy just came out and absolutely impressed. The second half especially, I think they had a great read. They realized there's not a lot of soul in this comp. They just kept pounding this C site. And for me, honestly, when you see this team go for an exec, they commit so perfectly around the utility. Just really clean stuff here from Karmine Corp to kick off Madrid.
Yeah, and speaking of Nare, he's standing by with Kakuka in the Verizon post-match interview.
Bienvenidos a todos a la primera entrevista después de haber ganado Casey este primer partido aquí en Masters Madrid. I'm here joined with Narrate. So first of all, congratulations on the first win of Madrid.
Narrate.
How you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good.
Okay. Let's try, okay?
Yeah.
Let's celebrate.
Buy the KC bundle.
Thank you very much, guys. I mean, the crowd has been amazing, so thank you very much. Now back into the interview and the actual questions. First of all, how do you think this team has been different from everything that you've seen in EMEA? How the preparation has been different to, you know, adapt into a Chinese team?
Well, obviously we have, like same thing with every team in this competition. We have a lot of info on them, so it's not really any different from any other team we played. I would say that they're really good at like making really good individual plays. Just absolutely, if you make any mistake, they will punish the fuck out of you, and it's like, it's really hard, to be honest. Like, we can play perfectly, but if some guy just finds a perfect timing, he's gonna kill all of us.
Okay, le he preguntado qué tal ha sido, ¿no? Prepararse para todo esto, para equipos diferentes a los que está acostumbrado en EMEA, y me ha dicho que la verdad tiene mucha información en los equipos, pero que la preparación es básicamente la misma. La información está ahí y sienten que FPX les ha castigado bastante, ¿no? En cada error que podían cometer, ahí estaban ellos para poner la bala. Of course, you had a brilliant performance. Let's call it like that. How do you think this is going to translate into the rest of the tournament? Because of course, you guys are the least experienced in some senses. Do you think that gives you that underdog power?
I mean, to be honest, we don't really see ourselves as underdogs or overdogs. We're just a team that we're gonna try to play every team as well as possibly can, just play our game. So I don't think it's really gonna affect us. Like, even though like you saw at EMEA that we don't need stage experience. We're just the players that we are. We don't crumble under pressure, and that's it.
Dice que no se derrumban ante la adversidad, que no necesitan esa experiencia y que todo el torneo debería de ser así. No se consideran que sean débiles o que vayan a sufrir por todo eso. Real quick, before I let you go, Chamber, Reina, of course, a lot of things that we do not see in EMEA. Was it hard for you to adapt onto all of that, or was it just the duels?
To be honest, like, it's not that hard to adapt to. Like, obviously we knew their comps before we played them, just because they played them in like Chinese League, and so like we kind of knew what we were going into. But also, I feel like a lot of EMEA teams also play kind of crazy stuff as well. So it's not like we played against a billion different comps and scrims, and it's just preparation, and our preparation's really good, and we know what they're gonna do, and yeah, we just execute.
la preparación también por encontrarnos a gentes como Chamber, como Reina, cosas que no solemos ver en EMEA. Dicen que la preparación ha estado ahí, que estas composiciones ya han jugado contra ellas en Scrims, en EMEA también, así que se lo podían esperar, sabían cómo adaptarse a todo esto. Well, thank you very much. I will let you go. We'll see you in a couple of days. And you guys at home, do not go anywhere because there's Gen.G against Loud coming up next.
Red Bull gives you wings
สเปนเป็นประเทศเดียวในยุโรปใช่ไหมที่พูดภาษาสเปนนอกนั้นเป็นฝั่งอเมริกาใต้ไม่ใช่ขอบคุณน้องมาวินนะครับมาวิน3 เดือนนะครับเป็นคำแบงนะครับเดี๋ยวนะพี่งงสเปนมันลาตินน้องเดอะแทนสวัสดีครับภาษาสเปนเนี่ยลาตินเนี่ยมันคุยกับพวกโปรตุเกสแบบคล้ายๆกันปะไม่ใช่น้องมิมเล่นในเกมนึงนี่ดูเว็บอยู่เมื่อกี้ฝรั่งเศสกับโปรตุเกสจะคล้ายกันเหรอฟังกันพอรู้เรื่องฟิลไทยลาวอ๋อเดี๋ยวเลื่อนครับไวขึ้น
Welcome back, everybody, to day one of Masters Madrid. I'm Yingsu, once again joined by Mimi and Kakuka, and it's time to talk about the second matchup of today. It is Loud
น่าจะประมาณตี 3น้องแบมคู่หน้า
Let's start with Loud because
มีดอกครับผม
teams missing out. NRG are not here, DRX are not here, but Loud are always here.
They absolutely are. The color was blue
เวลาออกเสียงมันค
before.
ล้ายๆ
We're
กัน
about
เหร
to
อ
be in green because this team always shows up to international events, and what makes it so impressive is that it seems to consistently be a new roster. Loud look great
เพราะว่าเห็นแบบพวกนักบอลอะไรเงี้ยบางทีแบบบราซิลเนี้ยอยู่สเปนเนี้ยมันไม่ต้องปรับตัวเยอะใช่ไหมเรื่องแบบฟังพูด
So it would be normal to think that if you have not been following Americas and you see this change and you see that Aspas is no longer in being such a staple for the team, that probably Loud has suffered, and maybe not seeing them being seen is all that we can account them for. I understand that we've seen some funky compositions, here and there. They rely a lot on the Viper. We've seen some Phoenix. I think that coming into the tournament that might be considered a weakness, but at the end of the day, it's exactly what you said. These guys have a lot of experience, most of them into those international events, and the effect and all that trajectory has to put into play today.
Yeah, let's talk about those cons because Sadak has clearly been.
คิดว่าเซนติเนลครับผม
Do we like it? Is it our flavor or is it an overcook?
ก็เขาพูดโปรตุเกสกันมาให้คล้ายฝรั่งเศสที่หนูมาเลยอ๋อโปรตุเกสคล้ายฝรั่งเศสพี่เคยได้ยินว่าโปรตุเกสมันคล้ายแบบลาตินของสเปนด้วยไงเจนจีสู้เราไหมน่าจะได้แค่สูสีแต่เราน่าจะเก็บชัยไปได้ ถ้าร้านเนี่ยซื้อคิวเคบีมาใช้ ดูคอมของเรานะครับผม3 แฟตอะการบายกับโลตัสอะ
The ultimate is very powerful. The flashes are very weak in my opinion because of how they stand, and I think that it is from the outside pretty easy to counter. But once you're in game, there are so many things that you need to remember once you're going up against this combination that the conditioning actually favors Loud, and that is one of the reasons why they managed to make it so far with this kind of composition.
Yeah, we've seen teams count them out. EG, for example, did very well at that, even though they lost the series, pulling out the Odin, shutting down because there was no dive to get through the stall.
มันมีกี่ภาษาที่แบบพอฟังกันรู้เรื่องไทยลาว
But the thing is, the comp has a lot of little intricacies, a lot of little flash combos, little
อังกฤษ
plays
กับ
that
ฝ
can
รั่งเศ
still
สตัด
catch you
ออก
off
ไปได้เลย
guard that I think give it more depth than kind of initially looking at it would lead you to believe.
Yeah, of course. This is the 7th consecutive time Loud have made it to a global event. A lot of other IGLs, they didn't make it, but somehow
อันนี้ใช่ QCK ครับ
Sadak, many
KC เล่นดีครับผม
roster, he's always here. So talk me
แต่ก็ยังไม่ถือว่า
why he's always
ไม่ได้แบบ
making it, and can we confidently
ฟอร์ม
say
แชมป์นะ
that
ที่
this
ว่า
is the greatest IGL in Valorant?
Nowadays,
Learn
yes,
about
we can
Timberland.
definitely say it. He's been proving it, not only in the server, but actually, getting the team exactly what they need, finding the solutions inside and outside of the server, being that kind of reliable figure that can put you through the tough situations and make you a winner. Because it's very different, to just be able to roll with things, to improve things. Actually, Salak is the kind of player that makes and creates them winners.
ที่จะช็อตปิดเกมด้วย
It's not just the 7th consecutive Loud that has made it here. This guy has brought 5 different nope. This extremely loud incorrect
ว่าลาวชนะครับ แต่ถ้าเชียร์นะ อยากให้คนชนะน่าจะเป็น Gen.G ครับผม
individual distinct rosters to international events. Twice with Vikings, 3 times with different players on Loud. He's the ultimate talent developer.
Yeah, and I also think that we can probably just give him the hat, right? The greatest IGL of this game. I'm quite happy to do that. I'm not sure about you guys. But speaking of Sadak, he's actually standing by right now with Mika Fabs. Check this out.
Hey Sadak, can we pull you in for just a really quick question? I apologize, you have to drag your bag over here as well. So this is the 3rd variation of this team, and you consistently keep making it to global events. I mean, how do you keep doing this?
I think it comes down to us having fun. I have great teammates, so it's kind of easy when you have amazing people around you to do amazing things. So yeah, pretty much it.
Well, excited to see you guys have fun out there. Good luck.
I mean, they must be having fun playing some of these comms as well. But what's in the suitcase? What do you think?
His strats.
Yeah? All of them?
Yeah, it's like the nuclear football he carries around.
It's Aspas, just in case.
I don't think they'll need him. I don't think they'll need him. Because with QCK coming in, I feel like he's adopted the way of Loud very nicely. I mean, we have a quote from him as well. He was talking a little bit about how he felt about Gen.G. He said, I know that Gen.G is one that's been showing a good game. They qualified by winning against a very strong team. This is a team that I'm looking at as a threat. threat.
The thing is, the QCK kind of adopted the Loud way, but it's not the Loud with Osboss way. He's not Osboss. He doesn't play the Jet every map. He's not an incredible, perfect dive player in the same way Osboss was. He's instead flexing around, playing the Phoenix. He's fitting into Sadok's system, and for that reason, this does feel like a very different Loud than the one we talked about last year.
Yeah, exactly. I think that this is another reason that makes Loud the team that, you know, a lot of people support and love. It's the fact that if you change these pieces, you can see a new version, but it is still a version that works, and they're not just fixated into, for example, Paper X being crazy, just playing the crazy comms being extra aggressive. No, with Loud you can see very different iterations, and they still make it work. So it makes it in time difficult to adapt and play against them.
Yeah, Loud, very familiar team here on the global stage, but today Kakuka, they're going to go up against what I would say epitomizes the surprise element we've seen in the regional leagues.
ชาวสวนจะต้องร้องระงม
Well, basically they beat DRX to qualify here, and it's been a very long time.
In the finals, just some small team, right?
Yeah, just a small team. You might know it. Something about paper.
Oh,
paper and dinosaurs. Dinosaur paper.
Paper people rise up. Paper people rise up.
No, but Gen.G, I mean, insane that they made it here after what, only being shown at Lock-in last year.
Yeah, exactly. So that is the thing. First of all, we were surprised when you look at the global news and you're like, oh my god, DRX is not making it. And when you dive into how and why Gen.G
มันร้องไห้เลยนะ
make it here,
ไอ้
how the individuals play
ไอ้วันงานอ่ะตอนได้แชมป์อ่ะ
Lakia
ใครดูอยู่
also
ปะ
back into this international stage that is going to welcome him with open arms. There is many reasons to believe that Gen.G is the threat, and especially after what we heard of Scrimbox, that they're winning everything out here. It is the team to fear.
Allegedly, the streets have spoken, and Gen.G hasn't lost Scrim since coming to Spain, which
they said it themselves, right?
Yeah, they said it themselves. Reliable narrator, myself, but it is possible that they have, because they were so good in Pacific. If I were to define the way this team plays, it's just doing the basic stuff incredibly well.
ขอบคุณน้องคันเทพนะครับน้องคันเทพ17 เดือนนะครับสวัสดีนะ
The good honest Valorant
นิ
stuff.
ดหน่อยน้องแอล
Execute
ลู
on
ก
it
เปิดเรียนแล้ว
incredibly
ยัง
well.
ปรับเวลาไม่ได้
Synergy is
เหมือนแบบ
great. They're very
ต้องมา
good
จูน
at
เวลาใหม่
adapting. And then they also just have
ไม่ได้
players
ไปส่งนานเวลาพัง
3 of their 5 players seemed like they were having life tournaments in kickoff.
เห็นว่าร้องท้องใช้เวลาหลายปีกว่าจะตัวเองได้
I
ใช่ครับ
feel like coming into this, and let's send it back over to Mika Fabs, who's with
หนู
Karen.
รู้ iOS ไม่มีดรอปให้
Hey Karen, can we pull you for a quick question? Pacific's golden rookie. So this is your first
มัน
Masters
ดรอปยัง
event.
ไม่ขึ้น
This is
มั้ง
your
ดรอป
first
ขึ้นแล้วหรือเปล่า
global
ครับมี
event.
ใครรู้ไหม
How do you feel going up against the former
ดู
world
ให้หน่อย
champions in Loud?
I wasn't playing when they
GE
won champs.
GE มันมั่วครับไอเซตที่แล้วอ่ะมันดูไอริสทุกคนเลยอ่ะ
You gotta love that answer. You gotta love that answer.
บอกว่าอะไรนะ
I
ฟังไม่ทัน
wasn't playing when they won champs. I mean, he's
สอง
not
ศูนย์คนแรก
wrong. He's not wrong.
If they win after saying that.
That's crazy. I mean, it is ridiculous how good this guy is. Let me tell you, they would not be here if it were not for Karen. Their qualifying match against DRX, very close game. And then this guy on Lotus won like 4 or 5 clutches in one game, continually stole away rounds from their opponent. It's his first year playing Pro Valorant at this level. It's his first Tier 1 team, and he was out there dunking on the very best of Pacific.
I think that what it's also important to remark is the way that they play. You were mentioning, Mimi, the standard compositions, and actually a very standardized and different way from what it's usually played in Pacific. And when we think about, you know, it's probably the perfection version of DRX that they've been trying to achieve for years, but actually didn't make it. This Gen.G has done it, and the fact that they can win against Viperdemon, remember that, you know, they might sound crazy, they might run this funny things, but they always make it far and deep into tournaments. Do not forget about that. So if they are able to interpone, to just be better with playing standard, it means that they master what they do.
Yeah, my question is, where does Karen compare to the other rookies? Because there's some great rookies. We just saw Narrate Mimi. Do you think he's going to be up there in that kind of caliber?
I absolutely do think he is. I think that the performance he showed in Pacific looked as good as Naren. The thing is, how do you rate between those two international leagues? Because I think we have seen the level of Pacific to some extent not be up to what it was last year. Paper X not playing to the same level. level. They've said it themselves. DRX not even making it here, whereas I think we saw a lot of teams leveling up in EMEA. But I don't think that means he's going to come to an international event and not play well. I think he can keep this up. The question is if it's at the same utterly ludicrous level that it was in their last 2 series in Pacific. I think that's a lot harder to achieve.
But honestly, I don't think that we cannot, expect him to do super well. Also because of the rest of the players that he has on the team. You have the Munchie, you have you have Texture.
I mean, Texture finally on a team where he can just play the role he wants to play. He's just on Jet and he's great.
Yeah, exactly. So it is very simple to, even if today he doesn't have the performance of a lifetime, I think that we have to be fair with them and do not expect every rookie's debut on a big stage to be like Narrate's.
I expect every rookie's debut on a big stage to be like Narrate.
Well, me too.
I expected him not to lie to me, and he did.
Agree.
So.
I mean, we talk about rookies, right? I mean, at least with the players like Narate, he played in Americas. We had
tier 2.
But Miniboo again coming through tier 2. But Karen, officials-wise, only has 17 officials ever. Sadak has 46 global.
ลองรีเฟซดูครับถ้าไม่ขึ้นเดี๋ยวไปห้องน้ำแป๊บนึงนะ
Just globally,
and if you tally up his time in Brazil, his time in Americas, like
so this is insanity. The kind of rookie going up against the old guard we're talking about. But is this going to be the one that settles it? So if
เข้ามาพี่ไปวันอาทิตย์นะครับ
are we still
ไปวันอาทิต
believing
ย์
the old
บูธ
guard
โลกา
they're here? Or if Gen.G wins, is it time? Maybe time's moving on.
เปิด2เลยน้องอันเฮ้ยขอบคุณน้องมีบัตรนะ15 เดือนครับสวัสดีนะครับผมเดี๋ยวไปเข้าน้ำแป๊บนึงนะครับ
the upsets and surprises that we had throughout the year. This could be a
ราวครับผม 2-0 เดี๋ยวมา
that is not in many people's votes for this match, but I think that we also need to think about what I was saying, solo joining the team, having that experience and maybe changing things up and giving this team a different identity.
Sure.
We have to be fair and talk about all the coaches that we think make the difference, and I think after seeing them today on stage, maybe we can draw some conclusions about it.
To answer your question though, Sue, I think that I haven't moved on, but I think the world has moved on. Valorant has moved past the old guard, the old teams. That's why so many of them didn't make it here. The teams, though, that are still here with those IGLs who have been here since day one, who have been grinding, that's the proof of the pudding that those are the cream of the crop, which Sadak has already proved in event after event. However, that's not to say that if Gen.G plays great today, that's not more faith that there is so much talent out there in younger players. Because I mean, how many times do we have to see that? We've seen it with KC, we've seen it with this team domestically, we've seen it with like half the teams here having rookies debuting.
I mean, the interesting thing is, we talk about how Karen wasn't there when Loud won the championship, but if we want to cast our eyes back to not just old guard, but like old guard, Lakia was there. Yeah. Lakia was here from the beginning.
He's like the oldest guard.
Yeah, but are we counting him as like the old guard, or are we counting him as a new blood?
I think that it also says a lot about him that he is able to adapt into newer times and just playing with the youth, right? So I don't count him as old guard.
I count him as old guard.
He was there before Sadak was there, I feel like.
No, he actually was.
He was there before Mimi was born.
No, honestly, when the last time we saw Lakia at a global event, DRX was still Vision Strikers. That's not even like a troll, like that's just what it was.
Yeah. And they also didn't qualify to a global all the way back then. That was when Lakia was on new turn. I mean, so much has changed since this guy last showed at a global.
Yeah, and what are we expecting from him then? Are we expecting him to come out and have that experience and have a stable performance perhaps?
Consistency. That's it. Like you say, Lakia is a steady player. He's always good at the initiator. He has good initiator utility. He sets up his teammates well. He also brings the level of experience that I think will help to kind of keep the rookies stable out there.
Totally.
For those of them that this is like their biggest match, their biggest debut.
Yeah, and I think we have to dwell a bit more into that initiation. We know from what the teams have been playing and how the meta is reshaping that initiators, just because of there's less and less every time, how important it is what you do with the information, how you gather the information, and I think that having like Lakia with all that experience is probably what this team needed and probably one of the keys to their success.
I do want to talk about Loud again for a second, and I want to just take my moment to go crazy about Les, because for my money, coming into this tournament, he looks like the best player in the world. Like, just straight up. I think
so.
He
Les
looks like
2023.
Yes, they are building their comps on Loud in a way where he gets to play the role he's comfortable with. Every single map, the guy is playing Viper, and he is odds out the best Viper that we have in Valorant. The guy's mechanics and aim are absolutely sublime. You don't need to watch any game the guy has played before. His timing,
NGVVIP นะครับ24 เดือน2 ปีแล้วนะครับ
this team lost Icebox. and that's everyone wants to have Aspas on their team. But what we get instead is people to see how good Les has always been. Now that he's the real star of the show.
We can draw a comparison between what Les is doing with Viper and at the beginning of the game when everybody was playing Jet. I mean, you at least like one dedicated Jet player. How good and how fast they were escalating and how fierce the competition was to see who's going to be the best Jets. I think that for Viper, Les. It's very difficult for him to have a competition because there is no other player that only plays Viper on every single match.
No, I'm not saying he's the best Viper. The best player.
The best player in the entire world.
Yeah, he was my number one.
Yeah, I had him up there last year.
Did you forget Zekken again?
No, he's
last time.
Last number one.
I mean, I'm actually fine with that, but I do think we should quickly address because losing Aspas, as you said, is a big deal. And we talk about how, you know, Lack here is back, what we expect, but surely QCK is under the most pressure ever from the fans, from the expectations, because he's got to replace Aspas.
See, you think he would be, but I really don't think he is. I think Loud is set up in a way where they're intentionally moving his role to something that makes sense for him. And I think that with the experience of the rest of this Loud team, they are the type of team who will do a good job at shrouding him from that scrutiny, not making him feel like he has to fill in for Aspas. Sure, that might be the case for the community. There's definitely going to be fans who are putting that pressure on him. Don't open Twitter. It's not that hard.
And not only that, again, I think that we need to be fair. The fact that QCK is not having probably the Aspas performance, can we just remember for a second that Aspas is Aspas? Like, no other player is going to be on that same position. He's because less is more. But seriously, if after, I think that this tournament could be literally like eye-opening for many people and probably big in his own development because we cannot expect someone to just arrive in here and be Aspas number 2. You don't need that.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why Loud have reset themselves. That's why they're a new Loud. Loud was Loud before Aspas back when it was a different team. But now they're back to it again. They actually never were Loud without Aspas, but it was Sadak. But it's all
loud, and it was kind of loud.
But they were loud, but they weren't loud.
Okay, we have Loud, we have the old guard, we also have the old guard.
But we don't have the guard.
We don't have the guard, but we do have map select. So let's find out where our teams will be headed for this best of 3.
All right, welcome to match 2 map select presented by Omen. We will go ahead and jump in. Gen.G, you are the higher seed. Would you like Team A or Team B?
We Team B.
Team B. So Loud, you will be Team A, and we will start with your first ban.
We ban Lotus.
Lotus, your ban?
เฮ้ยไม่โหดงูเฉย
Sunset. And map number 1 from Loud.
Icebox.
Icebox. Side on Icebox.
We attack.
Attack. And then map number 2 from Gen.G.
We pick Breeze.
Breeze. Side on Breeze.
Attack.
มันขึ้นว่าช่องพี่เลยได้ดอก
Next
นะ
set of
แต่
bands
จริง
starting with
เข้ามาไม่
Loud.
มี
You have
ป๊อปอัพ
Ascent, Mind, and Split.
สรุปคือมีดอกแต่ไม่มีป๊อปอัพ
Split. Your ban, you have Ascent and Bind.
หรือยังไงเอาง่ายคือเปิดช่องไลน์ไว้อีกแท็บหนึ่งครับผมหมายถึง
ban bind.
Ban Bind, okay.
ที่ไม่มีจีโป2แล้วต้น
is Ascent, Loud, Side on Ascent.
แต่พี่ไม่ได้ใช้2 เคอ่ะ
Good luck to you both.
คุมไม่อยู่พี่โคว่าเท่าไหร่คู่นี้พี่ไม่ได้เปิดครับผมตอนนี้ใช้ 1K อยู่นะ Gen.G 20นะพี่เก่งแบบว่าลาตินจัดอะเป็น
ว่าไงมึงเอ้ย
ให้ใครพี่คู่นี้
Gen.G ก็เฮียแล้วดิ
This is Gen.G's Masters debut, but
เดี๋
they
ยวก็เชียร์
have
โซ
to
โล่
take on the former
อันนี้
world
พูดตรงๆเลยไหมมีใครเป็นแฟน Gen.G ไหม
This is how they got
ไม่มี
here, pulling off upsets, but the
พวก
question
ลา
is,
เกียร์ไม่ได้วะ
do it again.
ตายเกมไม่ได้เหรอ
My
ไม่ได้จ
question
ริง
here in this match that we're waiting to be
ถ้าพูดถึง
answered
Fire
is
Power
how
แล้วก็
good
มัน
is
ต้องมาครบ
Gen.G's prep? Can they figure out a way to crack
ในระดับโลก
this
นะ
Phoenix breach stuff
พร้อม
that
โคตร
Lotus
เถื่อน
been
นะ
pulling out?
อยาก
They're
ลอง
running
ลอง
style that no one else in the world is doing right
หา
now.
ที่สนับสนุน
And I
เป็น
think
สนาม
this is
กีฬาครับผม
really a test for this Gen.G team on how well they can come up with the game.
Yeah,
คน
exactly.
ใน
And
ไทย
talking
ยาก
about
เหรอ
the game
พี่
plan,
แบบ
I
นี้
think that we need to
ไม่
go
ยาก
back
ไม่
to
ยาก
that
อ่ะ
map
ไอสัตว์ล
detail,
บหลู่
right?
ซะแล้ว
Because
มีเหรอแบบเนี้ย
I was very
รู้
surprised.
จัก
And
ใน
I
สัก
think
ทีไหม
Gen.G
ล่ะ
was just
เอาดิ
วันนั้นมาชมกูนะ
when they
ได้
sold
พี่
out by
อ่ะ
แค่นี้ก็
เพราะว่า
อันนี้ อันนี้ก็เฟี้ยวแล้ว
ไม่เราหาแบบนี้มานานแล้วเพราะว่ามันต้องเป็น360 องศาเก็ตป่ะแต่ว่ามันต้องแบบเอาจริงนะเหมาะสมที่สุดมันต้องเป็นสนามกีฬาซึ่งมันสนามกีฬาปุ๊บเนี่ยมันอยู่นอกเมืองครับพี่เอ๋ยครับ
เฮ้ยผมมีที่หนึ่งอย่างนี้ไอเดีย
Really interesting to see loud
สนามสนามแบดพี่
going into that one.
อันเล็กไปครับผมพี่เอ๋ย
Probably Viper.
เอาสนามใหญ่ที่สนามแข่งแบด
Yeah, you're really welcome.
แบบมีคนนั่งอ่ะ
I think it is
360
really
อง
interesting
ศา
to see them go
โซ
into
โล
this
อย่างนั้นเหรอ
round, and a lot of times
เดบิวต์ international แมตช์แรกงั้นเหรอ
a lot of times be one that is one more
1.6 งั้นเหรอ
individual performances. But let's rewind.
ไอ้เหี้ยไอ้เอ๋ยมึงจำไอ้โค้ดนี้ได้ป่ะไอ้โค้ดคาร์ไมคอปอ่ะไอ้เหี้ยมันโค้ดแกมบิดนะเว้ย
ใช่มันโค้ชกันบิดเก่า
Harbor Viper
Point
that
blank
they
นะเว้ย
have played for
ใช่
a long, long time. But Gen.G are going into it with a
ไอ้นั่นมัน
KO
ผสมเสร็จมาเยอะแล้ว
I think
พอยต์แบง
they
ค์
play up against that
Overwatch
really nicely. Those flash
แล้วก็มา
combos
แกมบิด
I think are better than with that say the
ของ
Reyna
จริง
echo
เนี่ยตัว
that
นั้น
we
อะ
saw in that first matchup. It's a comp that you can
ผม
kind of
ผม
flood
เคย
through
บอก
these
พี่
walls,
ว่าตอน
play
นั้นตั้งนาน
forward
แล้ว
on
อะ
your defense, and Loud
ไม่ครับ
played
นี่มี
for
ผลเนี่ย
a
ผม
whole
กำลังจะ
ton
ไปดูที่ครับ
in
เพราะว่า
earnest.
เขา
Yeah, we also gotta mention
เขา
that
รี
this
โนเว
is
ท
the
เดี๋ยว
first
ว่าจะไปดู
time
เร็ว
we're
ๆนี้
seeing Loud
แต่ว่าพวก
play
แบบ
Icebox
จ
on the
ริงๆอะผม
global
อยากได้
stage
สนาม
once
บาส
again
เพราะ
since
โครงสร้าง
the
สนามบาสอะข้างบนมันเป็นจออยู่แล้วครับ แต่ว่ามันอยู่นอกเมืองหมดเลยสนามบาสการเดินทางมันจะไกลแต่ว่าเนี่ยถ้าน้องเห็นสังเกตเลยมันดูโครงสร้างเวทีแบบเนี้ยโครงสร้างเวทีมันจะถูกมากครับแต่มันจะไปแพงจอกับไฟลำโพงข้างบน
อ๋อ
โครงสร้างแบบนี้เห็นป่ะมันเป็นเหล็กเห็นป่ะมันถูกมากนะเอาจริงๆอะแต่มันไปเน้นเรื่องของจอข้างบนครับที่เป็นแบบเขารู้สึกงานนี้จะมี5 จอมั้งบนหัวเนี่ยก็คือดูได้ทุกมุมที่นั่งล้อมเป็นวงกลมอินดอร์สเตเดียมผมมากเนี่ยใหญ่ไปลูกเอ้ยมันยังเหงาอะดิ
Yeah, and for Gen.G, you know, they have to come out here and prove that
สมม
they
ติ
are
ถ้าได้
the
ที่อย่างนี้
number one seed
คนที่แบบว่ารอบ
over
ที่แล้วลงไป
VCT.
2,000 กว่าเนี่ยมาได้กี่คน
So, for me,
พี่ว่าน่าจะ
again,
เกิน
I'm
พัน
looking towards them and seeing maybe a
เดือดเลยนะ
closer
ในจัด
and
เนี้ย
more
นะ
competitive result.
แต่ว่า
Absolutely. And for Loud,
มันก็จะมีข้อเสีย
I mean,
นะ
we talked
ถ้าจัด
about
ใน
this
สนาม
is
กีฬา
feels
สิ่งหนึ่ง
some
ที่มีปัญหา
pressure
คือเรื่อง
because
อา
of
หาร
the experience. But I think they definitely will want to prove
อ๋อ
themselves. Like losing
ฟัง
that
ว่าจริง
final
ปะล่ะ
to Sentinels was just an upset.
ถ้ามัน
that they
ถ้ามัน
still
แบบว่า
won
อย่างที่พี่
the
บอกที่มัน
Kings
ไกล
region.
เมืองอ่ะ มีแน่นอน
Never had a moment, be it back in
อ่า
Brazil or
คือตอนนี้มัน
playing
มี
together
แล้วครับ
in
สนาม
Americas,
มันไกลเมืองครับมัน
Loud
ไปไม่ได้
wasn't
มัน
the best
คนดู
team
ด่าตายห่า
coming
หม
from
ด
their home region. This is a rarity for this squad.
Yeah, exactly. They have a lot to prove
ส
not
นาม
only
ตาม
today
มหา
but
ลัย
throughout
ได้ไหม
the rest
คะ
of the tournament. They know that the world
ไม่
is
น่าได้ครับ
watching, but
โครง
we
สร้าง
also
การ
know
ยึด
that
จอครับ
most
น้อง
of the
ชาย
teams
ไม่ใช่
by
น้องสาว
getting
น้องชาย
those
น้องสาว
reps
เอาทุกคนแล้วกัน
actually developed a lot
คือไอ้เหี้ยจอ
more
ข้างบน
into
เนี่ย
how to
แฮง
beat
หนัก
their
มากนะ
opponents
ฮะ
and
หมายถึง
how to
น้ำหนัก
overcome
อะ
every
โครง
single
สร้างมันต้องรับได้
problem
ครับ
that
เพ
they
ราะฉะนั้นเนี่ย
see
มัน
on the stage. Now, I don't know if Loud has had enough.
เนี่ยไอการแฮงจอข้างบนอ่ะมันมีน้ำหนักนะครับ
But this is Loud we're talking about. I mean, we've spoken a lot
ไป
about
จัดบ้านพี่เอ๋ยก็ได้
Ascent
บ้านพี่เอ๋ย
and this, but
นู่นน่ะ
they've still
10 กว่า
got
ไร่ครับ
Louis there,
โอ้
they
โห
still got Cower
เป็
there.
นไล่ออก
These
อะ
players, they really crumble under pressure.
I've made the mistake a lot of times of doubting this Loud team. Every time you doubt them, seemingly they come out no matter the roster, no matter who's on it.
วาซาบิบอกเอาผมมาช่วยงานด้วยครับผมครับ
Everyone has made the mistake
อันเนี้ยสปีด2อยากทำแบบเนี้ย
you know?
No, wait.
อยาก
Oh,
ทำแบบ
not
นี้
you. You've never doubted
Who
like
can tell you?
อัน
When
นี้
they
จาก
were
ใจ
playing
เลย
against Fnatic, I literally wanted
คน
to
ดู
take a
พร้อม
shower
แล้ว
and
พี่
then suddenly Fnatic
เงิน
just
ไม่พร้อมมาดิ
จำนวนคน
Let's
อะ
talk about this agent Slayer here. You guys have mentioned mentioned it already, and this is what we're gonna see.
Yeah, exactly. But when we were talking about Loud, no, still having the Sova that probably has lost a little bit of his effect.
ยูจัด240ไอไปยังขับเนื้อหา
a little bit more of that sectioning and actually getting the exact information that you want. But I am a huge
ขายเทสลาไปแล้วดิเฮียลงแป๊บเดียวไปเลย
with KO here, I think it can have the right edge onto how to
ที่ขายถือว่าราคาร้อนไหม
ก็ไม่ได้ร้อนนะครับไม่ได้รีบขายให้คนใช้ไม่ได้ขายเต็ม
flashing through, taking space in Snowman. I'm looking to see how well Loud can contain that aggression and play up
เฮ้ยน้องชายรอบนี้มีรีเพย์แล้วนะ เพียงแต่ว่ารอบนี้เราต่อ10 input ของนักแข่งเข้ารีเพย์นะครับแต่ประเด็นคือรีเพย์เนี่ยคนตัดมันต้องไวด้วยครับซึ่งตอนนี้คนตัดมันไม่ไวครับมันไม่ได้ตัดง่ายเลย
นี่เห็นไอ้คนตัดระดับโลกป่ะ
ดิ
โอ้นึกว่าขับเครื่องบินอะ
ใช่
ที่วางตรงคอนโซลหน้ามันอะ
คืออย่างที่ผมบอกอ่ะคือตอนนี้เราต่ออย่างล่าสุดสปิน1เราต่อทุก input 10 เครื่องของนักกีฬาเข้าสู่เครื่องรีเพย์แล้วนะครับแต่คราวนี้คนตัดอ่ะมันตัดไม่ทันนะบางช็อต
ผมว่าต้องซ้อมว่ะคนทำหน้าที่นั้นนะ
มันทำยากมากต้องดูนะเว้ยต้องแบบดู observer ว่าจับอะไรอยู่นึกภาพป่ะแล้วไม่ต้องเห็นว่าตัวที่ไม่ได้จับแล้วมันต้องตัดแบบฟุบคือไม่ง่ายฮะ
ต้องซ้อมพี่ผมว่าต้องซ้อมต้องมีแบบว่าชั่วโมงบินอะของเนี้ย
ใช่มันต้องมีชั่วโมงบินครับซึ่งวันนั้นน่ะพูดตรงนะมือรีเพย์ในไทยติดงานเกือบหมดเพราะมันมีงานฟรีไฟล์ออฟไลน์มันมีงานของอินเวดอ่ะพี่อินเวดเขาก็มีงานIdentity V มีงานอะไรงานไม่รู้ไอสัตว์ทุกระบบ
ต้องมีมือดีว่ะว่าผมเจอคนหนึ่งตัดรีเพย์มือดี
ใช่
DMT พี่
เอามันไปเย็ดแม่สูบบุหรี่นอนอยู่บ้านเถอะ
Have they got what they need? We know that
2-0 ครับลาวสบาย
previous reps, so there's a little tick in that box for me. But beyond that, we wait and see how they look because it's not like they've been flawless throughout their regular season. A lot of doubts have crept into people's minds. But we digress as the round does begin. Of course, the Gen.G are on the attack, Loud on the defending side, and actually we've got a triple walk up middle.That's gonna be Munchkin's duty to try and deal with it.
ดูหน่อยว่าเป็นกำลังใจหน่อยว่าทีมไทยเราเป็นไง
Is there from mid as well? So Karmine doing well to dismantle Munchkin and
M3 Touring นี่ถ้าเกิดตอบโจทย์พ่อบ้านนะฮะก็ถือว่าคุ้มอยู่นะแต่แพงชิบหายนะน้องชายถ้ามีตังค์ก็จัดไปครับ
อุ้ย
ไม่ทำไมยิงพลาด
แซนฮอก
there to shut it down less with the response but diffuse already coming through here Lauren
โอ้โห
beautiful clean up from Loud in the blink of an
eye 3ปล่อยไกลเฉย2ก็ได้อย่างสวย
that space into anything any sort of
นี่ไง นี่ไง
was the big proponent of that, right? The one who kind of cracked back through, dealt with that site pressure. It felt like it was really just lucky at kind of taking that CT space in the end. He kind of fell a little short when it was only him doing it. And as I said, you lose so much of the presence on the site itself. But again, explosive start for Loud here. That's a nice way to shake off any sort of doubts.
คิวซีแค่ไหนปาซะอย่างหรอก็ไม่ได้บอกว่ามันแบบมันไม่โหดนะแต่สปาร์มันมาตรฐานมันวางไว้โหดเกินไปไม่งั้นลาวเข้ามาเป็นที่1แล้ว
Counting does have the bulldog, so there's a little bit of backbone to it, and less as well. So actually pretty well equipped for this. But those stingers could be a
รีเฟซไปทีก่อน
อ๋อไอ้นี่พี่ผมยิงภาพไป YouTube อีกทีนึงแล้วอยู่
ช่องหลักเลยทั้งนั้นไม่เอาเพื่อนคนดูพี่เดียวดูช่องเลยเนี่ย
เนี่ย2ตัวนี้โคตรสุดตัวอย่างคาวซิน
ไอ้เหี้ยคาวซินเนี่ยข้อมูลกูไม่ชัวร์นะชื่อมันเหมือนคนเล่นพอยต์แบงค์เลยนะว่าแล้วกูไปเช็คเนี่ย
จะมีหลายคนมาอย่างพอยต์แบงค์พวกวาโลอะ
Adding that little full stop to the round. No threats in the end. They do recover the Bulldogs that were maybe brought into question, but they're fine. They're back in hand. And they weather the storm. And Gen.G, that stinger bite, where'd you rate it on this?
I mean, again, if they're able to convert that into getting a little deeper on site here, once this utility kind of fades out, and Loud have these open sight lines, that's where the stingers then become a little more difficult. Once you're still stuck ahead of sight, nobody's in nest, nobody can really pressure towards spawn or towards heaven. Stingers feel a little flat at that point.
Fall short. Now we're going to
in-game leader sad hack อย่างนั้นเลย
Beyond this, I'm just looking for the game to almost settle in. The tempo is very high right now, very brawly. They're both willing to challenge. I want to see if Gen.G do tempo pace at all. Or if they
น่าจะปัญหาภายในครับแอสปาร์ดอก
trajectory. This round not really going to be the highest indicator of it, but it's a good time to test, isn't it? You look across, see what Meteor's up to, see what he's finding out. What can he maybe derive from these sort of setups that Loud are playing? Can they pull these rotations? Where's the space?
Counting maybe spotted 2 or 3 members. Gen.G there. Happy to
ไม่พอแบงค์มาก่อนไอ้เหี้ย
ว่าไม่น่านะเพราะว่ามันอายุเท่าไหร่17 18
ไม่ได้เล่นว่ะคนละเขาสิ้นกันแต่ชื่อเหมือนกันเลยนะ
คนบราซิลมันชอบตั้งชื่อซินพี่เพราะว่าเป็นมีโคเซล่าเป็นไอดอลโอ้โห
particularly a problem. He's still got the KJ utility to support him. You've still got Sadak controlling middle. The one thing I'll say is that Meteor's got some good info here. This might have to then be an adjustment for the round following, that if they've noticed the deep setup coming out from the KJ rather than maybe keeping more of an attentive look towards tunnel. Any more damage to be had here? Lucky
อินเกมเหรอก็ต้องเป็นนาวีดิครับผมเพราะว่าแองอยู่แล้วจังหวะนี้
Spike could not be further away and comfy for less.
A clean start here for Loud, a 3-0 scoreline. Gen.G toying with a little bit of investment here to maybe try and catch them off guard.
Any ults nearby?
เนี่ยไฟพาวเวอร์มันต้อง5ที่เล่นระดับโลกอ่ะคือมันต้องมาเอาจริง
ใช่
The lockdown next in line after that. Need to see a response here from Gen.G though, because the credit's starting to stack on the side of Loud.
เมื่อกี้ลบคำสวนมาเดี๋ยวดิโอ้ยิงโคเมื่อกี้ดูยาว
ไม่ยาวอ่ะกูแพ้จริงไหม
ไม่หมายถึงไอ้นี้ QCK ผมบอกมันแทนไอ้ปาไม่ได้
Sadak has to respond, respect that he can't do this alone because again look at where they were pressured, where they were.
มันพัดไปเกิดแล้วฮะ
Sadak just waiting. He's got the support now, calling Kaunzin Tui's as well towards CT. So they've responded. I don't think that knife was going to really locate much. Clearing close, so they know that yellow is the next step.
Yeah, not a massive tell on the back of that. He's still going to take the space here. Loud happy to concede.
หน้างานมีคนตัดรีเพย์3 คนครับ
Doesn't really seem like there's any pressure point here for Gen.G to try and exploit.
No, I'm looking for that late mid presence, right? Meteor maybe starting to drift that way, but Sadak will be watching it. Whether or not he can win the fight, yet to be seen. Looks like the deep flash is being set up. Anyone going to try and utilize that? There's the high flash going in.
แฟร์ตูดแบบเขาน์เตอร์สไตร์
Texture breakthrough towards CT and he looks to secure some space. But again, remember, roll your mind back. The pressure on the side was
โซโล่จัดไม้นอนดอกนี้
once again from a similar position.
1 2 3 แผนยากอ่ะ
เมื่อกี้ส่งแฟร์สวยๆเลยเรียบร้อย
Less out on top, and this again, Loud have lovely positioning on this side hold.
A great awareness from Loud to understand how Gen.G are going to approach versus this composition. Talked about the possibilities behind Munchkin and Lackey.
ทำไมคิงออฟคือเคเล่นแต่ฟินิกเดี๋ยวก็เล่นแล้วแต่แมปครับแมปนี้ฟินิกมันไม่ได้อะ
พูดได้คำเดียวว่ายับ
Sadak actually shutting down Meteor at the perfect time as well.
This position is going to be the death.
Even that didn't even catch that. The recon pinging just behind the wall.
แม่งแล้วทีมงานกูอยู่ตี 4 ทุกวัน 9 วันติดกูอย่างชอบ
Did they note the
ไอเซตสถานที่นะ
I think I heard it rattle because it was QCK most
นี่ถ่ายทอดสดที่ออฟฟิศ
so I don't know if they've quite got that. Maybe understanding the possibility, but see if they're fully aware of it now. Time to shine. QCK.
ใช่ป่ะมันแข่งมันแข่งหยุดวันหนึ่งไงหยุดวันหนึ่ง
And the right read from Loud. They have the 3 players here. There's the flash to force him away. That was a kill and a half if he got the chance, but lovely side pressure. This is lovely from Gen.G. Look at how comprehensive that take was. It's forced them into a retake. It's taken away the operator. This is very nice.
ของดีมีอยู่กับตัวครับอยู่ที่การใช้งานแล้วตอนนี้
มีไอเดียพี่อินเกมวูพี่
โอ้โหเป็นกูนะเจ็ดแม่
Love that from Texture, staying a little bit deeper, willing to put his life on the line, and they're just willing to brawl it, willing to fight it out. Sadak
แต่ฟูลเซนแม่งเต็มระบบให้หมายถึงว่าการเล่นในตำแหน่งของเขาเรียกว่าอะไรนะแบบ specialist ในแต่ละตำแหน่ง
ไอ้ผู้เล่นแบบว่าประจำตำแหน่ง
ใช่ประจำตำแหน่งแบบมันขาดอ่ะประสบการณ์อย่างซูชิบอยอย่างเงี้ยเซนติเนลอาชีพแม่เย็ดเนี่ยจุกจิกที่หายนะไซเฟอร์แม่งอ่ะเป็นกูแข่งจะไปตัดนิ้วแม่งทีนึง
มาแล้วว่ะวินอีโคครับหาบายมา
Really from the operator, no pressure on an early angle, and straight away Texture and Karen find kills. And early on we see this was the
intention of the ผมยกตัวอย่างแบบวินเจอฟูลเซนไอบ็อกเนี่ยยังติดตากูอยู่เลยนำ 4-0 ปั๊บโค้ช CBK กดพอสเนี่ยถ้าผมเป็น IGL มิดนะผมไม่ต้องรอโค้ชเลยนะผมรู้เลยว่ามันจะมีอะไรเกิดขึ้นบ้าง1 มีการเซอร์ไพรส์บางอย่างเกิดขึ้น2แม่งต้องมีอะไรการเล่นที่แปลกๆแน่นอนเพราะฉะนั้นผมจะเล่น 3-1-1 และที่สำคัญที่สุดเศษมีชุบจากเซฟิลอสอีกเป็นผมเนี่ยผมจะสั่งแผนกระดุมคินลัวเซฟิลอสอยู่ด้วยกันแล้วเดินหาข่าวตำแหน่งก่อนถ้าเจอเทรดคือเทรดและชุบผมจะกลับมาเป็น5-4แล้วผมจะเอา5เนี่ยเข้าไปรวมตีซึ่งวินนั้นน่ะเก็บจอห์นโอเซนได้แล้วกระดุมตายมั้งแล้วชุบกลับมาเป็น5เย็ดแม่เข้าบอมทีละคนเป็นกูนะแม่พูดแล้วอยากทุบโต๊ะ
Look at the HP bars here for Gen.G, but less will remove Lakia.
อยากจะสกอร์ให้เมียตื่น
Defuse still not started. There are problems here for Loud. Zadak with the first tap, but it's traded. Again, still numbers sitting well enough for Gen.G. They've got to break that back line. Karmine desperately trying to do so. Texture, he's on it, and he's absolutely belting in this game so far. I've got to say,
ตื่นไวอยู่นะ
He came all the way back through there and found a kill in mid.
ยังไงลาวก็แดก
Closes out the 3K on site. Karmine did, for a moment, slip the net there, unnoted, but couldn't find another kill. Like I said, it was crucial, really, what Loud could achieve in that time.
ผมจำจนถึงทุกวันนี้กระดุมเดินเข้าไปก่อนคนแรกตายคนที่2เดินเข้าไปตายคนที่3เดินเข้าไปตายทีละคนกูถามว่าชุบทำไม
Early timeout called here from Loud.
Probably the right choice because I mean they've been presented something that they don't have a solution to yet.
แต่ว่าเราอยู่หลังบ้านนั่นเลยไปเก่งผมทำทัวร์นาเมนต์ดีกว่าเราไปเก่งเราพรีเซนต์ดีกว่าจัดแข่งด้วยฮะท่านผู้ชมไหมนี่ก็ลุ้นให้เจนจีสู้ได้นะไอ้เหี้ยมันจะได้มีลุ้นหน่อยหมายถึงเวลาไทยไปอ่ะ
ออกมาตรฐานได้ไหม
ใช่ดิเพื่อน
I don't believe this time I was really to make many adjustments this early on, especially with this scoreline, maybe to just quell any sort of momentum Gen.G are going to get off that thrifty and a fast hit. Definitely.
โอ้ไอเจลสำคัญดิมึงถามไอ้ดิเกม5-5เกมยิงไอเจลไม่สำคัญได้ยังไงอ่ะ
สำคัญสุดแล้วไอเจลอ่ะ
สุดแล้วจริงๆเอาคุณดูไอเหี้ยเซนติเนลเป็นไงเซนติเนลเป็นไง
ตอนแรกแม่นมากไม่มีอินเกมธรรมชาติไปไม่เป็นเลย
And seemingly get a site for free off the back of the lockdown and secure with the pit. Now have to have a bit of awareness here. Well, they want to dig a little deep. Obviously, QCK now no operator to play with. A little bit of a broken buy actually if you look at Karmine.
Yeah.
On top of that,
2 players be able to get that.
X2 is brought down to 600 as well.
And they looked like Gen.G were considering readdressing that.
เมื่อกี้พิธีมาไม่ได้พิธีมาเดียบพิธี
แต่เมื่อกี้ก็ดูเหมือนแบบจะสู้ไม่ได้ตอนต้นเนาะแต่พอกลางๆเกมก็สู้ได้นะฟันรัดพินิกแต่สุดท้ายแม่งก็วัดกันที่มาตรฐานแบบเกมยิงอยู่ดี
ผมว่ามาตรฐานนี่มันดีกว่าดีกว่าเยอะ
Karmine Corpแม่งแล้วเหมือนเป็นการยิงแบบง่ายๆมันชื่ออะไรนะไอตัวดูลิสมันอะมาอะไรนะ
มาตีน
ไอเฮียมึงยังกับเด็กเรียน
And now into a 2v3. Numbers favorable to Gen.G and that post plant again brutal to break. What can Tui's and QCK do? Luckily, yes.
นักแข่งไม่ค่อยเป็นคนเล่นเลยเลน่ามันสกิลช่วยเพื่อนไม่ค่อยมีครับผมยิงไม่ได้ก็ง่อย
งานแลนที่ไทยดีกว่าแปซิฟิกโอ้อย่าไปเทียบกันอย่างนั้นเลยครับจริงๆตัวงานแลนที่ไทยก็มีข้อผิดพลาดเยอะนะครับก็ยังมีข้อผิดพลาดอยู่ถ้าเทียบกับถ้าจะทำงานใหญ่กว่านี้ต้องเนียบกว่านี้เรื่องของเสียงเรื่องของอะไรเงี้ยครับคนไม่พอว่ะ
lose his life, but the time's already lost. And again, Gen.G showing off a little now.
Texture with a hero play here to shut down any sort of re-aggression from Loud. As soon as that lockdown is started, I think it's actually a second hit as well. Maybe a couple of people with their backs turned. You know, here, yeah, Karmine, that's unfortunate. To obviously lose less in that situation because he did post the pit. I was curious whether or not he had the timing to get back into that to maintain, but
oh, they're loving it.
ทำเป็นเล่นไป
มันหากันแบบนั้น
to tie things up, and even with that broken
หาแล้วไง3 วินรวดไงอารมณ์ดีเฉย
Feels almost ridiculous that they can get a buyout, right? It just felt
แล้วฟันพัดฟินิกเกมแรกน้ำ10นะครับตอนเริ่มอะ
พี่ดูน้ำด้วยเหรอ
ดูครับดูเล่นๆฮะศึกษาเป็นความรู้
อ๋อ
But the pace feels different already, so Loud knows something has.
พอกลางเกมเลยน้ำ7
See the pings here. They're also going to hear QCK
ดีนะไม่ใส่ไปเห็นกำลังสูสี7-7
Gen.G stacking up behind this, leaving
กับดัก
Meteor
พี่
the solo lurk. So QCK will be called upon
ดู
here.
น้ำเหมือนตอนแรกผมจะดูเหมือนแบบเหมือนเป็นนักวิเคราะห์แต่สุดท้ายมันเหมือนเป็นกระแสมหาชนนะพี่นะครับ
ผมคือให้เอาจริงฮะการพนันไม่ทำให้ใครรวยฮะเจ้ารวยบอกเลย
พี่รู้บอกว่าวาโลอย่างเงี้ยเหตุการณ์อย่างงี้ไม่ค่อยมีนะเวลาแบบน้ำเยอะๆเราได้แต่เคาน์เตอร์นี่เพียบ
คุณมันก็ต้องหารายได้
And now with a decent read on this, on the back of that information, Karenzine's our drone, but are they expecting everybody? Yeah, it's a very late
2 ครับวันนี้ 2 คู่
throwing up another wall, but the null command will be the
กูยัง
catalyst
จำวันที่กูพากบาสถึงตี 5-6 โมงเช้าดูอยู่เลยโคตรโกรธ
to lead the charge.
ทำไมอ่ะไอ้ฟิวเลียไงน้ำ7กลับมาชนะแบบ2อ่ะดีนุกกูจำได้เลย
ที่เกิดขึ้นคนบ่อยเคาน์เตอร์
ไอ้เฮียพอเกม3โดนตบยู่เลยฟิวเลียเฮียกลับบ้านอย่างไวกูถามแบบ2มึงเก่งทำไม
Third. Oh yes.
เกือบแล้ว
เฮ้ยแล้วจีเขาเป็นอะไรมาทำไมเขาคึกอ่ะ
4 วินรวดครับแปลกๆแมปลาวด้วย
I mean, able to overcome Loud in a situation where, like I said, they actually timed that perfectly with the Owl drone. Only spotting Meteor, but
ฮัลโหลสวัสดีพี่โคครับ
rotating.
เฮ้ย
This is something that I noticed, especially in the
เซอร์นี่นะ
regionally.
นี่มันเสียงแบบโค้ดเอนี่ว่า
ใจเย็นพี่ใจเย็น
นี่ไม่มีใครสตรีมพี่อาร์มได้ข่าวเป็นคนเยอะเลยนี่เอ้าสตรีมอยู่อ่ะ
ไม่ใช่พี่ตีมอยู่
พี่โทษด้วยปิดไมค์ก่อน
ใจเย็นพี่ใจเย็น
เปลี่ยนโค้ดก่อนเลยพี่อาร์มบอก
อุ้ย
The awareness, obviously the knife has pinged him, so diligent by Gen.G, but Meteor, a very deep position already. All the way up to Boiler here.
เฮ้ยแต่โคตรเจ๋งอะนะอะไรพี่ไอ้ต้อบอกว่าไอ้เหี้ยพอเห็นเวทีแล้วโคตรอยากลงมาแข่ง
มีคนบอกมาแล้ว
And there's Meteor striking as well. They've just found layers to this. They found availability, right? They're starting to really turn the screws.
ของขึ้น
ไอ้เหี้ยทำงานไปก็โคตรอยากแข่ง
A little bit of damage, yes. Don't get me wrong. It is.
ว่าเราต้องมีโชว์แมตช์ซะหน่อยว่ะสปิด2ว่ะ
Less is working with.
กูเล่นอายุ30 บวก
จัดหน่อยพี่จัดหน่อย
เจอผู้หญิงแพ้อีก
โอ้ย
เขินเลยนะ
โดน
เขิน
นะ
อยู่แล้ว
ผมบอกเลย
ผู้หญิงเก่งกว่าเราเยอะไอ้เหี้ย
Diligent from less. Doesn't matter though, does it? Gen.G tipping the scales now into their hands. 5 now to the good. And Loud haven't had an answer. And I love seeing this kind of little bit of testing middle a little bit here. Didn't do it instantly after learning of that space that Meteor garnered way earlier in this game. And now starting to flex into it into round 9, starting to really punish the stack that they've had to put together. Still not able to break Gen.G's approach.
ว่านี่ใช้ได้นะเว้ยตำนานเคาน์เตอร์เป็นไงพี่พี่อาร์มไอ้ต้อใครวะอะไรวะ
เอาโค้ดอะโค้ดมาพี่โค้ด
เจอทีมหญิงไอ้นี่ CBBK ดิ
โค้ดมาลีฟอะ
แล้วเจอทีมผู้หญิงที่เก่งๆอ่ะทีมไทยอ่ะที่ไม่อะไรวะที่ได้ที่ 1อ่ะ
total control
ทีก่อน
Icebox here
โอ้โหพี่โหดนะผมบอกเลย
โหดไอ้สัตว์กูดูมาแล้ว
Trying to work off the back of it.
Texture quarter, yeah.
Yeah, a little unfortunate, and we've seen that position do well. Yeah,
ว่าน่าตึงกันบ้างอะตอนแพ้
โดนนะผมบอกก่อน
on this
โดน
P
เฮียกูวิเค
But
ราะห์โดน
anywhere else, if they go away, they're screwed. Yeah, Loud just with a quick reminder of who they are here. The Munchkin, rough position. Does at least have time on his side, but he's got a lot of targets to handle. Goes up, lovely adjustment, but now there's problems. 9 HP in a dream, and that is not where you wanted it to go. Still got to do more here. Pressure up close and personal.
อยู่ดีก็ไปยิงเวอร์ซะแล้ว
Going to close out the round with a defuse coming in from 2Es, but again, Loud's problems weren't on B. It was that A take that we saw Gen.G running against them that worked.
It's similar to before where we see them obviously concede this space. They're happy to have somebody watching the backside of this Viper wall, but they anticipate all of this aggression all the way towards Snowman. Less actually.
Icebox มันไม่เชิงกันอะสมมติถ้ากันแบบไม่ให้วางอ่ะมันก็ยังกันนะส่วนมากเขาปล่อยกันไม่กลายเป็นแบบบุก
สำหรับพี่ตอนนี้วาโลมันเกมมัน 3-4 ปีแล้วอะแม่งเกือบจะบุกกันหมดแล้ว
อย่างไอบ็อกเนี่ยถ้าแบบปล่อยเรื่อยๆเนี่ยปล่อยวางเรื่อยๆเรียบร้อย
แม่งรีเทคโคตรยากถ้าเกิดโพสแพนเป๊ะนะ
โหยากมันต้องแบบต้องมาตัดอะต้องมีวินเซอร์ไพรส์มาสู้เลยเนี่ยแต่ท็อกมาคนเดียวไงเรียบร้อย
It got checked on maybe once, but it's not every round, so a little bit of variety, catching Loud out once again, opening up that opportunity towards A. QCK, you look at the backfield, the timing is everything though.
เรียบร้อยครับผม
He's got support 2, 3
Sentinel
players. This is massive, and a great shot from him. He needs to play this out. He needed more than that, but luckily for him, there was support, but Caron again still there. Still getting the favorable trade, still getting the spike back to hand, and it's just less now. They have no idea where he is fully, right? They're going to lose track of that, but with 50 seconds, what does Less do?
I'm curious now of whether or not he's even caught a step. Knows that obviously the turret was
เมื่อ
removed
กี้มีคนพลาดนะ
previously.
ทุกที
Whether or not they have a read on where Meteor's utility is going to be, I guess by default. We'll be here to hear.
ก็เป็นซีม YouTube เหรอ
ผมยิงได้2 ที่เลยพี่
ผ่านนะพิพานะ
Caron. This guy is impressing me. You got Texture kind of the headliner, right? The guy towards the top of it, yeah, absolutely ripping open some of these rounds, but Caron mechanically looking sharp to close. So again, very impressive. Very impressive.
And I'm curious if this is kind of something that Loud want to drill with Sadak to be the one to force the issue all the way out of B. Whether or not it's just the turret's there, they anticipate that the heavier lean for Gen.G is outside A here, and Sadak's going to maybe have a 1v1. Or maybe somebody lurking up towards
วินนี้มีไวเปอร์พิทมีฮันเตอร์ฟิวรี่
It gives Gen.G so many options.
ลิง
With
ค
the
ล็อกนิ่ง
killjoy falling first.
ยาม
Checking if anyone's getting up close. Not going to be
เย็ด
rewarded
เด้
for
ไอ้
that,
สัตว์
but
กูชอบช็อตอย่างนี้ยิบหาย
kind of generally slipping into more of a default,
Jam.
right? Maybe expecting the Loud to be going exploring, which they've been rewarded
เอาใคร
by
อ่ะ
the
เข้า
last
ทีม
couple
อ่ะ
of rounds.
ไม่มีใครสตรีม
That lurk up B.
กายมี่
This-
สตรีมอยู่
they-
พี่
They've truly got that
เฮ้ย
kind
ปิดเสียงมาแล้ว
I'd say understanding of
ผมนั่งดู
this.
ปิดเสียงให้แล้ว
Bait it out here with
ปิดเสียง
Lucky
ให้แล้ว
posturing a little
ไม่มีใครรู้ตอนนี้
bit, but Loud not
โอ้ย
biting.
กูดูเดอน้อย
ความลับตอนนี้ไม่มีใครรู้
See, less down on the stinger, so whether
ดู
or not
เริ่มสัมภาษณ์ทีมงานใหม่ มีสัมภาษณ์ไปบ้างแล้วครับมีสัมภาษณ์ไปแล้ว สมัครกันมา200 กว่าคนในชิปหาย ตาจะแฉะ
retrieve a weapon off a trade or something like that. The knife going to give things away.
แซนฮอกนี่แหละครับ
5
เล่น
seconds
คิว
left
จ
here
อย
for Gen.G, but their sights set
ขาประจำอยู่แล้วครับ
towards A.
4 play stack. High flash goes in.
Gold Command's going to come out here.
Yep.
เรียบร้อย
That's going to be ready to go. So again, we were crediting and complimenting these late round hits. Loud have numbers, but do they have the ability to
กูมี
stop
ของดีอาร์มกูมีของดีสนใจเปล่า กูรู้ข่าวมา
Sight is theirs. It's
อะไรพี่
so
อะไร
comprehensive from Gen.G. Viper's Pit 2.
มี
What
ใคร
are
สตรีม
you
อยู่
going to do against this?
So many tools there. Hang on, Karen just got
เสียง
wallbanged.
ลั่นเลยพี่
The Viper, the
จับ
pit's down.
จับตาดูตลาด
Lockdown's
ดี
gonna
ๆ มี
expire
ของ
here,
ดี
and actually the regress here on Tui's and Kawenzin's ultimate.
Texture. Hold on. Hold on. Still in a good position. Oh, the
ซิปมาพี่ซิปมา
ร้านหนึ่งกันว่ะ
ridiculous. This is how Loud
พี่เอ๋ยก็ว่างนะ
Okay, and there it is.
Sentinel
Gen.G
Cypher ว่าไง
wants to respect it.
นี่
Has
อันนี้
to
ถ้าเป็นแนว
drift
อาชีพ
away.
เลยเนี่ย
Still
ของ
trying
ดี
to
ขาด
เลย
ยัง
towards
ขาดยัง
spike. Where is this? Great shot towards Tui's. Wants the fob. Gets the fob.
เอ้า
He got detained.
Oh no! He just jumped a touch forward. Munchkin now forced to go in here. Has to hold it together. He can't do it. Loud
เด็ดขาดเปล่าวะ
back in the last round of the first half. Barely closing this up.
What a ridiculous back and forth for the final round of this half. So many ultimates in play.
แต่ดูทรงแล้วน่าจะต้านลาวไม่ไหว
Really swinging. And such a crucial kill to shut down the Viper's pit. That's the
6 ไม่ถือ
stranglehold
ว่า
that
ยังไม่ปลอดภัย
Gen.G
นะ
had, Lauren.
เป็น
ไม่
จี
ปลอดภัย
Drive by is ridiculous from
เดี๋ยวรอ
Sadak.
ฮาร์เบอร์คอนโทรลแมปบรรลุเรื่องเลยถ้าดูต้องดูลาวเล่น
มันได้เซตอัพสวยอยู่ เซตอัพ CS นี่โซโล่หลายช็อตอยู่
Run that Gen.G went on was masterful, outstanding. Let's see what the desk thinks of this.
Oh, I'm so happy.
ลาวไม่ได้
Icebox
สู้จังหวะ
is
แรกนะ
back. What a start that
คอ
was
ม
and a great
คอม
half
โซโล่
of
มันอยู่
Valorant.
แฟลต
But
ดู
it's
ดิ
time to jump into our HyperX reflex of moment of the day, and this one goes to Texture.
Yeah, exactly. I think that
มัน
this is
QCK
probably
มันดู
the
แบบ
moment where we see Gen.G
อยากรู้ว่ามันจะใช้ไอ้
after
ดาบ
Loud
อื่น
gets
ใน
all
คอม
those
พวกฟิ
rounds,
นิก
and
ส์
it's
ว่า
Texture
ที่มัน
ใช้ดิ
getting all this kills
คนมันยัง
and
ใช้อีก
doing
เหรอ
so in
ใช้
4 rounds in a row,
ถ้ามันใช้
actually being
อันนี้
being
มอง
that
ว่าคือแบบ
determining
ถามว่ามัน
piece
ดีไหมถ้ามันโดน
into,
จับ
hey
ถัง
guys,
นั้น
I
เล่น
cannot
ยาก
go alone. I need you to follow right
บางด่าน
after me
บางด่าน
because they're very well positioned. But
อย่าง
I think
อย่าง
that
โร
if we
ตัสที่นั่งดูมา
overwhelm them,
รู้สึกว่า
we
แม่ง
can
แบบ
make it
ดูหลวมๆไปห
Texture
น่อย
and Karon, both these players who were great in Pacific, showed up here in the first half. But I think
มัน
what
เลือกเอาส
made
ติ
it
เนลออก
for
ด้วยไง
Gen.G
มั
was
นเอา
that
บีทกับ
flash
ฟินิก
combo
เข้ามา
and how they built those
โร
egg
ตัส
sets.
อะ
the KO Gecko combo, especially when going A, was excellent, and Loud was always
แต่ว่า
forced to play into
อันนี้มัน
retake.
เจอด่าน
But
บี
towards
ท
the
เนี่ย
end of that first half, Loud's
บีทกับ
retakes
ไอบอล
really
มัน
started
ไม่
to
เล่น
step things up. In
PCK
particular,
มัน
some
เล่น
of
เล
those
นหรือเป
rounds
ล่าวะ
where they're kind of intentionally playing back,
มันเล่นไม่เล่นหรือเปล่ามันโดดไม่ได้หรือเปล่า
instantly swinging forward into
อันนี้ก็
flood.
ไม่รู้
มันเลยแบบ
Great
พร้อมมันเลยเป็น
adaptation
ฟินิกซ์ห
by
รือเปล่าวะ
Loud to bring a half 6-6 that really seemed like it was
ถ้าส
gonna
มัย
be
ก่อน
dominant
ซาดัก
for
มาเล่น
Gen.G.
เลสเนี่ย
Yeah, exactly. And now thinking about the switch, like how is this going to look from the defense? I
ถ้า
want
ตอน
to
ใน
see
ยุค
Texture
ที่อะไร
just
นะ
jump
ที่
in
ใช้
up on
เจ็ต
them. I want
ห
to
นักๆ
find
ที่
that
เจ็ตไม่โด
balance
น
that
เลย
I've
แบบ
seen from them
ซา
in
ดักก็
many
เล่นเล
other
ส
maps. Just knowing when to aggress,
Ella
knowing
doon man
when to
lutang
give
ที่
the
เราคุย
space.
กัน
I feel like there was a bit of overheating coming from Loud in some of these rounds, just because they wanted to show they're the better team.
เอาพี่โค
They
หาย
have
ไป
the
เลย
upper hand, and I think that calming things down probably gave Gen.G some advantage here.
Yeah, Loud on this attack side, when they're playing the Harbor Viper, they're really good at kind of playing the mid round a little bit, using the cascades to take extremities, and then having these powerful late round sight hits. But again, this is going to be about the retakes. The Gecko KO
ตอนแรก
combo
เดา
is
ไว้ว่า
really strong at
น่าจะ
that.
เป็น
Gen.G
ตุยเมื่อ
honestly
คาว
should
ติ
be
น
favored
ข
here.
ยับ
Yeah,
โล
I don't know about you guys. I smell a little upset coming up, but let's jump into back into the second half and see if we are indeed going to
ถ้า
get
วิน
an
แรก
upset.
เจนจีไม่ได้กูบอกเลยเหนื่อย
Yeah, so I completely agree. Smooth
ก็ต้านไม่อยู่หรอก
on that one.
ดูจากสกิลยิงแล้ว
You can
ลาว
smell
น่า
it.
จะกินอยู่
The upset is in the air. 6-6. There is something
เมื่อกี้มันโดนแบบ
in this
เซ็ต
game that we
เข้าไป
can't
ทรง
ignore.
เซอร์ไพรส์
Gen.G
แตกอะไร
coming
เท
out
ปไม่ได้
looking good. Backing up the words.
ก็ถ้าจังหวะ
Happy
แรก
to
อะ
bring out
คือ
that,
เกมของ
hey,
มึงดู
we
มึง
weren't
ดู
here when
คอมแม่ง
Gen.G
ดิเยเจน
with
จี
Loud were
สัต
winning
ว์
champion. None of that. None of that. So it's
มาแล้วไง
like, okay, we'll
มัน
see.
ใช้
We'll
มัน
see if
ใช้
it's
ไอ้
actually
เนี่ย
there.
ประโยชน์
It's
จาก
all
มา
just
ได้
a
อี
little
ก
bit of hype talk. But for now, quick pace coming out from Loud.
เฮ้ย เอ้า
Making no secret to
โอ้ย
this.
ไม่หลบ
But
แฟลช
the
ด้วย
texture, Lakia, they're all there, and they are all winning out these fights.
เอาแล้วไง
They just
โอ้โห
counted a
เจอ
texture.
อุ้ย
He's going in.
A
Love to
smile
see
on
it.
his face as well.
Love to see it. This guy is getting fired up.
And this is a
เรียน
pistol
จบ
round
มา
that's
แล้วเก่ง
almost
ขึ้นเยอะ
designed to take control back, get themselves back in in control of the
เฮ้ย
tempo after that first half. But Loud absolutely shut out of B side. Bodies in
จังห
place
วะ
here
เดียวก็
from
งาน
Gen.G.
เข้าดิวะเฮีย
A good boost for them as well to try and carry this across into the second half.
Oh, that's huge. All the things that can go right have been, but this is quite audacious.
ไม่ต้องดูบินปืนก่อน เฮ้ย
What? Or not? Apparently Munchkin just gets away with murder. Eventually goes
Yeah.
down to less. But he's just left a massacre on the ground by A. Gen.G going to be smiling about this one too, looking clean enough. Certainly not flawless at this point, but still. What can less do with this anymore? You can maybe claim pride's sake. He's being toyed with though. Texture's going to back off from that one. He's not liking what he's seeing, but still, what a start here.
Here's Munchkin really putting up numbers versus Secret that individually just looked
เนี่ยดูจบเอาจบคู่ในคู่สุดท้าย
absolutely phenomenal.
ทำไม
ฮะ
ดูว่าตามมึงเยอะมาก
Performance
เลย
like that here.
มึงเปิด YouTube กูดิ
Second half. Already off to a good
ตอนนี้
start
จะ
in
เท่า
that
กัน
regard. Les is going to be given a consolation here.
กูดูผ่านทวิตไง แล้วกูรู้สึกว่ากูดีเลย์กับมึงประมาณ 15 วิได้
เอ้ยไม่ถึงประมาณ7 วิ
เฮ้ยเยอะมากเลยนะเมื่อกี้
ใช่เหรอ
สงสัยของกูมันช้า
Two
มากต้อง
rounds
รี
to
เซ็ต
kick off the second half.
ที่ดูด้วยอะไรอะมือ
Early
ถือหรือว่าคอม
response
เนี่ย
here. So how
ดู
quickly
ผ่าน
Gen.G
MacBook
were
ครับ
able to
แล้ว
carry
อันนี้
away
ก็
once
คุย
they
ผ่าน
did
ที
get
ด้วย
control
มือถือ
in the
คุยทวิ
first.
ดูทวิช่องหลักเลยป่ะ
Was after Loud
เปิด
started
เปิด
4-0.
หลักเลยเท่า
ต้องเปิดหลักนะต้องเปิดหลัก
โอเค
ถ้าเวลาคุยกันต้องเปิดหลัก
กูก็ว่าไม่กูคุยกับมึงคนละนี่ทุกทีเลยไทม์ไลน์
You can't ask for
น้ำตอนนี้น่าจะสวิงไป
Now if you're probably, you know, well, you're
สวิงแล้ว
เหลือ1 กว่าแล้วครับ 1 จุดกว่า
start, then, you know, you're pumping up Munchkin as well, starting to
ไม่
feel
แต่
out
ทำไม
the game.
ลาวใช้ฮาร์เบอร์ทำไมเล่นแบบนี้
Munchkin's well away from
วะ
his ult.
มันรีดใจร้อนไป
It's
ป่าวะ
right there.
วินแรกอะ
Loud, got to answer back here.
He's going to get it. So the
มัน
all
แผนพิเศษแหละวินปืนพก
retrieved here
ทำ
outside
มา
out.
Job done.
BCK had a chance there to swing onto Lakia, but respecting it.
ต้องดูช่องไหนนะดูถ้าดูหัดวิดูช่องไหน
Found and
หลักเลยพี่
หลักเลย
Valorant
Valorant
แบบไม่มีสแลชอะไรอ่ะ
Cross already, gonna pull those
น้องมาวูดดีครับ
Microphone activated.
Munchkin down to 55 HP, but obviously with the ultimate, maybe a second chance at life here.
แล้วถ้าวินนี้ไม่ได้นะบอกเลย
Two Guardians, two Bulldogs.
เป็น
Next with a scope in hand.
ลาวเหงาแน่
A little bit hesitant here.
Yeah, there's a pause here.
I mean, they have successfully baited out the ultimate.
อุ้ย
Munchkin still delivers. QCK
แล้วมันกินเหลือแค่50เองเมื่อกี้เอาไปอีก1อ่ะ
น้ำเท่าไหร่นะ
ตอนนี้เหลือ2แล้วพี่
เหลือ2แล้วฮะ
Which is very anti-loud. Can they pick it up here? Munchkin is still down low. County's gonna find Meteor, but no, Munchkin's still gonna hold that line perfectly.
15 HP, still delivering.
He's still holding.
มากินยิงไม่หยุด
Time for this flank. Look where Texture is. Look at the minimap right now. Come back to watching Munchkin. If you can buy a couple more seconds, precious time, that's perfect.
เซนเต็งครับน้องมาบู
ตอนนี้กี่วิกันแล้วเนี่ย
ที่เบ็ด
He's cleared, but
กู
there's
20
Texture.
19
That's what it was all
18เท่า
about.
กันเลย
พอๆกันมัน16
But now the position's noted.
ไอ้เหี้ยเมื่อกี้คนละไทม์ไลน์เลยกูคุยกัน
He's right under the gun. He's got to get that plan or he's
จังหวะนี้เท็กเจอร์ถ้าไม่วางตอนนี้คงไม่ได้วางแล้วบอกเลย
He's moving in, closing in, and he's got him dead.
โอ้โห
Gen.G off to a flying
ตัว
start
นี้
in
ไว้
the
ใจได้
second
เลย
half.
พี่
Beautifully done. Munchkin running down the clock.
ชิปหายแล้วเรา
Actually, the kill comes through. It's traded out.
ไม่ใจเย็นหน่อย
Perfect time by Texture. Tui's just so many question marks after that. Tries to get the cove down. Tries to bait it out with the first tap of the spike, but Munchkin man.
เฮ้ยกูชอบซีนนี้ว่ะเดี๋ยวแม่ถ่ายหลังกล้องไอสัตว์อย่างเอา
That's a 3-0 start. He allowed back down to a broken purchase. Some pistols, a stinger.
เฮ้ยผมว่าโดนว่ะ
To work with, but
พี่
not much else really to pin your hopes to.
ไม่มีคำว่าโดนหรอก นี่เป็นไงอ้าว
นี่ไง
อะไรอ่ะ
Didn't work out. Now down to the 3. This is when I start worrying about the larger picture of the map.
ไอ้ตัวบวกเพื่อนปล่อยวางนี้
It's early.
นี่น้อง
But it's looking like 10's just around the corner. So it does make me worry about seeing Breeze.
It does.
So I'm
ตัว
sure
ท้าย
hit on
เรามีเมน
I'm sure harp on about it, but this is certainly
1 2 3ไปเกิด
as Gen.G looking meticulous, flawless in
มัดกินแม่งส่งแฟลชเทลโคตรสวยอ่ะตั้งแต่ฝั่งไอ้นี่แหละตอนแม่งบุกแล้ว
โค้ดเขาใครอ่ะโค้ดเขาใครมาจากไหน
โซโร่ไง
โค้ดเขามาจากไหนคุณก็รู้5/5เราก็มาจากเขา
Counter Strike ไงพี่โซโล่
Gen.G well equipped on both sides of the map.
เฮ้ยใจเย็นอย่าเพิ่งดีใจกันไอ้สัตว์
Every round just seems fun to them, which is it sounds silly, but it makes such a difference.
Yeah, and the concern being coming into round 17, there aren't enough real playmakers in terms of the ultimates here to string together. For Loud, they need to do some heavy lifting here to find their way into this. Yes, Tui's is there, but
เฮ้ยรีคอกนิ่งเพื่อนใจเย็นเพื่อน
execute to throw that ultimate out.
So early.
โอ้โหโดนมาละ
เฮียแม่งโคตรกล้าเล่นแม่งบีบพื้นที่เลยให้เล่นแต่บี
To continue this limit testing here and forcing Loud. I mean, look at the minimap now.
ไอ้ซานแฮกมันจะเปลี่ยนเกมต้องเดินกลางนะเพื่อนนะ
Too risky to go anywhere else. So.
Well, Loud are still 60 seconds on the clock. They're going to potentially re-explore mid or A.
เอาว่ะโยกเลย
โอ้โหแต่โยกกลับไปมันเหลือ50 วิไงกว่าจะเคลียร์นี่ตอนแรกมันรู้อยู่ใกล้ว่าแตกว่ะพี่ถ้ามันโยกอ่ะ
มันโยกแล้วดิบอมไปแล้วไม่เห็นเหรอแต่โยกกลับมาบีได้โยกกลับมาบีได้โยกกลับมาบีได้
ไปแล้ว
โอ้ไปเอว่ะแล้วเขาขาตายอะดิ
อุ๊ยเอาว่ะนี่ไงอยู่ที่นี่ละอยู่ที่ลาเกียโอ้โหเรียบร้อยเลย
And looking to dominate, looking to control this site, make sure it was worth it. A long played fake coming out from Loud. Very valuable and very well handled. It's just Meteor now. Position is noted. And Loud looking like they clawed one back here.
ใจไม่แข็งพอมันต้องแบบอินโฟไม่ครบต้องอย่าพึ่ง
เฮียเมื่อกี้แข่งแล้วจะโดนนะแม่งเลยคอนยิงมา
โอ้โหแม่งไม่เถียงเลยว่ะแม่งยิงเลสเมื่อกี้
มันจ่ายอันตีเช็คเลยขนาดแต่ว่าตีหลอกกันนะ
ตามไงอาไม่สัตว์
second on the chopping block
เขาเรียกว่าเอาชัวร์เวลานี้
คอนโทรหน้าบีก่อนลูกไปอัลติเมทออฟไปก่อนทิ้งก่อนฮันเตอร์ฟิลลี่ไปทิ้งก่อนนั่น
look towards the Hunter's Fury obviously the pit and the lockdown in this
โอ้
composition
ไม่เว้ยมันปล่อยให้ใครเก็บวะ
touching distance
โอ้ไวเปอร์เหรอแล้วก็วางบอมมีไวเปอร์พิษ
ใช่ครับเทคเจอร์เล่นเจ็ดดีมากครับ
โอ้ไม่เก็บด้วยมาคอนโทรเลย
Again, these 3-2 splits. Last time it was more kind of 4-1. Sadak being the one to pressure towards A. And look at the pull of rotations. 4 players in response.
เก่าจังวะ
This could be quite, you know, the masterclass if Sadak can keep calling these fakes that are pulling rotations. His timing was just out of this world. QCK caught unawares. But Cowan seems there to back it up, so still going to keep players close by. But now Loud needs to strike, right? They need to kind of find that timing to hit B here.
They do.
Caron is holding.
They need to capitalize because Munchkin's slowly edging, making his
Hunter
way through
Fury
mid, under tube. Plant will come down. I don't think Karen can deny.
โอ้โหเจ็บ
Oh, nearly catches Sadak on a retreat though.
Okay. They got what they wanted.
We do have a late Hunter's Fury here though, so one of those
เขาทำไว้นิดนึงครับมี Hunter Fury ครับทุกคน
want to potentially try and shut that down. Actually invested, but not going to find not going to find anything on the back of that.
เขาทำไว้นิดนึงต้องแตะนะฮะGen.G
Can Gen.G break the back line? They've already pulled Munchkin back through towards the standardized approach. This is now scary, right? There's the Hunter's Fury going to be drawn out from the tap of the spike. Switch is good. Follow up is better. They're holding on to this. Munchkin going for 2Es. Exceptional work there. Loud finding life finally.
A couple of those and potential to break the funds of Gen.G. Actually, even looking at it here, Cameron's down at 2350. Maybe that's why we see the timeout here.
แล้วเดี๋ยววินนี้นะไวเปอร์จะมีอันตี
something together, but really well coordinated here.
ไม่แต่วินนี้ที่เราชนะนี่ไอ้เหี้ยเขาเส้นยิงเมื่อกี้เลยนะไ
ไอ้ตัวแรกใช่ไหม
ตัวแรกมี
maybe slipping into a
ไอ้สัตว์
ให้เมะเดียว
But the overall picture, it's Loud achieving great success on these kind of fakes. I say fakes, but it's just kind of showing presence on the other side of the map. I mean,
it's just a widespread default that they are finding value on.
โคตรชอบสองคนนี้ยิงไอ้ลาวกับเขาไม่ใช่เขาซิ่งกับตุยอะ
For now, it's working, so I'm not going to doubt it, right? It's something that is proving fruitful. But as said, when you saw QCK catching some really bad timing, fortunately, Kalanzine was there. But it's quite precarious. They're willing to make these risks, which is working out for them really well here.
นี่นั่งนี่ไม่ใช่อะไรนะนึกถึงอะไรอยู่ปะ
นึกถึงอะไรเว้ย
Ascent
ลูกพี่ไม่อยู่
อีท่าเดียวกันเลย
อันนี้ก็หลับตาคิดถึงเหมือนกัน
So we kind of check in on the ult. Almost again, very symmetrical in that regard. Both very close by. So this isn't just back in Loud's control. I think these have been some quite precarious rounds they've run. Obviously, Loud being as good as they are, they make them work. Exceptionally done. Now we're into the meat of it, though.
The concern being, if you have somebody that's going to deliver for Gen.G, I guess
ถูกต้องเลยว่ะถูกต้องเลยว่ะเจอคอนโทรอย่างนี้ต้องสไนเปอร์ว่ะถูกต้องแล้วเพื่อนต้องวัดใจเพื่อนนะอย่าให้มันคอนโทรเอาตัวแรกก่อน
That's when it feels a little uneasy.
Late switch as well. Just about, yeah. So Texture going to go for the solo now. It looks like.
มาสู้หน้าบีรอบนี้
very
โหแล้วเป็นลูกซอง
of some aggression on the side of Gen.G. Loud have to respect it now. I think initially they were going to throw a little bit of U2 out. Texture able to control that op shot. Could have been rewarded wrong. Karen.
How did he get seen there?
Not entirely sure, but both snake bites used, and now doesn't really have the security to play up close and personal. As Loud look to re-aggress, but will shut down the owl drone.
ถามจริง
question mark still here.
ถามจริง
อุ้ย
ปืนระยำ
ปืนที่พี่เอ๋ยรัก
โอ้โหเกมเปลี่ยนเลยอะเจออย่างเงี้ย
They've got the upgrades they wanted to. Karen was willing to die for that. That's fine. He'll take that every day of the week. You guys lock it down afterwards. I've done the damage. Less than QCK now in that position at yellow could be the end of the Munchkin. Still holding on to this one. QCK going to try and check close. Loses out. And less now. There's so much and so little opportunity.
This is so bizarre. I think at some point Karen spotted whether or not they don't see he's got a judge, I think is the issue. The knife obviously
ไม่มีจาน
and immediately Gen.G re-aggress. They post up close once again. You see here
ไอ้เหี้ยมึงดูดิปืนอะไรวะยิงตัวแรกตายล้มเลย
จริงพี่เกมไม่ควรเอาออก
Caught off guard a little bit here.
พี่ช่วยบอกเลยอ่อนด้วยเนิร์ฟได้ไหมปืน
right?
เนี่ย
A nice little just
เนิร์ฟ
okay,
บอกไปเขาจะเนิร์ฟกูเอาอะดิ
play up close, see what we can do, right? And you're willing to give it a run. We're back into a more
คือมันต้องอย่างน้อย2 นัดตายเว้ย
UCK, but he does have his ult. That's
โอ้โห
not a
ดู
problem.
แฟดดิ
All looking to break out.
เห็นปะ
Lucky the first one forward, finds the scalp of two. He's looking for the follow-up. He's going to get at least an attempt at it, but backups arrived. Caron, Munchkin, all here. Dizzy goes
ชิป
out.
หาย
Lucky
แล้ว
still
เฮ้ยลา
buying
เกียร์
time.
เพื่อน
Stanek
ลา
still putting
เกียร์
up
เพื่อนดูไม่ค่อย
numbers.
คล่องแคล่วเท่าไหร่
Starting to
ลา
drop
เกียร์
here.
เพื่อน
Can he do any more damage? Lucky
โมลงโมลี่ไม่ปาวะ
I don't know how he's still doing this. Oh, less lovely work from him. But look, you can see the crunch, right? Texture is on the way. Meteor, how long do you hold here? How long are you going to
Look
stay
at the flank
here?
from Texture.
He's on the way, but
He's already on the outside of this lockdown.
oh my word, Meteor.
ถามจริง
Scary to me.
มันลอยเท็กเจอร์ยิงนะ
A little bit curious.
โอ้โห
Yeah, don't know what the
โอ้
game
โห
plan was there.
ผม
Mike, did
มัน
I
น่า
miss
จะเดิน
something?
เอาเลย
A
ว่ะ
little bit curious. There is a space in that, so he had a
จังหวะ
chance
แร
to
ก
at
อะ
least, I don't know, take a 50-50 back up into the corner there.
Better than a zero.
ไหนๆก็ติดแล้วเนาะ
Because then Texture's completely caught off.
ทำไมปล่อยแฮงขนาดนั้นเพราะมุมนี้ยังไงมันก็
Scratched my head a
ไม่ต้อง
little
เช็ค
bit
ก็
over
เห็น
that
อยู่ดี
one, but I mean maybe just a little frantic, maybe expecting
หน้า
Loud to
ไฟ
push
หน่อ
up
ย
and maybe
แม่ง
I
มีแบบ
guess
กะวัดใจไงวะ
lack a
ตื่น
little
เต้นแหละ
complacency, but
อื
after
ม
the start
กดดัน
of
เล
the
ย
round where Gen.G time and time again have shown ability to be
ไม่แต่
aggressive
พี่ว่ามันอาจจะ
on
คิดว่าอยู่
A.
ข้างล่างอีกตัวหนึ่งก็ได้นะ เพราะมันอีกตัวหนึ่งมันอาจจะให้แบบคิดว่าเท็กเจอร์จะเก็บ
Left
2
scratching their head as well.
แต่จริงยังไง
Maybe we missed
ยังไงก็
something,
ต้องปาด
maybe so did Gen.G
ต้อง
at
ปาด
that point. It's-
ใช่ยังไงต้องทำ
I
ดา
did
เมจ
touch
ก่อน
on this
ปา
initially,
ดได้
the
ลุ้นไง
plans for Gen.G, and
กูเลือกตัว
talking
พี่
back to some of these series that we saw recently,
Okay, yeah,
the
yeah.
initial plan and
Valo
things
อยู่
kind of
พี่
just going really
ใช่
skew if after that
ของจริง
falls apart. They're
ดู
not
ไปปุ๊บ
really
ก็
know
แผง
what
เอา
to
ไป
do,
ใช้
not
เลย
really
ไง
having
แต่
any
เดี๋ยว
เฮ้ย
direction when
โอ้โห
you know there's sort of a little bit of chaos or there's some
ไม่เจอนาน
questions to answer mid round and
Wins
a reaction is really required.
เอาดิเขาเมื่อกี้
Yeah, I'm not sure.
It's and funny enough, it's a timeout from Loud here. Maybe to let him just
Take stock of things. Yeah, we're
Yeah.
obviously getting towards the end of this Gen.G up on 11 rounds, but
look at the string of rounds though. It has
Yeah.
been the 2 back-to-back for Loud with those lovely kind of wider defaults, more exploratory towards A as well. One right back into
แล้ว
it,
วิน
and
นี้
then
รู้สึก
the
ไวเปอร์
answer
มีอัน
just
ติ
then,
เมื่อกี้เห็น
as
แว
a
บๆอยู่
very uncharacteristic round kind of caught us all off guard. But we refocus and we look towards what we're seeing, and Gen.G's money has suffered.
yeah, I mean 2 Guardians and a
บริหารดีๆนี่
come into this, but
10 เท่า
look
เลย
at
นะ
what
เนี่ย
the old cycle is potentially going to be in the next round for them.
Snowball.
Yeah, lots of things at their disposal. Less than 2 E's ultimates on the other
กลัว
side.
ยากว่ะ
VCK
เจนจีขึ้น
will operate a back in hand once
ใช่
again.
พี่
มาดูอัลติเมทมันดิ
Gen.G happy to continue. I mean, it's
มี
it's
พื้น
4
ที่
deep here on
มี
A
ของ
side.
ผมครับ
Now going to try and make a quick decision on the back.
วิน
of
นี้
that.
มันหนึ่ง
อ้าว
อ้าว
ไอ้สัตว์
นี่ไงพี่
ออก
12
ไป
เลย
ไม่ออกหม้อไหมอ่ะ
Absolutely decapitates
ไอ้สาวออกไปหม้อไหมอ่ะ
ออกมาเสิร์ฟไปพี่
ไอ้สัตว์
บีบไปเลย
ไอ้เหี้ยเพื่อนใกล้ๆ2 คนงงเลยนะ เอ้า
เอ้า
ไอ้เหี้ย
The baiting
ตบ
though,
โต๊ะ
they
ไป
tried
ทิ้ง
to
บอก
play
อะไร
a little
อ่ะ
bit. It looked like Loud is starting to really get that
บีบมา
read.
สุดแล้ว
Starting
เล
to feel a
ย
bit more comfortable.
ไอ้เหี้ย
seeing
มึ
a
ง
little
บี
bit
บ
of
สุดก็
diligence
ส่งกลับไป
kicking back
2
in place.
เคลียร์ดิวะ
Meteor and Munchkin just trying to make anything happen, and Les is having none of it really, just free farming now. He's already got his ult.
ลาบอกอยู่ดีๆก็ได้วิน
เรียบร้อย
It's not gonna happen there,
แล้วไม่
Munchkin.
ต้องจ่ายอันติด้วยไงพี่
คราวนี้มึงมีสิทธิ์12 แล้วหมายถึงลาว
Sort of
น่ะ
composure we expect from Loud
อยู่กันครบ
to punish these sort of plays, keep Gen.G in check. And to say that though, 11-10 the scoreline, still need to tie things up. Bladestorm out of the equation, but
ราวนี้จ่ายกันระเบิดแน่อันติ
still available for Gen.G. Lockdown, no command, and the pit.
They are looming, right? There is that slight worry.
ช็อตนี้ง
It's
ง
just gonna hang
บีบมา
over
อย่าง
their
สวย
head.
แซดแท่งบอกว่ามึงฟังกูนะ อย่าใช้เวอร์เบอร์พิษ
When do they
To
pull
be
the trigger?
honest, with
กอก
how
กลุ่มก่อน
Gen.G
ฆ่าก่อน
performed
แต่ถ้าวางระเบิดได้เล่นใกล้หมดเลย
just for
นี่
these
ไง
round victories, it's been really telling.
จะถอยนะจะถอยนะวินนี้นะ วางแล้วจะถอยรักกายเล่นหน้าเลย นี่
Continued.
I agree.
มันมีล็อกกลางไหมพี่
Come out for QCK
Yes,
this
sir.
time. Looking to maybe work off the back of that Aldro and clearing the space towards B. We do see there is a player tucked in by yellow, and massive rotations actually. 4 players being called back in towards B. Maybe just off the back of a
ไม่
lack
เก่ง
of
มันต้องเล่นแข่งก็
any
ต้องดู
audio cues, any presence towards A. Maybe putting stock in this now after
มาละ
falling foul to those
ส่งแปดสวย
presence plays, but already you can see that flash
เอ้
coming
ย
in. Fight starts. Karon with a
หายแล้วเข้า
fantastic
ซิน
double. Finding less, finding Karanzine, and they are running.
Yeah, texture. The anchor over
โดน
towards
ว่ะ
A. So Sadak,
Oh, he's seen him.
does catch a glimpse. But a crucial 1v1 here.
Does he go again? Texture. You can see him. He was considering it for a second, but he thinks better of it, right? Play safe, play your life. The double pump.
Wait, yeah, Tui's has just completely faked this out with that utility.
Look at that spike running. That's so good. And the lockdown. Oh, and you know what? If Sadak feels like he's being a galaxy brain, get into middle if you feel like he could, but he's going to back up his boys, get back towards the side. They're going to get a plant out. They don't know the level of success they've had, but they could not have asked for a better outcome, making the impossible possible. And now how deep does QCK go here?
อยู่ที่ QC
เรียบร้อยครับ
Perfect. Meteor's out of there. Fair.
ตัด
Now
มา 3-3 โอเค
ridiculous. Munchkin still got ult, still got knife. Not much utility outside of that though. Where do they find that success?
Yeah,
QCK at yellow here.
No flash to really open things up here, so it's going to be a dry gunfire on the way back through. Munchkin drifting pretty deep here.
Here we go. This is a scary time. Spots him for a second. A pixel out of place, but he's worried about the fuse texture. Punishing QCK. I thought he saw him, but maybe it was just a stray shot. Dewey's now getting paranoid, getting pulled in, and maybe Texture going to close that gap. He's trying to. Sadak in the same sort of position, and now Dewey's.
Oh.
Gen.G.
ขึ้นแทนเฉย
ไม่เฉยเลยอ่ะ
Oh my god
And again, it's a little chaotic there because I don't think the communication is clear on whether or not the diffuse is being
มันไม่น่าเสียนะวินนี้เอาจริง
individual players from Loud, I think, spot two members of Gen.G, but they're just charging to. Or maybe they think they had the timing down and they just need to get bodies off the spike. But this kill onto Sadak here almost seals the deal with Tui spamming so much.
กลายเป็นม่านมันทำร้ายตัวเองอะมองไม่เห็นระเบิดได้ไงแต่สแปมก็ไม่ตายซาดักแม่งเลยต้องวิ่งกลัวจะโดนกู้แม่งกลายเป็นทำร้ายตัวเองหมดเลยไม่เก็บเพราะม่านตัวเองเลยนะ
I felt done.
Yeah, but
Loud had done everything they needed to.
โอ้
ทำไมไม่ม่านแบบว่าปิดแต่ว่าให้เห็นระเบิดนิดนึงนะในมุมมองอะเมื่อกี้แบบม่านมันทำร้ายตัวเองเลยนะทุกอย่าง
This scares me. This scares me. Look who's lurking. Look who's waiting. Texture could be in for a blinding round. Bear in mind, he could get played in below.
ใช่รู้ว่ามันกลายแบบว่าคิดว่าชนะแต่ไม่ได้ชนะขาดไงแม่งกลายเป็นแพ้เลยว่ามันชนะมาแบบสะบักสะบอมมาลาวอ่ะเฮ้ยโอ้เราไป2จบครับอย่างนี้
เรามี3มันติ
แต่ไม่เห็นว่านี่ไหลมาแล้วเนี่ยได้อยู่นะมีใบประพิดอะ
That can't be enough. It needs to be more. A 2v3. Spike still in the hands of Tui's, and let's try to control the site.
Does have the pit, but obviously the null command going to remove that. Meteor will fall here. That's going to get another one.
โอ้ยเก็บหมดไง
มุมเก่งนี่เนี่ย
ต้องใช้ความคมจังหวะนี้
ใช้ความแม่นนะลาวชอบอยู่แล้วและยังมีไวเปอร์พิชอยู่นะเฮ้ย
That he was going to stay tucked into that corner.
และGen.Gจนกูว่าโอเวอร์ไทม์
โอเวอร์ไทม์เลย
คอนโทรลดีๆนะเคลียร์ไซด์ได้เปิดไวเปอร์พิชรู้เรื่อง
to react to Munchkin throwing his life on the line.
God tier.
Gen.G to pump the brakes a little bit after a heartbreaking round loss, and that will break the bank as well. Ultimate's invested. Karen's still with the pit, but I feel like Loud come out of that gleaming.
ถ้าลาวชนะต้องบอกเลยต้องยกให้เลยนะช็อตนี้
ทั้งเกมเลยไม่ใช่ช็อตนี้มันกดไป25เพื่อน
กู้สถานการณ์นะ
Oh man. Yeah, come on.
ถ้าเทียบจริงๆ QCK กับ Ascent นี่ยังเทียบกันไม่ได้
โอ้โหคนละเกรดเลย
ทำไมถึงแบบไม่หาคนที่แบบดูเลยที่แบบจี๊ดกว่านี้วะ
ไม่ในบราซิลมันนี่แหละประมาณนี้แหละมันไม่ได้ห่างกันเยอะถ้าไม่เทียบถ้าเป็นแอดพาร์ตอะไม่นับแอดพาร์ตอะ
อ๋อหมายถึงว่าถ้าพูดถึงแบบว่าดิวลิสทั่วไปใช่ไหม
ใช่ใช่
เรียกเคสนิดก็ได้นะไอ้เคสนิดไม่อาเจนนี่หว่า
อาเจนในใจหนูเรียกCUKตลอดเลยเราจะกินหม่าล่าไง
Yeah, Sadak immediately bolting away. Yeah, exactly.
He can feel it. Sadak's calls, I've got to say, have been quite nice. Especially on this half, I've been liking what I've been seeing. Now much info does he get? Okay, a little bit of info. Not going to have the full weight behind it,
should
but
be
it
the
should be
green
enough.
light. Absolutely is. Utility invested
เซต
now.
มา
He's
แล้ว
signed
บอกเลยว่า
up for
เคลียร์
grabs.
ซ้ายแล้วไว
QCK
เปอร์
happy
พิษ
to take this space
แน่
away.
นอน
Meteor, will he get a chance to find anything here? But he's only got a guardian.
อุ้ย
Massive,
เอาแล้วไงเอาแล้วไง
They're halted.
ภาพ
The
เป็นที่อย่างที่กู
rotation's
คิดแล้ว
going to
อะ
be in. Loud might drop the ball at the
Ui.
final hurdle. But Meteor getting a little too ahead of himself. Still wanted to do more. 50 seconds. There's time for rotations.
Texture, the only one
โอเค
that's
เห็น
in
แล้ว
a
กลับ
position to catch this. Doesn't overcommit, but it's a little bit of a fake. It's pulled Lakia.
โยกกลับอีกทีครับ อย่างนี้
They spotted the cross, but Loud immediately drift back towards A. And look at
โอ้
the
โห
map
มุม
now.
นี้
They've been conditioned to respond to this. This is
โดน
what
ว่ะ
Loud was doing during those string of rounds. So now it's all on Munchkin. He's trying to play ahead. This is so brave, so bold. He's going to take one.
โอ้ย
Oh, I thought
อู้ถ้าตัวที่ 3 ได้
it's massive. The site is open
แค่
though.
นี้ก็เวอร์แล้ว
Let's still
อันนี้นี่ก็สวยจัดแล้ว
And he has a pit to play with here.
ยังได้เปรียบตัวผู้เล่นอยู่
Tui's commits to the plant.
Plants in. First fight. He's got it. The drop down. Did he spot it? It doesn't matter. Tui's. He's there. And now just
เอ้ยแป๊บ
Carol,
นึงเลด
this
บอกว่า
guy
ให้กดอันติ
has to
ใช่ไหม
step up.
ไม่อยากก
He's
ด
got to try and do something. But so much against him. And look at the reposition from Les. So hard to find. And Tui's going to try and play his life. But Karen takes it away. 1v1.
โอ้แต่วางเปิดเลยโอ้โห
He knows where he is.
มีพิษมีพิษ
But what are
เนี่
you
ย
gonna
หาย
do?
พิษไปแล้ว
In heaven.
โคตรยาก
It's buying so much time.
But can he get a safe defuse here?
I don't think he can actually get an
Can
angle
he
on
span
this.
it? Can he stop this? Because
Hey,
Karen
hey,
ain't
hey,
stopping.
hey, hey,
He's
hey.
going.
No way!
13 and it is.
Dude, dude, dude.
Gen.G
What?
steal away the 13th round.
หนังชีวิต
Hero Les having to
โอ้โน
watch
เฟกของ
and
จริง
slip away.
กู
Karen, the
กูว่าฝันร้าย
rookie,
ว่ะช็อตนี้
closing out with a Red Bull clutch versus none other than Les. What a ridiculous fight for this map.
แม่ง
Once
บัง
to
มิดเลย
conclude.
อะแล้วเจนตรงนี้มันยิงไม่ได้
The penny drops just too late here.
ยิงไม่ทะลุครับ
What a map one. What a
That was
map one.
ridiculous.
Come
What are
on,
you gonna
this
map
has
one?
been unbelievable. I've got to have the death thoughts. I've got to have
เอ้ยแต่ไม่
that
ผิด
too.
ไม่
Let's
ผิด
get out
นี่
of
เล
here.
สจัดให้ตั้งหลายวิน
ใครเป็นใครที่คิดไม่ถึงว่าจะเอาสุดกว่านี้
เออ
เป็นมุมเปิดเนี่ย
Excuse me, would you mind taking a picture of us?
Oh, no problem.
Thanks.
Yes, problem. You need Verizon. Trade in that old thing and get a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage, so you can take all the pics. So many selfies.
A preposterous amount of panos!
That means panoramic. And as many portraits of me as your heart desires.
How about none?
None, yeah, none feels right.
Trade in any iPhone in any condition and get iPhone 15 Pro and iPad and Apple Watch SE all on us. Only on Verizon.
เดี๋ยวนี้ iPhone เขาโฆษณาในนี้เลยเหรอ
ตอนแรกผมนึกว่าแอดเด้ง
เออ มันดูเพลินเลยเมื่อกี้ ง่วงเจอเกมนี้ไปตื่นเลย
พี่ทิพย์พี่ทิพย์ไม่อยู่ด้วย
Red Bull gives you wings.
เมื่อไหร่โป๊กเกอร์ดีวะเอ้ย
โอ้โหเพราะหลังแล้วเนี่ยแหละ รอบอยหายดีก่อนเนี่ย
อ๋อ แบบสองว่าไงเลยมิด
แมป2ว่าลาวคืนว่ะ ไม่น่า 2-0
ขอมาดูคอมแป๊บ
ต้องบอกว่าเมื่อก่อนมันไม่ได้โดดเด่นขนาดนี้ครับเทคเจอร์อ่ะ ผมว่า CQK มันติดตรงมันเปิดให้เพื่อนไม่ได้คือเขาทำหน้าที่ดูดีแล้วแหละ แต่แบบมันน่าจะตัดได้ภาพคล้ายๆกับม่อนทำหน้าที่ได้อยู่แต่มันตัดได้เหมือนจริงกับแอสฟาร์ใช่ครับผมแต่ว่าพี่ว่าถ้า CQK เนี่ยนะถ้าเราแบบน้ำจิ้มปรุงน้ำจิ้มดีๆนี่อร่อยเลยนะ CQK อ่ะแต่ส่วนมากจะให้พนักงานปรุงให้ครับผม
แล้วจริงอะพี่
อ่ะ
ถ้าเป็นจริงสมมติจริง
ถ้ามันโอ้จริงมันกุยทางเปิดทางให้เพื่อนสบายๆเลยจริงอ่ะ
ด้วยฤทธิ์ธรรมชาติอ่ะ
เมื่อกี้มีน้องใน YouTube เขาพิมพ์ QCK เป็น CQK ครับผม
QCK
pushing me closer to the edge. Hand back John, now let loose. Don't mind if I do. For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. Hand back John, now let loose. Don't mind if I do.
จะเสียดายคือแมปพูรอบนี้ที่มันพีคแบนมามันไม่มีแมปเป็นคอมพิเศษของลาวเลยอ่ะที่มันทำคอมใหม่มาที่มันจะมีพวกแบบลืมปิดเพลงไงไม่เป็นไรวันแรกดูว่าโดนไม่โดน
ไหนคิววี่วันแรกถือว่าเทสระบบ
ไม่ไงเลยเราไม่เคยเล่นบีทโชว์เลยไงมันเป็นคอมไหนวะเนี่ย
มันใช้คัดมาแต่มันเอาจริงคือมันเข้ามาแบบสะบักสะบอมนะเนี่ยเข้าอันเนี้ยไปตามสถิติมาอยู่
มันใช้คอมฟินิกไงในมุมมองกูตอนนี้กูไปดูแต่ตอนมันเจอเซติเนลอย่างเดียวกูรู้สึกว่ามันสู้เซติเนลไม่ได้เลยลูกเกมอ่ะบางอย่างอ่ะแต่เป็นด่านโลตัสไปบางด่านที่แบบใช้ฟินิกอ่ะมันโดนจับทางง่ายเต็มเลยแต่ว่าบีทไม่เคยเล่นไงไม่รู้คอมว่ะพูดยากเลยเนี่ยมึงว่า
บีก็คอมดีฟอลต์นั่นแหละ
มึงว่าจะเป็นสไตล์ไหนกูว่าแม่งน่าจะแบบดีฟอลต์อ่ะไซเฟอร์ KO อะไรเงี้ย
นี่เขาพาล่ามาถึงมาดริดเลยนะ
일단 첫 번째 세트 승리 축하드리고요. 이제 다음 세트가 브리즈인데 사실 젠지가 페렉을 상대로 브리즈에서 승리를 거두기도 했지만 어떻게 보면은 반반 갈 수도 있잖아요. 어떤 계획이신가요?
저희가 조금 브리즈가 부족했던 부분이 많아서 저희가 마스터즈 오기 전에 준비를 좀
มันไม่ค่อยเก่าอะครับผมไอ้ QCK อะนั่นแหละ
그런 부분에 있어서 저희가 자신이 있어서 픽을
ได้
했기 때문에
ถ้าเป็นแอดปาร์นี่แบบชนะไปแล้วเมื่อกี้
So before coming into Madrid in Pacific, we saw a lot of points where
แอดปาร์นี่แบบแย่ตัด
so we tried
แดดหายพังหมดอะ
we put in so many hours to
มันรอบมันจัด
fix
กว่า
those and really add on to our breeze and I think we made the breeze stronger so we're extremely confident so all I can tell you is that we're feeling confident.
Ooh, well after that map and after that a little bit of a teaser, cannot wait to see this one. Let's see if Gen.G can close this out.
Oh, I can't wait to see it either. Gen.G, welcome to Masters. What a statement they made here, Mimi and Kukuka. You just can't help but love this team already.
Yeah, I mean, they played incredible. You see it in all of these reactions, just how much it meant to them. But for the squad, it really seemed like they were in control for the first part. But then the last 7 or so rounds of the game, Loud stepped up. Les was out there dropping almost 30. Sidak seemingly couldn't make a wrong call. But Gen.G still prevailed through that. 1-2 critical 1v1 rounds and pulled it off.
Yeah, exactly. And actually for being a first map in a match here at Masters Madrid, I think it's crazy the amount of overcook and overthinking that has been going into some of these rounds. We know and expect that Gen.G was going to be a little bit more aggressive.
ไลน์อัพเลยวันทานนี้ผมแปลกใจมากเลยที่แปลกใจเหมือนกันครับแน่นนะไลน์อัพเลยวันทานแน่นจัด
Some rounds being crazy just because of it, because of taking not the extra mile but the extra 3,000 miles.
These teams were so closely matched that it really came down to the little things. There's 2 rounds where
ถ้า
Loud
ถ้ายกให้ก็ต้องให้ที่เหล่าเลยครับผม
but it's just not planted in quite the right position.
พี่ไม่ได้กินนานแล้วลืมเลยแต่
It really came down to
CUK มันกินมาไม่นาน
and yeah, I mean that clutch beating less in that situation to end the match is ridiculous.
There is just something about Loud on Icebox.
เราไปของกินตอนนี้ไม่ได้นะครับหิวเลยเนี่ยผู้ของกินปุ๊บปวดท้องเลยเนี่ย
because we were very hype about both of these players coming into this. Kukuka, what did you make of their performances?
I think that QCK struggled a lot on the attack. He was not finding the impact that you would would expect from a Jet coming onto Icebox, knowing the support that it was coming with it, and I think that Loud had to help in that regard. I think he went 0-4 in those first duels just on the attack. On the other side for Texture, I think that he was one of the pivotal and key parts to making them get into the game and actually find that success later in the game.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I don't think this was the best map for Quick, but for the other side, I mean, Texture was ridiculous.
Yeah.
I think both the guys who are big question marks for Gen.G showed up. We saw Karon being clutch. We just talked about it, that very last
ที่แข่งระดับนี้มันต้องดูทีมแบบทีมไหนแบบมาแบบดูลงตัวทีมไหนแบบดูไม่ลงตัว อะไรเกิดขึ้นได้ความไม่ลงตัวของเรา
But yeah, I think that they have proven that these players can still come compete at this level and still have that consistency that they did show back in Pacific.
Yeah, I mean, Loud, they have a lot to do now for map 2. But first, let's hear what STK has to say ahead of that map with Mika Fabs.
Hey guys, Mika Fabs here once again, and I'm now with Coach Pew and Arthur to help me with some translation. Now, Coach Pew, we saw that Gen.G, that map was really, really close. So this roster is a bit of an unknown. How did you guys prepare for this match?
Então, como é que vocês fizeram? Ele tá levando bem Assistant Corp, né?
Eles foram um time que jogaram muitos jogos na região.
เหมือนฟอร์ดมันออกไปตั้งแต่จบปีแล้วหรอปะ
Jogaram muitos mapas, então a gente tem mudado na line-up e a gente tem muito material deles para estudar.
So overall
แต่จริงหลักๆกูว่าถ้าลาวนะนี่ตามตรงนะกูรู้สึกซาดักแม่งมีเขาเรียกว่าอะไรถ้าจะเป็นตัวหลักเก็บปะรู้สึกว่าเหมือนแบบทุกอย่างคือตั้งแต่ที่กูให้สัมภาษณ์ปีแล้วทุกคนแม่งให้ความสำคัญกับซาดักแบบเกือบทุกคนเลย
We don't know what they do on Breeze. What would you like to see on Breeze?
I mean, nothing too crazy. Maybe a little bit of innovation or something that they may have picked up for other reasons. And I love that you mentioned it because that is probably the last time that we saw them playing on that Breeze. It's been a very hot minute. And as we were saying before, they have been banning this map constantly during kickoff. But we can also think that that was a strategy or maybe something that wasn't ready by the time.
Yeah, we have Aegis Select ready now, so let's take a look and see where we are going to go. And Mimi, what do you think of this?
Loud is playing Gen.G เปลี่ยนคอมCooking on 4 out of their 7 wins with the Phoenix Breach stuff, but I think both on Icebox and here on Breeze, that doesn't really work. You do need that dive agent, and we've seen teams try out the Yoru like Gen.G, which is new, and I want to talk more about that composition because it's Meteor of all players locking in the Yoru here. It's only flashes they have, and honestly, I really like this comp.
I love the fact that they're playing this double duelist. We know what the Yoru is capable of doing in this map. The support that is going to come onto Texture, I think that this is one of the most important duels. We know how comfortable they're also playing on that double controller. I think that the way, especially now that they're starting on the defense, after they're up one map, if they have a strong start, if they manage to get those mind Euro games into the heads of Loud, this should be a 2-0.
This is the map Breeze. That is the aim check map, the mid-round aim check where we're to go into the most chaos. So for me, I'm really looking at Loud needing to step up. We need more out of QCK as the sole jet on the scene. We need to see the Suda who is pulling up the perfect calls towards the end of Breeze.
แล้วมันมาทำกูไม่รู้ว่าใครเป็นคนคิดนะถ้าเป็นฟอร์ดคิดนี่กูต้องยอมรับว่าแม่งแบบสามารถมีลูกเล่นแบบนี้ได้แต่ถ้าเป็นซาดักนี่ก็คือต้องยอมรับซาดักจริงๆแม่งแบบ
Gen.G is not scared. They're also bringing in something new. We were talking about how important the anti-strat, the preparation coming into the match is, but for this one, it's not going to be that simple.
คิดวิธีเล่นแบบว่าจังหวะ1 2 3 4แบบผมแบบเล่นแบบนี้เล่นได้เลยฉีกแนวไป
ไม่แน่นะอาจจะเป็นแซนเขาก็ได้นะเพราะว่าแมปคือคอมพิเศษอะไอบ็อกกับบีทเนี่ยมันไม่ได้ใช้มันไปใช้แมปอื่นไงซึ่งวันนี้เราไม่ได้ดู
เข้าใจอยู่อย่างคอมแอสเซนต์น่ะกูเห็นเลย
ไม่แน่นะอาจจะเป็นแซนฮอกก็ได้
มึงรู้ป่าวว่าคอมที่มันใช้อะที่มันเป็นตัวหลักที่แล้วฟินิกบีทแล้วอะไรตัวนึงที่แบบตัวหลักที่จะยืน3ตัวไอ้เหี้ยเป็นคอมที่กูรู้สึกว่าแอดปาเล่นยากสัตว์ถ้าเจอแต่ถือว่าแบบตอนที่แม่งเล่นกูว่ามันแข่งกับดีกว่าทันมั้งวีแอสเซนต์น่ะกูรู้สึกได้เลยว่าแอดปาแม่งพุ่งเข้าไปเจอแฟนแม่งเล่นแบบเอาเพย์ยากสัตว์แต่ก็น่าจะเป็นซาดักนะถ้าพอดูไปเพราะมันมีคอมพิเศษที่มันออกมาเรื่อยๆถูกป่ะล่ะ
ใช่มีสิทธิ์เป็นแซนแฮกสูงมาก
Think about the
ไอ้
implications
เหี้ยแม่ง
for
มันส
Loud,
มอง
though.
ทีมไอ้
The
เหี้ยข
team
อง
that
จริง
has
หมด
made
เลย
ไหนบอกเรา
7
2-0 ไง กู
international
ไม่น่าเล่น
events
ตาม
in a
เลย
row.
แฟนคลับ
They've had events where they
เครื่อง
haven't
พ่อ
done
หมอ
well.
วัน
They
โท
bombed
การ
out in
เงินกูหายไป
Copenhagen.
กั
They
บ
went
เอ้า
out early in Tokyo. It
ก็
happens
เท่า
so
ทุน
rarely.
ไงน้อง
But this is a team
ผู้ได้
that
คู่
hasn't
แรกแล้ว
taken
เสียคู่
shifts
สอง
when they go
โอ้
to
โห
international events
กะ
like
รวยเลยไง
GCC
วันแรก
to
เหลือ
beat
แก้ตัวผู้นี้
everyone
วัน
else,
หนึ่ง
to
นะ
be one of
มา
the
ตามใหม่
best. That's
เฮ้ย
the
พ่อหมอ
pressure
พ่อ
that's
หมอ
on
ไง
these
วะเนี่ย
players, and they're really on the precipice of being upset here.
Yeah.
กะรวยเลยเหรอเท่าทุนวันหนึ่งไม่ได้หรอ
But it also would play into the Gen.G story, right? This is how
ไม่ต้องแบนนะเก็บไว้ก่อน
they
คนนี้
upset everybody. Maybe Loud is
ตลกดิ
carrying on the NRG
ให้
curse.
มันมาใหม่พ
And
รุ่งนี้
America's team has to lose to a Pacific team on the opening day. That's just tradition. So
Yeah,
with
it
NRG
is.
not being here, somebody else has to do it. But I want to give some credit to Solo because we want to talk about old guards. When Lakia was
เราตามไหม
here,
ลีกไทยนะเราตาม
at
ไหม
the last global event, Solo was his
ถ้า
teammate.
ตาม
They
นี่ก
played
ด
on
ซับ
the
เลยนะ
same team
เรารวยเลยนะถ้าตามลีกไทยอ่ะ
On that team. That's
yeah,
crazy.
so the fact that Solo is being able to kind of go from the playing career into a coach and also come up with all these cool things and structure things that we've seen, we got to give him some credit.
Yeah, I mean, you absolutely do. Gen.G, if there's one word to describe them, it has been disciplined throughout their
เออ
run
ไปโต
in
นั้นแหละ
Pacific.
โตที่
They're
แอฟริกา
really good at kind of doing things right in the late round, at setting each other up well with utility, at playing the basics, the fundamentals at a really high level. Sure, it sometimes descends into the clutches, into the madness. They can thrive there too. But I think that's the identity that Solo has
เลย
instilled
มา
in
อย่าง
this
นี้
team.
Yeah, exactly. But hey, this was just one map. I know that we're very surprised by the performance that we saw there at Pacific, but I think that going into the tournament, Gen.G is going to be able to learn a lot from their opponents. I think that from this Icebox, even just today, after this day is over, they're going to have a lot to learn. And I don't think they're going to be the kind of team where next team is going to beat Icebox into them and kind of dismantle them. I don't think they're the kind of team that is going to struggle with that.
Well, earlier we asked you guys at home to vote in the MasterCard fan poll on which international league will win it all. I wonder if things might change.
Okay, let's be
after
honest.
this game.
Let's be honest, Sue. Everyone who voted Americas
First out
was,
ไปเป็นแค่
no, was Sentinels. Everyone who voted Americas is Sentinels. The question's not in Portuguese. It's in English. It's all Sentinels
Well,
fans.
I am Spanish and I speak English, and you say
That's true. I mean, obviously, Brazilian fans also do speak
You're
English.
telling
Some
me
of
no
them.
one from Heretics voted here because
I feel like you're putting some words in my mouth that I didn't really say.
All I'm gonna say is I want to run this poll again tomorrow, depending on what happens later today, and see. But I'm gonna put a pin in that because the map is ready. We are also ready to dive into Breeze and hand this over to your casters.
ทุกคนลองคิดนะสมมติถ้าเขาตามพี่จริงนะ
Yeah, I don't really know what we're
ก็ทายถูกนะเว้ย
Mike, if I'm completely honest with you. We
นึกออก
kind
ปะ
of theory
We're free
crafted.
balling. We're
ก็
free
ทายถูก
balling
อยู่นะ
right here, to be honest.
Free falling, I think,
Yeah.
is actually the phrase.
Yeah.
But no, genuinely, because we
สง
were
สัย
kind
มัน
of
ตามผิด
theory
คู่ไอ้นี่
crafting veto and kind of talking through options and what we thought might come out. Breeze was never in that conversation.
No, it isn't. And to see Gen.G now pull out a little bit
ทำ
of
ไม
a
เรา
switch
เลือก
up as
แอส
well.
ฟานออก
is a
เหมือน
massive
จะ
concern for
มี
Loud
ปัญหาภายในพว
through
กนี้
all
นะ
of
ครับ
the
ผม
Phoenix and Breach and all of the call it madness, call it overcooking, whatever, we come out here with this composition on Breeze. So that does actually bring into question whether or not it was left out here and you know what even happened with the veto. And again, won't speculate until we do get an answer or something in an interview. But was this a potential to see today for Loud? Period. And if so,
Look,
what's the response to that? Because if you look at the rest of the map pool with QCK coming in here, and I mean, I was having this conversation the other day with GB. You make anybody play that much Phoenix, and they don't come out looking like the best duelist in the world. I'm sorry, they just don't. So to come in here and sure, it could be a bit of a reassurance that we do see him on the jet. It's a bit more of a vanilla comp. Then maybe Loud dial back into where they're
classic.
Yeah.
Loud. It does feel like they somewhat baited the veto, right? You know what I mean? Like you permaban something for an entire season. Basically, I say entire season. It was kickoff, so let's
Yeah, which, and again, it's weird because it feels like a small sample size. Yeah.
But for what it is, it was their perma takeaway, and then to adjust and leave it open as an
มันยังบรรยากาศดีอยู่เรา
you know, if
โด
you're
นแมป
Gen.G,
นึง
you think, well, surely that's
มันยังไม่เครียด
Breeze is such a for me it always becomes such a question mark on the day. Another team can
นี่มันไม่ได้
simply
กลับ
just
บ้านเลยใช่ไหม
outfrag you and beat you.
ยังมีโอกาสอีกรอบหนึ่ง
Unfortunately, that's just the way it happens.
มันเป็นสวิตช์ลาวแพ้
Sometimes
2 กลับ
it's
บ้าน
kind of like maybe that's why I'm hoping for Loud. It's just something of a pocket pick.
You're hoping so,
Is
right?
your
You're bloody
permaban?
hoping so.
Is your
จริงๆ
permaban
เกิน
your
คาด
pocket
มากเลย
pick?
พี่
My brain hurts and I'm scared because if I'm going to be honest, I'll be transparent.
ต้องไปดูตอนเจอพวก EDG อะไร
going to go Loud's way, just because from what I'd seen, what I expected, I thought, okay, I'll put it there. Close game, but Loud's favor.
For all intents and purposes, this should now be a 2-0 in my eyes.
If we're going off
don't get me wrong,
what we expect, I don't know.
Gen.G didn't look fantastic at this regionally. I mean, they struggle versus RRQ, and to come out now with a new composition and something a little bit quirky, which Loud have stood the test of time playing against teams like, international teams, the teams that bring out curveballs, your Fanatics, your Paper X's. Is this
ปกติด่านนี้เมทิโอเล่น
when you
ไซ
take
เฟอร์ใช่
map
ป่ะ
one in the nature that it did?
ไม่โดมันย้ายมาเซตนี้มันเป็นเซนติเนลแล้ว
I don't know. There's a lot of theory crafting, right? We can sit here and just kind of talk it around the houses. There is a little bit of delay if you didn't know.
เอ็กเจอร์เหมาแล้วด้วย
There's not like a tech pause delay, like they haven't done the powers.
They haven't flown a,
they haven't flown a
banner. I think they did that
that's a
on
short
purpose.
One. That's a short one when they're not doing that, which is a good thing. So sorry, watch parties. You'll have to actually say something to your chat for a little while. Get to work.
ว่ะ
Chill out afterwards once again.
พนันวิดพื้นไว้ดิโดนไปแมปแล้ว
But genuinely,
that's who you were throwing shade. I was curious of who you were directing at.
Yeah. Gotta go.
Sliggy's definitely drawing something right now.
You reckon? He's on the map?
Well, he should be.
It's probably just a chair on the stream.
All the dead footage we've got going on here. I mean, for once, they didn't pass back on camera. Usually it must be...
That is because of producer Kevin. We've bribed him enough, and we just start swearing at the camera, so he knows better. But no, we love producer Kevin, one of our favourites. And now you said that, there is a very high chance he'll just throw us on camera. So I'm going to sit down.
There'll be a flash of us ahead of the map starting. I do see...
The countdown's begun.
I do see a clock ticking down.
Sorry for the delay, folks. It's us. So since Mike's back, thought we'd treat you again. But roll your mind back just a moment or two ago. Map 1 was mental. 13-11. Gen.G.
I still can't believe that ending.
What an end. Ness's clutch, the diffused around after. It was wild. So let's hope we get a little bit of
หลัง
that.
ตรงเลยเกมนี้ห้ามแพ้เว้ย
Breeze was Loud's permaban.
อันนี้เพลงก็เปลี่ยนไปตามสไตล์แบบยุโรปเลย
All unknown now.
ใช่
Loud on the attack.
ที่ไทยนี่เขาจะเอาหมอลำมาเปิดนี่
ไม่มี
For me, early on, we need to see some sort of comfort from Loud, because obviously there were a few hit and miss rounds, a few 50-50s that didn't go their way on map 1, but coming into the question mark here on Breeze, definitely want to see them composed and in control here. They're going to drift very quickly over towards B. No real confirmations, I mean, other than deep down halls, the whereabouts of Gen.G, but with Munchkin and Karen posted up here, as I say that, Munchkin actually drifting out, but contact is found elsewhere.
Yeah, look how quick Les has got to this as well. He was so deep by that point. By the time they got contact, he was just by the pillar anyway. Good trade out for Munchkin, can at least keep touch somewhat on this. But again, it's not like QCK is stopping. He's
มันแอบซวยอยู่นะช็อตเนี้ย
a lot of space here. Meteor in him.
เหตุทะลุสโมก
But doesn't really make much odds. You're looking at the likes of Munchkin. You're then looking at 2Es. It's kind of, the fight on the fight, but who gets the timing on each other here? And actually, looking at this, Munchkin's got a lot of room. Finally noted by 2Es. Good timing to turn.
โอ้โหหวานเจี๊ยบ
Going to spot Meteor crossing
หมด
Loud. Very
แล้วแมปนี้วัดกันไกลๆไง
Never really in doubt.
เห็นภาพเลย
Trade comes through and Loud able to just steamroll their way on.
ใครคมกว่ากันครับพี่เอ้ย
โอ้ลาวยิงเดือด
See Gen.G toy with the idea of
ท็อตแบบว่าทีเด็ดทีขาด
once again.
Yeah.
เลสกำลังลั่นๆเลย
The sheriffs to follow up as well. Let's clean up here from Cow and Zine. Maybe looking for, I mean, we don't say this often, but maybe looking for some early confidence boosters for Loud. It's not often they ever really have to rely on those.
But hey, it's, I think seeing the teams that have come out to this, hey, nice, there we go. Not bad at all. Did actually take damage from that too, but seeing the kind of change of the guard, right? Yes, I'd say that Loud are one of the only remaining old gods here. There's very few who've been able to stand out, and yeah, of course there's roster changes to it, but still at least having a core who's been to previous events. It's a whole different world this year in Valorant, and I think a lot of teams know it. And right now, Gen.G showing us a great deal. Good little work from Les there, unfazed by the pressure over towards pushing out on B. A little bit of attempt in middle. This round, somewhat of a throwaway, it feels like, as it is just kind of that Marshall 2 classics. That's it.
QCK looking to explore, though. Hey, Les actually pulling a rotation here, was not Meteor and Lakia considering digging him out, not with the rotation coming through. So Karen will be called upon here. Sadak just turns his head at the wrong moment, but 2Es from the back lines. And QCK with his position, punish Lakia's rotation. Meteor just going to try and get an orb. Constellation will find a third from his death. There's some early progress towards it, but really much else for Gen.G really to work off of. QCK does catch a glimpse. And a 49 HP though, did take the tag with the classic. The third on the round for him.
Outlaw wins.
มันไม่ซื้อเอาหล่อหรอแบบนี้เอาหล่อโคตรส่งพลัง
I mean, it's just like in my mind, I don't know what I make.
เนี่ยซื้อเอาหล่อมาวีนี้นี่ลูกปากเลยเนี่ยดูดิมี2ตัวเกาะเล็ก
I'm nervous about this game, Michael.
Yeah, I mean, already, like I said, if you look at this veto, obviously, Breeze's surprise, yes, but like I said, I wasn't buying into it too much, but I still would have expected Loud to come out on top on Icebox. Just where Gen.G struggled and where you'd expect Loud and what we know of Loud to really excel at. I mean, Loud losing out on clutches, right? Coming down to 1v1s and then losing a map because of it.
ไม่ไหวปรับร่างกายมาแล้วนอนเช้าทุกวันช่วงนี้
A little bit of a different look here. Loud, straight up tube. Oh, subtlety to it. The flash gonna ring the dinner bell, and everyone's in response. Sadak the one to succeed there, taking down Meteor. That opens up the map. That causes such an issue. Put Munchkin now on his own, basically. If they can hold this,
ตกใจนะเมื่อกี้ระยะนั้น
Texture's gonna have to bail him out big here, which maybe he does. It is Texture, unless has his eyes away from the prize, and Texture with the punish. Oh, not quite there, but the headshot was QCK living through that, and pressure elsewhere again. I'm really surprised they're drifting at these times, trying to find this, information or trying to take space. Karen's been noted, so it's no surprise he's here either. They know that he's going to be still around. That spike is still in spawn. This is what I mean. I don't know what to make of this map. Tui's going to go down, and now Sadak over one. What is...
เสียเยอะอยู่
What is happening?
I'll be honest, a really bizarre setup on both sides of the coin here. Gen.G, like you said, drifting out in a number of different positions. Meteor gives his life up early, a rifle retained, but Loud unable to really convert that into any sort of snowball throughout that round. It seemed like a very, very strange round to watch back. Some damage done, but Gen.G retain. I mean, as much as they need, Lackey's going to come into this with a Guardian, but it's about as even as you'd expect coming into round 4 here. How this started. Sadak the closest at 2 off the non-command. Actually, Meteor. That early orb retrieval.
เราควรไปตัดแว่นนะครับผมสั้นยาว
Yeah, Gen.G, very quick to try and respond to it.
เราอยากตัดแว่นเราอยากวัดสายตาฟรีปะล่ะพี่มีที่แนะนำมีที่หนึ่งอยู่สยามสแควร์ซอย 5นะครับผมซึ่งตอนนี้ในร้านนั้นชื่อว่าออกตัดนะฮะตอนนี้เขามีรุ่นใหม่มานะครับตัวนี้ใส่อยู่ Hover 2.0
ตัวปอบแม่งเดินมาฟัน
Grab that one, but that felt like a 50-50. 5v3 now. Sadak less than 2.
แล้วก็ตัวเนี้ยมันทนทานแล้วก็เบามากนะครับวัสดุทำจากนิตินอลในประเทศญี่ปุ่นเนี่ยเอามาทำขายอะไรกันเป็นหมื่นซึ่งที่ร้านออฟตัสสยามสแควร์ซอย 5เนี่ยขายแค่ 2,490 วัดความสั้นยาวฟรีนะครับแล้วถ้าน้องไปซื้อใช้โค้ดไปเปิดได้วันลด100 บาทลองมาดูฮะ
And yeah, well, it's lucky to go down, and now the round feels, I don't know, this is feeling like it's all in the hands of Tui's, right? Like, how much more can one man do? A great deal, apparently. Tui's can do so much for them. Munchkin now in the undesirable position of having to deal with 3, and his pressure up tube was everything.
ของจริงตัวเนี้ย
Less down at 14 HP, but a 1v3 nonetheless. 70 for Munchkin. Doesn't even look like he's really too interested in going for this.
Oh, you look at Less's position, even if he just holds it, he'd be.
He might even catch Less here.
Oh, surprised Less when that
ไม่มีครับผมมีสีเดียวที่เห็น
down by pillar. Maybe looking to remove the rifle from Munchkin. But again, these rounds feel scrappy. They don't feel as refined as I was hoping.
Definitely not. Again, obviously talking about where this lies in the map pool and the overlap of these two teams. No surprise really, but you'd hope really, with this being left as an option, potential to see it, that Loud will be well equipped, and at least here with a 3-1 scoreline, they're able to keep Gen.G in check. No nonsense from Meteor on the Yoru just yet. But yeah, I mean, Tui's just doing Tui's things here.
Oh.
I mean, that's how
8 นัดทุกคนไม่ใช่แค่08 นัดอะ3 ตัวเมื่อกี้
Well, hero rifle left on Munchkin. That's it. The rest are down on Sheriff's light armor, I think, behind it. And Marshall, you got Meteor's ult, but you're not gonna, bring that out now. I feel.
Definitely not now.
No, very little chance of that actually. Clean work from QCK.
อ๋อมันกองแสงสีฟ้าอยู่แล้วครับผมแต่แนะนำถ้าแบบว่าแว่นกองแสงให้เอาเลนเคยเห็นแว่นกองแสงมันจะเป็นเลนสีเหลืองกับเลนใสใช่ป่ะเลนใสมันจะเป็นเลนติน่าเคียเอกรุ่นใหม่ใส่แล้วมันแบบมันเบาตากว่าถ้าเป็นเลนสีเหลืองใส่นานๆแล้วมันแบบมันหนักตามันแบบเหมือนเราสีมันจะชาๆหน่อยเนี่ยใส่แล้วมันใส
Goal here for Gen.G. Still a little bit of damage on the way in. Lucky posted up close with a ghost, but yeah. As Karmine sends the owl drone out, going to be spotted out very quickly. Munchkin see on the X-ray here, trying to find a flank, but
เลนขวาก็ต้องขับเร็วหน่อยนะครับ
Chewy's posted up for it. No way. That timing is
เรียบร้อย
ridiculous.
คือเป็นผมเซ็งสัตว์เล็งนานมาก
เอ้าแล้วไม่ขยับไปแค่เข่าโผล่ทำไมอะ
Munchkin was really the only one coming in with a rifle for Gen.G this round, so he was the only one expected to do a little more perhaps, but again the post plant very difficult to break. Not gonna have.
Ui.
Oh my God! Get out of it, Munchkin! Come on now, you're not meant to be doing that. You're not meant to be doing that. It's not meant to even feel that close. A valiant attempt, but it's a round for Loud regardless.
That would have been one hell of an ace.
My brain was in the next round. That man was trying to pop off. Ridiculous.
How close to I mean, he wasn't far.
ที่ว่าถ้ามันยิงได้ KO
ให้คนที่ชอบใส่เนี่ยเขาก็ต้องอยู่เห็นเราในสายตาตั้งแต่เราคิดจะให้เขาใส่แล้วครับผม
Allowed to find their fourth. That rinse and repeat though, Lauren.
Yeah, but look at this.
เซอร์ไพรส์
Attention to middle. It's Larky who's aware.
เรียบร้อยครับตันไง
The drop of that is just perfect. Teed up for it. Caron smartly and
แล้วบอมตกเมน
the extremities, and he's actually going to be able to isolate the spike. That's gone down and it's in his hands, but he needs the rest of Gen.G to back him up, and then not. Less than QCK with effective trading, keeping them going in the right direction. It's going to be, again, Caron is your last line of defense, right? Like, he's the one holding that spike back. He knows where these remaining players are. They know where Sadak was because he was taken down earlier, and obviously QCK with the res. So now how do they approach this? I'm surprised that Munchkin's drifting this far away. And it's going to be Caron on the chopping block, right? Like, how does he handle this pressure? You've got presence from both sides. Does he commit towards one side of the fight? Does he try and just live in the corner?
โอ้ยอันนี้โอ้ยอันนี้รีมาไวเอ้า
Looks like he has a decent read over. Munchkin to find
โอ้โห
QCK.
ไม่เห็นเฉยเลย
Sadak 60 HP now, has to retrieve this spike. Still plenty of time to work with though.
I was worried the
รู้ว่า
Munchkin
ตัว
might
อยู่
have
ไกล
left
ต้อง
Caron
รีบ
out
เอา
to
ต้อง
try,
รี
but
บปิด
it's
ก่อน
not
เรี
the
ยบร้อย
case at all. Caron held that
โอ้เมื่อกี้ถ้ามัน
spike
ไอ้
down,
เมื่อกี้ไหลเข้ามา
out of Munchkin
จบเลยนะ
catching
นึกว่าหลอมแล้วนะ
QCK
เออ
before that impact
มาจาก
point.
กลาง
It's just some really bizarre round. Like I said, Breeze can be whoever frags harder on the day, and there's very little nuance to what we're seeing.
Oh, that's what he called.
That's what he called.
So I was like, where did he just get that angle?
ขับมิ่งจะ GND จัด
Risky play as well to go all the way around top mid to that and hope that he didn't cross ahead of it.
Yeah. But yeah, already what I've seen so far, Loud obviously trying to keep Gen.G on red alert that somebody's going to constantly pressure up halls, be up towards switch, and really cause some problems on A.
มีครับแพ้ได้หนึ่งที
the rest of the map for them, but
อุ้ย
well, Lakia now posted up with a Guardian, shut down QCK on that very mission.
That's a bit naughty, that is. Oh, Munchkin though, so overwhelmed. Less with a quick shot, and Texture now feeling quite vulnerable. There's a little bit of room that he's not safe, and you can see the response potentially as well.
ว่าจัด
Meteor getting a bit closer. Lakia trying to apply a little bit of pressure, trying to give him a way out of dodge here. And Karanzine was so blind, but it's too easy to punish Meteor. And middle is being won up by Loud until now. Can Texture change? With just a pistol.
ติดขอบไง
1v1 1v2 now. Karon before did so well to isolate that spike, but I love this quick read from him.
Yeah.
Really smart and quick adjustment. Does he expect 2Es? He does with 2Es. Snappy adjustment. Loud stretching the lead.
Third on the round for him with the Guardian. Loud coming in, definitely disadvantaged there. Yeah, Gen.G may be feeling a little rattled after that one. See some investment thrown into it. Loud, yeah, definitely looking like they're happy to just commit to gunfights and feeling confident that in terms of just, I guess, the basic fundamentals that they're going to win out in some of these rounds. Gen.G have anything cooked up in terms of proactivity on the defense that, you know, whether it be around Meteor or anyone else in that regard.
It has been a quiet beginning between Texture, Karon and Meteor. I got to say credit for Karon there. One of the rounds was pretty much his gathering as well. You know, the nice little catch of the cross as well, but I'll tell them a little bit quiet, not seeing those individuals finding that impact.
Sure, I mean, also for Gen.G, this could just be damage control in the first half, obviously expecting this composition to be able to deliver and excel when they are able to attack, but...
Sure. But there's going to be a limit.
That feels very risky, especially if it's such a question mark with Loud not showing anything here.
Well, that's the thing, you can't come in with prep for Gen.G, right? There's
no
tape on Loud.
If anything, Loud should be in like the upper hand because there's so much tape on Gen.G. They showed everything from the map pool, and yeah, we've seen a little change here, but the fact that Loud aren't really tried and tested from kickoff on Breeze themselves, you can't then just bring that in as well, it's blank canvas, really.
Yeah, and I think Gen.G might have
ตัดแว่นออฟตัดที่สยามสแควร์ซอย 5 ครับแต่ถ้าเรารู้ค่าสายตาเราแล้วเราติดต่อในเพจออฟตัดได้เลยครับผมแต่ตอนซื้ออย่าลืมนะใช้โค้ด Viperdemon นะครับลด100 บาทใช้10 ทีลด 1,000 แต่ต้องซื้อ10 อันอุ้ยอ้าว
โดนหลอก
นึกว่าจะไม่ลงไงโคตรเหลี่ยมอ่ะเป็นเหลี่ยมอยู่นะสูตรนี้จะเป็นตัวปลอมจะเป็นตัวจริงที่หาเลยนะโอ้จบแล้วว่ะ 6-2
Steery's got a trip in front of him. Nobody saw. We didn't see that. Get a kill though? No. It's going to be a flawless coming through here.
ชิบหายแล้ว
Allowed to find their sixth.
รู้ที่ตัดไว้แล้วมีที่ไหนตัดใจได้บ้างครับเข้าเกมครับน้องถ้าจะตัดใจอ่ะเอไปเยียวยาเราเองครับผม
โค้ดเรายิ้มบอกแล้วว่า
Maybe in this round, yeah, exactly. Ultimates available here. Operator back in hand of Texture.
He's going for it, right? If he's willing to stick on this, he's in a bit of danger.
แต่กูมองว่า Gen.G ขอสัก 4 หรือ 5 วินก็โอเคนะ
โห
Now look at where they're starting to commit. Look at the difference. Look at Munchkin.
ไม่ 4 5 วินตอนเกมตั้งรับมีลุ้นนะเว้ยถ้าวินถ้าคอมมันบุกจัดเลย
I don't know what Gen.G are up to as well.
ไอ้เกมตั้งรับไม่ยาก
นี่ไง
That's huge. Win out in middle though. So varying wins on varying fronts. No one's finding comfort. The spike's back in hand. And now Texture trying to control A, but they've lost middle, so you can already see that Karon's gone down because there was no structure to support. Lockett playing ahead here, nowhere to fall back to. What is going on?
Really uncomfortable viewing, yeah. Allowed able to just pick Gen.G apart across the map. This sort of play style not suiting them here on Breeze.
ต้องไปดู accuracy ตุยแมปนี้ว่ะเฮดช็อตเท่าไหร่กับ accuracy เท่าไหร่โหดจัดอ่ะอันนี้เขาเรียกว่าเข้าคอของจริง 3-3 หัวเกือบหมด
Desperate to look for a flank and commit to it.
But the way you said it then, desperate. It felt very desperate. It didn't feel well thought out. And again, all of them trying to make these individual plays to try and maybe get something in favor, but there's no trades coming off it. There's no space going to be taken off the back of it that's favorable. They look really lost here. And maybe they don't want to hit another timeout, but they've got to do something. Look to a different site now. First time we're really seeing this B side tested. No look towards middle from Loud, so this is going to be quite all in if they continue along this path. Already mid can be taken by Gen.G, so hard to fall back away from, but they are. So now do they punish rotations? If you're Loud, you're looking to maybe catch one in middle. You're looking for players out of position, and Texture may be one of them. Sheriff could sing here though. It's not going to hold tune at this point. They fall away towards A, and they're just being drawn around the map.
Similar to what we saw Loud try and do on Icebox.
Yeah.
Show presence one side and very quickly try and catch rotations or even get ahead of rotations. Just slowly back into a little bit of control here towards bottom mid. Less punishing on the other side though. Finally finds that pick onto Meteor.
เนี่ยคนดูบอมบีร้องไห้แล้วคนมาแย่แลด
Probably the
อุ้ยโหเจอแค่หนึ่งเฮ้ยเอ้ากูดทามมิ่งครับกูดทามมิ่งเรียบร้อย
It's getting scary because it's 20 seconds and QCK goes into bailout
20
mode.
วิ
And you've got to keep going. It's 19 seconds and they've got the spike. It's Texture playing bodyguard duty, trying to keep it safe. Pressure from the left, pressure from the right. Counting going to take down Texture and his game on towards the side. Spike should go down uncontested. And what can Munchkin do now?
เกือบหลับแต่กลับมาได้ช็อตนี้
There was a little bit of hope there. There was a heartbeat, a new lease of life, and that has been put down. Less keeps things going. Loud, fully in control here. Gen.G looking unprepared here.
Yeah, to be honest,
compared to map one,
there's not enough coordination here
เรา
to really put either of this composition Texture Meteor in a position to really deliver.
พออายุเข้าเรื่อง3
Lucky can only really do so much on us over here to put his duelists in. You know,
ก็นิดนึงครับผมเยอะเลยแหละ
an opportunity
จะมาหนักช่วงประมาณ
to really find anything.
3-3
we're not even seeing Gen.G rely on that. To be honest,
มันหลายอย่างมันเหนื่อย
it's dry individual laboured fights across the map, and now I mean, I said it before, they're completely dissecting them.
Oh, they'll lap it up. Tag, okay. Yeah, tag and Karmine. Texture, going to note some of this utility potentially, so that could tee him up for some success. They are getting close towards that B site. Munchkin's position, dependent on the judge. Would have support from Karen, but starting to get anxious about this Munchkin.
เฮ้ยโอ้โหลากไม่ไปจังหวะนี้
Again, individual fight here, and numbers starting to really favour Loud. 4 standing, make it back to 5. Texture going to catch, I think, through the wall potentially.
Just off the res, yeah. Sat back on his feet for a second, but
โหถ้าเจอลาวต้องแกล้งวิ่งตัวปลอมว่ะแม่งไม่ยิงเลย
Yeah, he's feeling himself. He wants to get ahead. Maybe didn't need to do that. Could have been patient. Deciding he wanted to try and make a bit of a difference. Oh, going to go in now. How much of the spike that covers? Karmine, though, going to feel the scrutiny here. Oh, stunning. Spotting a pixel out of the place, and that's Texture dead. Karmine looking for the fault. Not going to get it with the trade, but it's a little late.
เล่นยากเลยมันไม่เข้ามาอยู่ด้วยกันตอนแรก
Tap on the spike and the spray. Not going to get what they want here. It's still going.
Not again.
Oh, there it is. Tui's. This time going to make sure it doesn't go the wrong way for them.
9-2 ครับ
The consideration from Loud. The null command comes through, removes the poison orb. Basically negates any possibility for Munchkin to find value with the judge up close and personal there. On the brink of a 10-2 half here.
ถ้ามันไม่เดินตามเจ็ตเข้าไปมันคิดว่ามันจะเกิดอะไรขึ้นไอตัวถือจัด
โดนดิ
ก็โดนอยู่
ไม่ถ้ามันปล่อยเจ็ตใช่ไหมมันจะมาปล่อยเจ็ตใช่ไหมได้ตัวนึงแน่ๆ
ตัวหน้า
ใช่ยังไงก็ได้ต้องปล่อยบางทีตัดใจ
It's a tall order to work back from 2 rounds.
I don't think 2's enough.
ทำมาคอมพิเศษต้องหู
I just don't think it is. I prove me wrong.
เอาไว้มาแล้วครับจังหวะนี้ลงไปยิงอัพสัก1แล้วอัพดาบขึ้นมาเท่เลยลงไปปา1เล่มหัวอัพดาบขึ้นมาเท่จัด
ult from quite
มา
far
แล้วไง
away, so he is on his own.
เฮ้ย
Lovely from Texture, that's what they needed. Get him a third, and maybe there's a little bit of hope, a little bit of something. Have to see a great deal on that second half, but for now, finally seeing Loud with a disadvantage of numbers. Players in the right place as well. Spike still
สวัสดีครับน้องเจเคโบลิ่ง
Microphone
see them
activated.
waiting patiently. Carol on one of them. Divide gonna come in. Oh, Cowanzy in the combo with that is
แล้ว
just
โดน
rotten
สเน
to
กไบท์ครับ
handle. Texture still trying to be pivotal to the outcome because Loud are clawing this one back. He's down to a 3v3 now, and he's just out of it, and Les gonna lap
How are
that
they
up.
flipping this?
I don't know, but Meteor just right up in between them now, surrounded on both fronts. Tries to take a fair fight, but there's nothing fair about that. Munchkin now just too late to the party. Tries. And
โอ้
actually,
เลื่อนเลย
might
เย
do a
อะ
little bit of chip damage to
คิว
Tui
อยู่
here if he doesn't get himself out of danger. And Tui's
เจ็บ
taking
หม
a
ด
lot of damage
จังหวะ
from
นี้
this.
มาร์กิน
That's a little surprising as Munchkin
หนึ่ง
now ready
สอง
for
เรียบร้อย
He gives them the tiniest of margins. 3 rounds, Mike. I don't know if it's
93
enough.
พี่เอ้ย
อย่างน้อยก็เคิร์ดตอนนี้มาร์กินบอกไม่เป็นไรทุก
Have
ค
to
น
have something crazy to execute here in the second half, but they said the margin is so small for error. It's a team like Loud who just look, I mean, they've come out map one looking pissed off.
Yeah, they do.
Like they're happy to just dig their heels and commit to these engagements. Nothing really too special or much flair to Loud's gameplay.
Simplistic.
Either. Very simplistic.
But
It's what
well
you'd
drilled.
expect with this composition coming out.
Yeah, very vintage, classic, good spacing, good executes, nice pull of rotations. But as I said, nothing that's going to change the world. But 3 rounds, that is a lot to pull back from. They're going to have to really pull this one forward into that second half. We'll go to the desk.
Thank you very much, Pansy and Hypog. Loud, they've not played this map the entire kickoff, and Gen.G, they picked it against Mimi. Do you think they walked into a trap, perhaps?
I mean, I think they walked into the aim test map, and thus far they have not passed the aim check. Loud's players have been looking so good individually, and I mean, I think they were clearly spending some time practicing this one. They are applying the default comp, they're doing the boring stuff, but the protocols looked good. Everything you expect from this Loud squad, they were showing on first.
Yeah, exactly. And on the other side, we saw a Gen.G that was over pushing time and time again. As
How
you're
many
saying,
times
I
did
hate
Munchkin just sprint down B main like a psychopath?
Yeah, exactly. Time and time again. And the duos are so isolated one from the other. Loud had to do minimum work to get the entire map under control. I saw no apparent impact from the Euro. I don't know about you guys, but you know, in EMEA, it's a force to be reckoned with. Here, it was nowhere to be found but on the death counts.
Yeah, lot of depths in that regard out of this Euro pick. But it seemed like when Gen.G was running out of ideas, they started to go for these aggressive plays, like Munchkin running down, like some of these.
But why is it Munchkin's what I mean? Like you have a Euro, he can be aggressive and then go back.
He's the ultimate feast or famine. If you're from EMEA, you know Angel. Same guy, I'm convinced.
Let's talk about Tui's real quick because it's not
Yeah,
less on the Viper this time around.
But same
โคตรบ้า
Vipers for Loud, evidently good. Tui's filling into that role beautifully. This guy was so sick in the Americas kickoff, and he's continuing that here.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that his positioning, his off angles, how he's using the utility, everything is definitely looking very good for a map many people did not think we were even going to see from Loud.
Well, Night 3 is a fantastic start. Surely Pansy and Hypog, Loud will never lose a Night 3 lead.
Why have you done that, Sue? Huh? I see that smug little look. Don't turn around. I'm next to you.
It's an interesting throw,
Yeah,
that.
all of the desk are being obnoxious right
Yeah.
now. They're like, oh, they wouldn't come back from this, would they? Not a chance in hell, Michael.
Let's see the first few rounds, and then and then
You're willing and ready?
I'll either overreact or say I told you so.
Look, I'm the play-by-play.
พี่ดูเซตอัพมัน
Let me be the one to overreact.
อุ้ย
Excuse me? Texture just came bounding in, and he's
Ouch.
still
Hi.
alive.
Ow.
Okay, not for long.
เจ๊งเลย
That was short-lived, and that's.
เจ๊งเลย
God, what? What is going on? Munchkin's a mile away from being relevant to the outcome of this
อ่า
round
แล้วไป
now.
สะกิดหลังเขาไม่
Spike
ตาย
is so deep in enemy territory. And this round was pivotal. This was the only one that could like if you lose this, I'm going to be honest, the odds become near on insurmountable and Loud.
Well, I mean, it's going to be a shame. Pissed around as an indicator here. It looks like Gen.G have worked on a couple of maybe geeky executes around this Yoru, but I just don't think we're going to have enough rounds to see them. To be honest. Texture looks like he TPs into sight there, but unable to really string anything together with Meteor, and Loud just absolutely dismantle them.
Yeah, he knows it. He tells smiles starting to come on Sadak's face. He's like, yeah, we've got him. 10 very early. I think this is the difference of having tape and not having tape to a massive extent, and completely walking into a trap. This was Loud saying, "Oh, did we leave our permaban open?"
Oops.
Oh, I can't believe I've done that. Can't believe you've done that. And now, well, there you've got 3 rounds.
ใช่แมปไกลๆว่าความแม่นสู้ยากจัด
It's a long old road back, Michael.
It starts with a ghost in the hands of Meteor.
This isn't Cadian's clip. This isn't how it goes. You know, this isn't it. It's not Mirage, right? Do you believe Meteor is the one? You think he's gonna what?
No, I think they're gonna walk into Lester's
อื
crossover.
ม
They make it out alive.
That's on the first one.
เกือบไป
Story.
I must wait a moment.
This is it. They followed that up. It was
Hang on,
kind of good. Like
I was
this.
gonna say Texture actually almost finding on the backside here. Cow and Zine.
Yeah.
Let's find one. Munchkin will fall, but the plant should come through here.
Okay.
Gen.G an opportunity to reset at least. Texture don't jump onto that, but does find a
แจ
tag.
กไปคนละเจ็บ
That's down to 24 now.
มาแถวทำผิดแล้วบอกเลย
Not able to stabilize a little bit.
Timing for Caron as well here.
อุ้ย
Okay,
เหลือ
like
แค่คลาส
yeah,
สิก
that's
ยิง
not
หัวเข้า
bad.
ไป
Here
แล้
we
ว
go. Yeah,
เอ้า
okay.
หมด
Okay, see if you'd
ชิบ
followed
หา
up,
ย
you committed to the bit, Michael. This could have been quite outstanding. Considering we are now down to a 2v3, and
Classic
he's still
motherfucker.
hit him with the classic. Tui's
โคตรแรงบอกเลย
with the bulldog. This has gone any other way than he expected. What a ridiculous round. And Gen.G, he can catch Lakia, that's fine. You still had to get past Karen. You still had to get past Texture.
อะไรวะ
You don't have a chance
เกิด
in
เรื่องอะไรขึ้น
it.
กับทีม
Time to
กู
back away, try and keep that bulldog in hand. What a turn of
อ๋อ
events here.
ไม่ต้องครับ
Gen.G,
รายการนี้ไม่ต้อง
not out of it yet.
See actually
ใน
what the
ตัวนี้
knock-on
คิดว่า
effect
ทีม
of
ไหน
that
ทีม
is.
แน่สุดครับ อืม
I mean, now, I don't think saved enough to really get SMGs or comfortably get anything back into this, but I mean, Lakia, double D's got definitely the Gen.G.
Gotta be.
Hitting a little different there from range.
Oh,
yeah. Was that a right click? I
ถ้านับ
couldn't
ถ้า
actually
นับ
see
เพล
the
เยอร์
arrow count
เอา
of
ไว้
the
เล
ball.
ท
It
น่า
was
จะ
a right
ให้
click.
ลาวเนี่ยแหละครับ
Love to see those.
Okay, one bulldog, Sheriff, a couple of classics. Oh, Texture.
เอ้า
There we go. Okay, Gen.G getting fired up here. And they make it to 5. Tui's was the danger man. And he has done damage, but takes a fair bit himself. So, yeah, Texture's just been let off the leash, hasn't he, really? So go frag. Go get some kills. Get the game going.
Now, we did see that on Icebox as well. The first round that Gen.G actually won. We saw
พี่ตุ๋ยเขาไปโดนอะไร
call
มา
a timeout of 4-2
โดนรู้
to
เนี่ย
their advantage to try and slow down the momentum.
เออไปโดนตรงไหน
of
วะ
stringing together a couple of pacey hits. Well, Gen.G going to try and repeat that
สง
here
สัยอยู่
on
สง
Breeze.
สัยอยู่
They
นี่ผมว่า
definitely need to. The 6-round deficit
Yeah.
seems to maybe be 5.
เอ็ด
Texture's had a round.
Yeah.
เครื่องกำลังแรงครับ
One less.
อื้อหือ
That's how you get warmed up.
Those are the momentum
ไม่
builders.
ให้ตายหรอก
Gen.G up to 5 now. Now we'll be back on a purchase here, but there won't be anything left in the bank after that.
ผมกดสกิน
No
เนอร์ติก
ultimates
มา
at
เพื่อ
their
รอเชียร์ใน
disposal.
มาดริดให้
Gen.G
ติก
on the
ไม่
brink
มา
of a blade storm.
เรารีบกดไง
Texture already
รอดูทัวร์หน้าครับผม
taking control of this second half, and QCK unfortunately just face plants into the bricks. Able to get away from that, but for the purchase here, you do favour Gen.G.
ยิงใจเย็นดีนะ
It's early. I'm asking. Wow.
อารมณ์ดีอารมณ์ดี
Spirit's still high.
นำอยู่หนึ่งแมป
Yeah. They're a map to the good. That'll be alright. Maybe. It's not scary yet. Loud
Hey.
sort of a 5-round
Ooh,
buffer.
ooh, hot thing.
Is just ripping them apart, and as our
Hey.
Gen.G, this guy has been truly let off the leash.
Set up
Straight in
จัด
there, no messing about. Ferocious on approach, and the site's theirs.
Absolutely sweeps a site.
อุ้ยเซตอัพบ้าจัด
You're saving, right?
Oh, definitely,
That
yeah.
operator's not going to be risked. For less, what do? You got 350 credits? Cool.
I mean, maybe do a little bit of damage. You got Munchkin and Texture down, but Meteor's found
เลนบอกเพื่อน
QCK.
กูหายไปในเวลาอั
How's
น
he
สั้น
done that? Was he actually peeking out from like
And now the
back B
problem is
side?
Lester has to try and hold on to the
Yeah.
rifle. Or I mean, Gen.G may be expecting him to go towards the operator.
น้องต้าสวัสดีครับ
Microphone
But a
activated.
beautiful continuation of this pace by Gen.G. You can see Loud just get
เลือกแอตตามาเพื่อสิ่งนี้
absolutely
เลยพี่
sucker punched.
มันก็
To be
คิด
honest,
คอมโบไปแล้วอ่ะ
completely caught off guard.
ละเอียดดีนะ
It was almost so disrespectful how confident he was at getting in there. Like one, I was like, oh, fair play.
Well,
Two,
again, seeing, I believe Sadak
ถือว่าใช้คุ้ม
behind
อยู่
yellow there.
เมื่อกี้ใช้หมดเลยนะ
Sure
คอ
as
ม
that
โบ
maybe
อ่ะ
a flash from himself and you know
โยรูแอตตาเก็ตมาด้วยกันอร่อยเลยเมื่อกี้
hoping we can see it again here if possible.
there was obviously a stun set up
แป
here
ด
for Texture.
ชิงมาสตันดูดิ
Oh, it was just the stun actually.
Yeah, it was the stun that caught.
But the snake bite landed, made it very easy.
เสียดายถ้าแม่งครึ่งแรกได้มากกว่านี้นี่มีลุ้นเลย
What
เล
maybe
ย
the game plan is for Gen.G, whether or not they have a
ได้
read
น้
on
อย
it
ไป
or
หน่อย
actually how versatile Gen.G can be with.
แต่ตอนนี้เพื่อนมันต้องเอาด้วยถึงจะคัมแบ็กตอนนี้ ตอนนี้ฟิลมาละ
damage control in the first
เอ็ก
half.
เตอร์มาละตอนนี้
Gen.G can run away with it. They become the question mark here, not Loud.
Exactly that. And a second attempt for Munchkin there. Gonna note Kaunzine spotted him on the first attempt, and a pace change completely here. Gen.G shifting gear, a lot slower, a lot more curious across the map. Maybe looking for those adjustments, looking for those
มี
changes.
แผนขายคอลเลกชันเต็มไหมไม่มีเลยครับผมไม่รู้จะทำอะไร
In their
ขาย
face, almost brash about it.
ใน
It
ช่อง
worked
บอกว่าให้
really
ทำเป็น
well, but
พระมันแบบว่า
identify the adjustments
ห้อยคอ
around.
แบบศักดิ์สิทธิ์มากเวลาเจออะไรเงี้ย
Maybe tube the next port call of at least a few of these players. 3-2 split, it looks like, and there's the ult.
Actually, 3 players up tube here from Gen.G.
Are they trying to catch him? Are they almost hurting them back
กลัว
here?
กลัวแล้ว
To
ก
an
ลัว
extent,
หลอนไม่หมด
right?
แล้ว หลอนไม่หมด
Loud are
โดน
sitting
ไปที
deep
นึง
on this. They don't want to get caught, so the site will now go to Gen.G, right? Like that's just a straight exchange. So now the problem is QCK belting shot towards Texture, who has been an animal in the last couple of rounds. Can anyone else from Gen.G step up? You still have a like Caron here who has been known for those capabilities, but pressured out of position and nowhere really to go. Loud starting to flex a little on the retake as Meteor now left on his own towards yellow here, towards the back of sight. Gonna note the footsteps, spot the player, and the white swing, it works to an extent. Tease up Kaunzine.
Lakia does have the Hunter's Fury here, but
ถ้า
certainly
เสีย
in
วัน
terms of
นี้
the
เสีย
clock,
หาย
it
เลย
doesn't
นะ
feel comfortable. Kaunzine actually going to send one out of his own.
นั่นไง
He's going to find Munchkin. Lakia now, you can see him shaking
ไม่
his
ทัน
head.
ละ
Doesn't feel comfortable about committing to it. Will have to concede an 11th round to Loud, who just peel away from this so quickly. Gen.G almost left, you know, wondering what to do with a free site.
And I kind of like what Loud were up to, right? This is lovely, but it's more how they almost held back utility for this sort of play, right? Completely clearing their way back through
มัน
perfectly.
เหมือนยิงบ้าจัด
Understanding
อ่ะ
that they can't hold it frontline, so play it on the retake.
Well, look at the comparison coming out of the previous. Sadak's like, yeah, I mean, we just got overwhelmed. There's nothing we can do from behind yellow there. This is the other side of the coin. Loud, once again, happy to concede space. We saw the same thing on Icebox as well. A good read on what Gen.G wanted to do. And now with a much more comfortable scoreline, they have a few more rounds to figure it out, should they need to. Gen.G definitely slowed things down for the first few rounds. Bladestorm, Hunter's Fury to work with. Comfortable in the purchase other than Texture, but...
They've been trying to be quiet about this, patient about it. Beautiful control and a beautiful follow-up. Can't quite make it a third, but the damage is done. Early information, everything they would have wanted. So the 3 remaining, Lakia, Munchkin, Meteor, don't really have a big foothold anywhere on the map here, Mike.
Yeah, a little awkward on the spacing. Gen.G punished for it. They'll find themselves in a 3v4. I mean, Loud elsewhere. It's only really going to be Kaunzine that's going to get any audio cues here, but the rest of the utility from less in position to
เอ็กเตอร์ไวกว่าซัมติงหรอพี่ว่าซัมติงไวกว่าครับผมแล้วก็มันดูแบบ
Gen.G commit to the spike
เวอร์กว่า
In 30 seconds left, Kaunzine already in the back lines.
Oh, this could be criminal. This could be criminal. So little safety. And that's a heartbreaking moment there. Kaunzine closing in. He's going to say bye-bye, Lakia. And now Meteor having to find something no value to be had as Munchkin now. After what was a moment possibility that slipped through his fingertips there.
ยิงหลังมันยากไง
It's a round-winning moment there for Munchkin. Just too many targets to shoot at.
เมื่อกี้ยังไงก็ต้องได้อย่างต่ำ2อ่ะ
This will be loud on 12 now. I said Gen.G were comfortable in the purchase, but now no room for error. Has to be flawless from here on out for Gen.G. Otherwise, we will be going to Ascent.
And I was almost hoping we saw the moment from Munchkin. As rough as that was the swing moment. Yeah, you can see it. There it is. Yeah. It's so difficult. What was it? 3 players up there. What a difference that could have made. And it would have been a small lifeline, bearing in mind that Gen.G were working uphill, to say the least. This has been an incredibly hard game to come back from. That first half was not good. They're probably not very happy with it. The second half started off with a bang eventually, but then somewhat slowing down. Losing a little bit of that spark to it. You see Kate looking to take heads. As Texture creeps closer up middle, but he's alone. This is a solo somewhat endeavor. Yes, with a little bit of utility help from Karon, but that's about it.
See how quickly Sadak's over here to try and support Karon Z and QCK. So holding on to the backside of Nest as well. I think almost there with Lakia jump spotting. It's trying to put Texture in a position to punish that operator. Loud, pretty well equipped for it.
Knife probably caught 3 there, or 2 at the very least, I think. And now the pressure's starting to come towards the site. 3 through middle, 2 through main. Flash there, Sadak goes in, gets handled though. 1-for-1 trade out, Texture still alive. Gonna let Meteor work his way in. Here's gonna be less holding from CT, 1 on site. Still some problems to try and clear. And less making himself the problem. Good trade for Meteor, but he needs a bit more. Plant gonna come down, and they still haven't fully cleared site yet.
Karon Z's still here.
And that's what? Okay, Lark. Yeah, fair enough. That's the kill you're gonna get. No worries. Didn't expect that one. But QCK's position might be unraveled. Munchkin this time should be good for it.
Munchkin will have heard that drop. Was baiting up here with the wall. A crucial kill for him, and it's a freebie. QCK falls. 2E's now left to try and recover.
Nice.
Back here to seal the deal. 7th on the board now. You need another couple to break the money. Loud able to still purchase comfortably, and actually with the pick coming online here, an opportunity for Loud to maybe counterbalance that a little bit, leave 2E's in a position to anchor here, because Gen.G have slowed things down. There's an opportunity for Loud to maybe exploit that. Go exploit. They do have rounds to play with. Well, they're happy for, Gen.G to continue making, in their eyes, mistakes, I guess.
Are they going back to what we saw before? Or no, definitely not the same pace to what we saw, but looking to maybe deal with QCK. Yeah, they've been noting that jump spot that you've mentioned just that round prior, but that has been a constant. This time punished by Texture with the operators, not able to kind of do that same presence in middle. But look at this on the other side of the map over by Elbow. Karon's going to spot one that could actually cause a little bit of confusion almost. For Loud, do they continue to commit to being close? They're going to be both spotted. Surely they've got to make a run for it. 2E's got to get out of danger. Texture trying to close the gap a little. Karon does find Munchkin, so the backline worry should be gone. Ult could have come in and Meteor plays ahead. Big pick towards 2E's. But again, they didn't expect Sadak so close by. That flash, does it bank in? I think it might do. But the plant is in. And they're going to sit deep on this.
See already now. Tricky position for Loud to try and recover from. Actually, got the tag onto Karon here, so some of that utility outplay for the time being. A miss from Texture, 39 HP.
The timing isn't going to be great now. They've got to get back to having that presence on the spike, and Sadak with a great read, but Lucky with greater positioning. Going to catch Karon. Another tap on the spike, and now it's going to get so difficult for Sadak. 1 in front, 1 to the side, and no time to play with. It's 8 for Gen.G. Step by step, they are not out of this game.
โดน3ครับโดน2
Bring it through, and a couple of members of Loud yet still above 2K, but now starting to struggle just a little bit.
เมาส์เลย
That's expected to see the timeout at this point. The last few rounds, we've been saying they've had rounds to play with. The investment comes here. There's a chance for Gen.G to really turn up the heat here.
ถ้าสมมติทุกคนว่าถ้าลาวแพ้เนี่ยติดไว้ก่อนพรุ่งนี้แล้วกันนะเดี๋ยวพรุ่งนี้มาวิทย์ให้ตอนคู่แรกนะวันนี้ไม่ไหวแล้วว่ะวิทย์วันนี้น่าจะล่วง
Then you have Lakia not too far away too for his.
So
รู้
these
สึ
are
กปวด
big
ปวด
ults,
เมื่อย
you know,
ตัวหมด
round
แล้วตอนนี้
chaining
ไม่ได้
ults
วิก
that
เลย
can completely turn it. So they're going to have that as your fallback plan if they need it. But if they keep going like this, they've got some nice little reads. Again, just that almost assassination of QCK holding tube, completely isolating the rest of the players.
Which is exactly the sort of thing you want to see them. If they are going to slow things down, you want to see them have tangibles to action upon. Find somebody to be able to isolate. So that's a huge positive. The problem being is there enough? Like I said, with absolutely no margin for error, is there enough for Gen.G to really fall back on? I mean, now you've removed the operator. Maybe there's not as much of I guess, a requirement to find out players like QCK, dig them out of spots.
User disconnected from your channel.
See what the adjustment is for Loud coming out of this.
Okay, so they've got
tempered purchase. They're trying to keep, I mean, play their cards very close to their chest.
So your danger players, Les, Sadak, and Tui's. Tui's no armor, keep in mind. So Les and Sadak are your heavy hitters. Actually, switch up.
Yeah, I was gonna say Les's utility now. Flash sets QCK in motion, but Zardspot
โดนค่าข่าวราคาแพง
ballsy on the repeat there. Lucky not to get punished. Gen.G almost anticipating a little bit of aggression to come out here.
Oh, the timing on this. Texture, did you miss him? You
absolutely did.
So now Kaunzin's been let off.
What? He's rechecking it.
Oh, the guy's just Texture.
And it's at the perfect time. He was about to shoot Karen in the back there.
That feels almost.
But he did.
แบบหน้าให้ราวครับผม
I don't know how he
ผม
felt
จะไม่
that
มี
time,
แบบหน้า
maybe
หรือ
hearing
เป
a
ล่า
step, but it felt like he was already on that trajectory. So now
ปิด
QCK
ไม่ลง
fancies another bite of the cherry, but he's going to miss the window. They're already heading away from
น้อง
him.
มินฝันดี
but
ครับ
they're
ผม
hurting them. 3 players
ได้
are
เลยฮะ
waiting on that B site. Sadak only has a classic though again, but the rest have rifles.
A little bit of a misread here from Gen.G Loud. Be able to position themselves to maybe be in a position to punish this.
Can they still be so diligent about it? It gets so dangerous, right? The slow, oh my word, too. He's going to isolate Meteor. That's great. Held at the door, 30 seconds now. They're starting to run low on time, and there's no fallback plan because look at the flank. He pulled the trigger on the first, which I'm surprised by, but it's an issue. They have to clear him somehow. They just have to run. You can't stop. There is no stopping now. And QCK, a little short on the day.
ยังไงเพื่อน
There we go. Does get it through. Spike gonna go down. Nothing should be able to stop that here. Karen's just gonna try and play out.
โอ้ยป๊อปปี้สวิงเฉยเฮ้ย
And now there's problems. Now it's down to 2.
โอ้โหแล้วเทคเจอร์มาไง
Can he hold on to it? Can he do it for his side? Keep them in this game.
โอ้ยี่ถ้าโดนนะไอตัวโดนแน่
There's a world there where Texture's able to compose himself after that collapse, regain his footing. But Loud able to close things out 13-8. Just that first half too dominant in my eyes. Gen.G maybe feeling a little, I guess, apprehensive to really commit to some of the, I guess, mystery around this composition. Unable to get it really going in the second half, and a shame really, but wow, I mean, the question mark of Breeze all settled now.
But now we head towards Ascent, and I cannot wait for that one.
Watch me dance 'cause I'm real good.
Loud, they were down, but definitely not out. You cannot count this team out when they are 1-0 down. I'm back here with Mimi and Kukuka. Bit of a fake comeback, I kind of believe for a moment. What about you guys?
I don't think it's a fake comeback if they win like 2 rounds.
It was a bit more.
Like 3?
A bit.
It was like a 9-3.
4.
Yeah, it was like 6. It was like an 8-13, right? Like coming in from a 3. I'm so happy that you can count. I've really been working on it.
You can go.
I've really been
Carry
working
on,
on it.
carry on.
No, that's the highest I can go. Sorry, it only goes up to 6.
All right, well, they got more than 6 rounds. So I feel like, you know, maybe kind of a fake comeback, but nevertheless, Loud, they closed it out, which means they forced a map 3.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that first half, you know, let us know a lot of
No,
how Loud was exploiting
Pon
the fact that there was no Sentinel on the side of Gen.G. We know that Cypher is incredibly strong on this. Breeze and not having it on that side, I think that it gave them a lot of leverage to do a lot of things. On the other side, when Gen.G turned into the attack themselves, I didn't see that impact from Meteor. I think that Munchkin and Texture had a couple of very crazy rounds that might have given us that feeling of that fake comeback.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the rounds they were winning were off of the individual stuff, off of the players kind of finding timings, going crazy with the multi-kill. I mean, Texture in particular was looking ridiculous for most of that second half. But Loud, I think they play the normal comp that everyone plays for a reason. Cypher makes it really tough to mid-round on the attacking side when you're playing against him. The Viper is great first off. Tui's, by the way, really slotting into the role that Les has owned this entire year, and he looked incredible, right? Like, this guy in Americas, I feel like, is the new slept-on player for Loud. It's like he's the next one down the totem. Ospas was talked about, so no one talked about Les. Now Les is talked about, so no one talks about Tui's. But Tui's as well has just been a really consistent player.
And whose fault is that, Mimi? Whose fault is that?
For what? Only talking about Les? That's on me. That's on me. But I really like Les.
We'll see what Les can do and Tui's can do on the next map, because Ascent is going to be that map, and we're finally going to see QCK play something that isn't the Jet Bear.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that is what that is the question. Maybe we see some changes coming into. We were talking about a very short window of time before coming into this tournament, so we can anticipate that. No, but hey, honestly, I said, you know, at least we know what Les is going to be playing in Breeze, and I clearly didn't know. So what do I know anymore?
That's true. So this is the map where Loud is playing what they've kind of made to be their standard throughout the kickoff. This breach Phoenix composition that no one else is playing. They were playing it on this map, but in my opinion, it was the weakest showing of this idea. Like we mentioned earlier, EG counter strategy. The way they did that on their defense, a lot of using 2 Odins, constantly spamming and pressuring mid, and also being very proactive to re-clear that space. This comp relies on getting mid control on your attack side, then splitting into sites. If you try and strong take through main without dive, 9 times out of 10, you're getting destroyed by stall utility and losing the round. So I'm really interested to see if they take the risk in going back to this comp, or if maybe they try something new and like go back to the default comp, because I think that's also an option.
Exactly. Stalling utility, it has like double effect on them, because they do not have, they're lacking all of that mobility and all of that explosiveness into sides. 1-3-1, as she's saying, on the attack is going to be the common thing, and at the same time, they do not have a sentinel of their own to be covering on the defense. So the same thing that Gen.G struggled with on Breeze, they might struggle with when it comes to the defense and that mid part of the map. I think that if Gen.G is able to spot that weaknesses and come back a little bit also mentally for what happened on Breeze, maybe, you know, this could go their way.
Yeah, Gen.G's a team who I think definitely will have been watching those VODs and have looked at how EG managed to best this comp, likely expecting to see it in play here. They're a team that has really good fundamentals, is solid on their attack at playing the slow mid-round setup, right? I mean, that's the defense solution. On attack, you just kind of have to feel out where these flashes are, bait out util, and not lose out to these strong retakes. But let's spin that around. Those are some of the downsides of this comp. Well, then why the hell is Loud picking it? Because the amount of flashes you have gives you a ridiculous amount of options for mid-round reclears. Taking extremities way easier with this comp. Stun combos with a Phoenix Melon, that's really strong. Your retakes are much better than with the default comp. Again, because of combining all the different flashes, but you're giving up a Sentinel and you're giving up the dive to do that. What comp do they choose? Oh my god!
Wait,
well, everything goes down.
It's not Jet. It's not Jet, but it's also not the Phoenix.
Okay, so they're still playing Breach. They're playing Viper still, but they've locked in the Yoru instead. This actually doesn't change the idea all that much. This is basically the same comp. You still have flashes, they're equivalent of curveball, but now you actually get dive with
better flashes.
Yeah.
You also have a lot of mobility. Maybe they know that we're going to be playing on the Phoenix. They might be playing to cancel those orbs to maybe, you know, deny that's ults coming online all the time, and maybe to twist some things around because everybody has seen us playing this Phoenix.
To me, this fixes the primary issue that this composition has. It adds the dive into the mix. Loud are so good at cooking things up, at having creative comps. I'm so excited to get into this.
I can't wait to get into it either. Sadak has been cooking. And on the other side, though, if Gen.G can pull this off, Pansy and Hypok, it will be a tremendous effort and an upset.
You're absolutely right, Sue. And I think at this point, no one can then question Gen.G. When you look at Breeze being in the mix, it's a bit weird, and you know, Icebox close, could have got... Nah, if you can beat Loud here, and they've adjusted the comp that a lot of people had issues with, and they still come out on top.
Sure. For me, it's a huge positive to see Loud come in with this, because I think the desk have absolutely nailed it. It addresses some of the main issues with that Phoenix. Now, some sort of pressure towards the backline possible, alongside Kaunzine and QCK, but... I mean, both teams pulling out the curveball. Yoru on map 2 and 3 here. Definitely excited to see it, and fitting for the closing of this series.
Oh, Mike, I can't believe it. And I'm not mad about it. Not mad about it at all. Sadak, not going to spot Meteor there. So
timing's perfect for Meteor, yeah.
I'm just going to find value from it, though. Trying to bait it in almost. Is he lucky at trying to set something in motion? But yeah, it sadly goes to nothing, which is always a little bit of a disappointment. Oh, the swing! That flash to the swing was fantastic. Lakia is incredible to at least trade that back into touch. But at this point, Gen.G have already got side control, right? So Plant's going to come down. Bit of a strange exchange in middle. But also look at Lakia's position.
They're wrapping all the way around. I think did note that QCK was chasing him, but now in a position... Yeah, to cause an issue back towards short. QCK trying to deal with...
Good paranoia.
The door on the way back through, slowing things down, but you noted it before. Look at Lakia now.
Gen.G default.
Get there in time because Munchkin's fallen, maybe very late, but I guess the plant is for it, right? Look at the plant position. That's perfectly placed for it. Karen's done really well here. Texture trying to keep the attention. QCK wins the fight. Now we got to look at that plant position. Does it come into play? Lakia's gone down. QCK over-delivering, overdoing it, and Karen's getting in at the clutch king himself. Gonna pull this one off. And Gen.G with the first.
Beautiful conversion from Gen.G. I just think the whole time there, Lakia's the one to really throw a spanner in the works, but dealt with very quickly. Beautiful aggression from Loud to come out here. It's actually QCK's flash to open things up initially. Finds 3 on the round here, but forced into a very tricky position. Try and stick through this first half defuse. Gen.G pissed around.
มันน่าจะมีคอมโบกับบีทตอนแรกคือจริงๆมันเป็นฟินิกซ์ไง
See what resistance there is here. Only noting one as Sadak to drift away from.
ถ้าเป็นบีทฟินิกซ์เนี่ยมันจะมีคอมโบนึงเวลา
preemptive rotation comes
ถ้าเป็นบีทโยรู้ดิ
Definitely the firepower
อันตี
suited
ไป
Gen.G though.
บีทตันออกมายิง
yeah. You can see Louder poised very nearby though, just at that jumper point. Oh, the timing. How is Sadak been through that? That feels like Texture was good for it. Paranoia.
Sadak's 1 HP.
Oh yeah, the Paranoia actually catching so many. Sadak and less though, finding value from the door, and now Texture feeling a little bit pinched here in the short side. Loud turning this one back on its head.
They're both locked out in main.
Yeah, they're both at the same spot. This is rough. The HP is really low though, and Gen.G just need to try and weather this one out. Les doesn't have the HP to play with, but he does get himself a nice little upgrade here, so could do well. He knows it's coming though. He's ready. Oh, you couldn't read that one though. Really nice attempt, and made it very costly.
Touch and go for a moment there.
Yeah.
I think with 2E's falling when he did any possibility to cut sight lines here. As you noted, the fragment and the nano swarm still available for Munchkin and Meteor, so yeah, Loud definitely making things work. Like I said, Sadak swinging back through 1 HP and finding a kill. Some damage done. Obviously, Gen.G be suffering from that. Just 2 guardians. Well, actually now Meteor rifle in hand as well. The Sheriffs to round out the purchase.
Doesn't feel as a threatening of a bonus, but I want to see what they can do with it, really. Rifle with Meteor is the interesting part to me, and a pace change. Very quick to this. Sadak is going to get the drop on them, sure, but does get to keep away with his life. 2E's going to try and post the Paranoia. Texture's ahead of it though, and Sadak's going to check him. Just straight body check him on the corner. Texture's going to go down. Nice still underhand. Flash again, still stalling out here. Costing them a great deal. Sadak is being a nuisance. He actually gets caught.
Tries to flash out.
I thought he was good for it then.
Maybe with the door would last another second or two. Karmine it's a better Alakia. Now brings it to a 2v4. And Sadak, the only one that Gen.G able to really pin down.
Timing. Brilliant from Les. You'll take it every day of the week. You're smiling with that. Caron saved him on the pistol. I think this might be a little too far. Although Karmine really wants to give up his life. Does he expect less? No, he doesn't. Les catching crosses twice now. And happy with it. Loud going to make it through that first hurdle. It was the bonus for Gen.G though, so how'd you keep 3 rifles? They'll be okay with that. This is the big test though.
Yeah, great work from Sadak and 2E's in the last round as well to isolate, really create some space between Texture and the rest of Gen.G's numbers. As I said, Meteor doesn't actually land the molly to try and force Sadak out there and is punished. If that's a focal point for Gen.G, because every single round here, Loud running with a different setup. We know how they like to play around the breach. Create as many possibilities.
โอ้โหโคตรสวยอ้าวกำลังกันชมเลยส่งแปดสวย วิแปดลูกเมื่อกี้ไปเล่นกับเพื่อนได้นะแต่บอยเพื่อนหลบไปได้พวกทีมชอบสู้หน้าบีอ่ะโดนเลยนะ
Now, Karon again in a similar position to before, this time in a worse scenario, however. Sadak is low on HP, and they're drifting back, they're falling away.
Try and run the clock down now. Still 60 seconds for Karon to work with, so plenty of time to make something happen. We've seen
ถ้าไม่โดหลบทันไม่แก้หมด
this series so far. This is a tall order here. Les, Sadak, and Karmine to overcome. Have his ultimate available, but obviously question marks as to exactly how Loud have retreated.
The whole map feels like a threat.
I mean, you see he's clearing every single angle here. And those 60 seconds now turn into 30.
หลอนจัดเหลือคนเดียวต้องเช็คแม่งทุกมุม
There's no smart guess because there's no way you can put together where they are, right? There's no way you can just gamble an informed choice. It just doesn't work. So you're going to try and bait it out with the smoke.
And nobody's going to see that smoke though.
So not really going to have the impact he wants. 15 seconds now and he's walking towards the site with 2 players.
They're both tucked in hell as well.
Yeah, and he's leaving it so late. There's almost no time for adjustment. There's the smoke, and they're going to close the gap here. Yep, he knows it. He's a duck. He takes down 130 HP now, and he's unthreatened. Spike is in. Oh my god.
I thought he was
ถ้ากระสุนหมดไม่อยากจะคิด
he was way off that plant. Oh, regardless.
Okay, all good. All good.
Seals the deal here. We'll give an orb across to Sadak. The Karon man.
Whoa,
those last 5 seconds look like 10 somehow.
God. How did he get away with that?
ทะเลทรายนี่มีอารมณ์เปลี่ยนเลยเมื่อกี้
Bullets flying past tracers, just real close by. Giving the old nose job at that point, just barely making it out. Wild. But again, this whole round, Mike, they're literally pushing him in spawn.
Yeah. Beautiful setup here from Loud to open things up.
ใจจะวาย
Sadak catching his breath after that. We'll see how much Loud have cooked. Again, because a lot of these set pieces they have, we'll hold that thought for a minute.
It's pacey. You can see the exchange of the knives, both going to note each other's positions and progression towards it. Texture disrespecting the utility. Doesn't care, goes straight through Stinger in hand. Still wants more, not going to get more. Meteor follows up towards QCK, but there's still Tui's, and Tui's is holding on, and he's holding on damn well. Access to Tui's. That's his site.
Gen.G have previously run away with a few rounds like that in this series, but well handled, well maintained here by Loud. A massive gap in mid that's exploited by Texture. He's up short so quickly, all the way into tree. Unfortunately, nobody from Gen.G able to really make too much progress on the other side. I think Sadak slowing things down with the fragment. Able to keep things in check.
แข่งรอบนี้เขาจับอยู่ใกล้กันเกินไหมเนี่ยมีแอคชั่นโบกไม้โบกมือลุกขึ้นยืนชี้หน้า
Flash of the TP comes through.
Commitment behind this. Garon's above you.
เรียบร้อย
And he gets both. He waited so long for that as well. Real patient play from him there.
Can't even really say it's a little complacent from Loud. Garon kind of waits out both pieces of utility. Munchkin now looking to reaggress with him. There's still two members of Loud on the other side of this.
เกือบจะเห็นแต่มันก็ไม่เห็นนะมันพอดีเลยขนาดนั้น
พอดี
Diligent work here from Munchkin. You know, he's checking, but Gen.G, I mean, the aggression has been there. And they get rewarded for that heads-up work, that diligence in play, and even might catch that mid-look. This is lovely. Gen.G reading Loud like a book. Prepared perfectly and delivered. Scoreline looking much more even.
Absolutely full house for Gen.G in terms of the ultimates. Plenty of options for them now. The other side of things, less obviously one away, Karen's 3 off, but Karen able to turn the tides on this early round aggression, tie things up.
User disconnected from your channel.
So with this lineup coming through, Gen.G might look for a pacey set piece. Well, Sadak can do the same thing again. It's been too easy for Sadak to slow down some of this aggression previously. Once his Fury invested as well.
Oh, but Munchkin ahead of it, catching Sadak on the back pedal. And I'm looking for the lockdown, it's there as well. That's looking like the site is very comfortably theirs, but I'm looking at the spike though.
โอ้โหแล้วได้หมดแล้วไง
Yeah, this is just a
โอ้โหโดนวางอย่างเงี้ย
Reckon Tui's can do anything about this? I
mean, TP'd ahead. Oh, he actually cancelled.
I thought he might have been. I was almost hoping he does, but
น่าจะได้ยิน
won't have
มาฟัง
much
เสียง
info from that then. But his positioning's good to catch Meteor potentially. No, really tough. Now less with the spray, pulled away from the dash, but gonna have to fall off from this respect the cross. Spike made it to sight.
Really strange round here.
Yeah. Oh,
and
another
invested, but yeah, QCK now looking to try and find some information.
Yeah.
The stun on the back of that info and punish.
คอมโบอร่อยเอ้า
Value found here, but Munchkin responds.
And you got to look at the late positioning coming up from Meteor as well. Good positioning.
เนี่ยตัวเปลี่ยนเกม
Weird spot that's gonna be coming in from Munchkin. This is all. Oh my word, Tui's backhands him on the way towards the site. Now you look at the backside. This is Karon, the guy who's super clutch, the guy who gets some great work done, and they're doing it right now. Munchkin falls, so now they know where that last player is. Tui's. Can he close the gap? Can he find them? He can, but it doesn't matter. Karon is so sharp with it. Yeah, that round was bizarre, Mike, but it works out.
It's a very well invested fake. Obviously, with Karen the one to TP across early, does confirm obviously Loud's reposition, but
user joined your channel.
I mean, again, something goes wrong in the mid round here. Tui's commits to that TP for some reason. Somebody catches off, you know, catches the rotation. Sorry, through Link.
ดูพี่ตุ้ยยิงแล้วมันดูยิงแบบคลีนดีนะพี่
ใช่
Very, very
ยิงคลีนมากเลย
เหมือนกระสุนแพงอ่ะ
Looks snappy from the other.
ยิงไปแต่ละนัด
It looked even worse from Karen's.
He's stepping up, he's warming up. We've seen a lot of, texture moments here and there. We've seen a lot of the other players as well having their time, but Karen, this map, certainly leading the fray. And we're looking at what they've got. Pistols, Stingers, Guardians at most for the Loud side. So a little rough around the edges and hoping to maybe find an advantage where there probably isn't one. At the moment, too, he's just currently holding back 2 players who are looking for the orb there. No chance to really do any damage on it either.
มีครับพรุ่งนี้4 ทุ่มเหมือนเดิม
Microphone activated.
Gen.G just trying to get a good feel of the setup here from Loud. That's obviously semi-committed towards this. A stun off Karanzine. Maybe on contact here. Could set things in motion as Gen.G drifted as 5.
This could be quite nice.
Yeah, into this choke point. TP's already sent across as well. So QCK could be here pretty quick. First one there. And the stun does slow things down as well, Lauren.
Fantastic. Isolates one. That gives them a chance.
That's a stack of B3.
Plays on the side now. Going to be difficult for Gen.G to cleanly take this. They've still got a little bit of kit though to play with. Not a massive amount, but Munchkin and Larkia's kit is in play, but they've got to be careful. Approaching the side. Looks like they want to fight towards CT. Sadak's here though. This is becoming messy. This isn't right. This is going terribly wrong. And Tui's comes out of flash.
B2A ปะเนี่ย
B2A แต่เขาไม่รู้ว่าในไซส์3 คน
They go back towards A. Do they run it down towards B? They're going to go into the unknown and it's the right choice. Munchkin holds them back. And now the 1v1. There's upgrades around, so QCK going to get himself the Phantom. Karen with the plant. This guy has been good. Leading the board for Gen.G.
It's open as well. So plenty of opportunities for Karen to reposition, play a number of different angles and plenty of question marks for QCK.
No kit for QCK either. No additional utility to maybe work with.
การเลือกทางนี้มัน
At the time, probably going to decide this one, Lauren.
Feels like it, doesn't it? Unless it's a fumble from Karen, but it feels like that guy is not making mistakes there. And you're right, the time you can hear it. Clock's starting to tick faster, and QCK has to at least get this to half. He knows it. His options are very limited. That open plant, he's got it to halfway. That's not bad. Across, dragging QCK's aim way out of the comfort zone. He's going to get the round. I mean, this guy's worth his weight in gold currently. 11 kills.
มันก็ไม่ถึงไทม์โซนเดิมครับไทม์โซนเดิมนู่นเลย7 โมง 8 โมงอะ
But delivering here in map 3 versus a team like Loud, you can't ask much more of your rookie. Composed in the clutch here once again.
ตั้งใกล้กัน
And giving it on stage as well. The energy still there for Gen.G. Almost riding the wave here. Loud. I don't want to call this a desperation timeout. It's a 5-3 scoreline, but
they do feel behind the curve. If
พรุ่งนี้แข่งยังไม่ชัวร์เลยครับผม
I guess round pacing, the way the rounds have gone down. I mean, it's 3-5, sure, but it's been a correction from Gen.G. They brought it back from those 3 rounds on the trot that Loud claimed. They've got a good grip on the game. We're seeing the individuals show up here. I'm not seeing Loud determining pace, it feels like. They're a little bit behind on that, which normally I credit quite highly towards Loud. I think they're a very good team at demanding the pace, either defense or attack, it doesn't really matter. So seeing them
เขาพยายามจะแข่งเลทกันนะไม่รู้3 ทุ่มหรอคือแบบสมมติถ้าพรุ่งนี้แข่งเลทใช่ปะที่อาจจะแบบเปิดสตรีม Watchparty ทิ้งไว้ก่อนเห็นปะ
small pieces we've seen around. Obviously the ultimate, the fault line coming on the back of that. Obviously that early aggression with QCK finding his way all the way into tiles and pressuring into Gen.G's spawn, but certainly have again, we're not really expecting too many switch ups. Obviously the Yoru really addresses a lot of the issues on the attack.
Yes.
In terms of getting through.
เก็บคะแนนครับชนะพอจบแมตช์แรกปุ๊บชนะเจอชนะแพ้เจอแพ้ไปเรื่อยๆทีมไหนแพ้2ก่อนกลับบ้านทีมไหนชนะ2ปุ๊บไปรอเพลย์ออฟ
He is in the place for this if they do continue on this pathing, but there is that question mark. That was a very wide peak from Caron to stand there.
Last round.
Yeah. This time a little earlier in the round than before, but now Meteor with 3 on the platter, going to spot the first and slip across. He does have support there in the form of texture. Surely not, especially by finding Munchkin, right? Like this, if anything, plays him in even further, but he's got to play patience, and it's going to pay dividends. Going to find one, and Lucky claims less. So this battle in middle is somewhat going Gen.G's way. QCK tries to reclaim.
Oh no!
That's heartbreak.
The
second bite of the cherry potentially could be the one. This could be it. Could he find him? Oh, the angle! It's rotten! And texture just dancing around him.
เจ็ดมีแฟลชด้วยปาเป็นแฟลชเลยเมื่อกี้
See some of the weirdest rounds of Valorant today. I mean, such a strange exchange in mid here. And Lackey are finding that. I can't even remember. I mean, I think it's the kill onto Les, if I'm not mistaken, that really throw things into disarray. And like here, dashing past, and then Tui's expecting them to commit towards B. Gen.G really starting to feel themselves.
Oh yeah.
And getting a good grasp on some of the chaos in the mid round here.
That's an elusive thing to be able to do. It's a very small list that people have been able to handle. Loud in some of those more chaotic moments as well when they try and get in their faces too, because we saw that aggression from Loud in just a couple of rounds prior. And they were literally pushing them in spawn. So they've weathered that, but now we go again. We look at this. QCK, quite aggressive towards B. But he's going to fall away from this. We can see all the attention is towards A. That knife is very, very important.
Problem being, R2 lurks elsewhere, so Les has to consider the possibility. You can see he is trying to get a feel for things elsewhere. Gen.G drift away from this, sending 2 up catwalk. And Texture, Caron to try and find something. The rest of the setup as well. Now tucked into the corner. Oh, come on, committed here as well.
Okay, Texture. A whole lot of targets and very little time, but they are damn good at this. Clearing through well, so he's still going to draw blood, but it's Gen.G sweeping the site perfectly. Lucky on the follow-up, and it's QCK tucked away. Quietly waiting this out, but there's problems here. He was
แล้วรู้เลยอยู่นี้มีเช็คไปแล้ว
What are you meant to do at this point?
They're going to know he's in hell as well.
Yeah, surrounded.
โดน
Surrounded, looking lucky. That's crazy. That's what you get for trying to come ahead of the real
เกือบได้
Got a little scary there, huh?
Down to 12 HP there. But a 7-3 lead for Gen.G nonetheless. Loud missing everything but the null command committed in the previous. Gen.G
โอ้ยตอนรอบไอ้แปซิฟิกโคตรเอาอ่ะ
Really looking to stretch Loud out in this first half of Ascent.
งง
Well, I just can't believe it, but a string of rounds unanswered here.
5. That's huge. And again, oh, look at this combination. This could be really nasty. They have seemed to make it out alive. Caron does find Tui's in the meantime as well.
Oh, he's drifting out short here. Look at where the death marker is.
They can't stop succeeding, it feels like, this team.
QCK, though, look at the ping.
พี่ว่าโดนเช็คปะ
They've actually pinged out
Check
exactly
แล้ว
where QCK is repositioned to. A couple of pings elsewhere, but
the
awareness is here from Gen.G.
See how well you clear this. Oh, that's how well. A pop flash. He does turn it, so QCK so quick on that. Can't do much more, though. Finding one is really valuable considering they already know that position. They were already heads up about it. That is wild. Gen.G.
หุ่นละเอียดไปว่ะ
Bloody impressive this side.
I think only noting texture there, but maybe a little bit of a red.
516
noted towards short. Especially with the smoke coming through now. 2 other members of Loud have committed towards this B site hold. TP will come through, will confirm presence on back site. Cowan, Zine, and Les do here. Rolling Thunder to work with. 2 snake bites as well.
25 seconds.
That's big.
Time. It's running short. Spike is still in the hands of Caron. He's the one to keep him in the back of your mind. If you see that player, look at his position. More stall going to be invested here. They've got to move further ahead. They can't sit back and wait anymore. The plant going to come down. They can't deny it. It looks like they're going to be held at the back of Boathouse. They can't escape here. Now it's a firing squad. But Loud onto back. Caron and Meteor in perfect unison. And it's Sadak slowly working forward. Finally gets towards the B site.
The one way goes
one
up
way
as well.
One way.
Half of the entry points.
เข้าจริงรีเฟกมันเวอร์ไป
Meteor was playing a little bit closer, tucked by the boxes. But so much to clear and so little time. And you can hear it. That spike ticking. His time dwindling. Running low. Looking like another 8 for Gen.G here, who are under the gun. The smoke just coming back up. This guy has no hope in it. Gen.G playing an exceptional game here against Loud.
We could be in a similar situation where we saw Breeze, which is
too
few rounds to really make this change. You know, get limit tested.
Give fair chance. I just don't know if it's enough. Maybe 4?
6 unanswered for Gen.G. Karon now 17-5, leading the charge.
What a game from him. What a map from him. Good series. I think Tex should be up there for series. But this map, he has been exceptional.
Get out of my way.
Right place for it too here, though. Quite a lot of Loud on the other side on A. Let's see if they fully commit through this. Gen.G tempering the pace a little, allowing Texture to probably get a little bit of work done with this operator.
To slow things down, maybe anticipating the lesser purchase from Loud, equating to some form of aggression across the map, but as the smoke comes up, a fragment comes out from Munchkin. And follow up on this paranoia. I was just looking to slow any progress from Gen.G.
I mean, the thing is, though, Gen.G is so happy to do late executes.
Yeah,
it doesn't even matter. If you're not going to capitalize on it, it feels like, they're still going to be happy to hit on 20 seconds.
คอมมันเล่นยากรับฝั่งเรา
sent out by QCK as well.
มันดูแบบ
Gen.G have got themselves set towards it, and there's Karon again. Sadak will fall at first.
คือมันต้องหาทำ
12 here. So he has to respect this now. We'll still have QCK here, but tricky spots to work from.
Karenzi maybe. Has he got what it takes? Oh, the flash, the little delay on it as well, bouncing off the wall. He couldn't even turn it in time. Last only good for one, and they're succeeding everywhere. Now it's QCK and Tui's split between the map and surround. Hello! Turn around, Texture gets there first, removing QCK, opening up the site for a plant. And Munchkin takes out Tui's. This has been decisive, Mike. Breeze was a different deal, but seeing the scoreline like this.
Look at that timeline.
Look at it. Look at that. What can you say about it? That was a masterclass from Gen.G there.
Absolutely is, and we do still have the questions, the composition in the second half, if this is what it's designed for by Loud, but I mean, coming out of that, it's a tall order.
The big question now is 3 rounds enough for us to even have a chance to see what that new Euro is going to look like, what they could do on this? I'm not sure it is.
We never know, Pansy and Hypok, we never know. But the thing is, in terms of that Yoru and this comp, Mimi, what do you think about what we have seen so far?
I think we saw a few cool rounds, right, where they had these preset plans and they were working well. But I think where Loud got diffed was later into this game when it came down to the fundamentals. This is an example of the good, right, for Loud, where they have this really cool kind of variant of almost a shark attack, where you're crunching into B main and punishing Gen.G for it. But then as we got later on, we still saw Loud going for some of these ideas, but making little mistakes, not clearing the corner in pizza, not looking up when they're going for that fight in A main. Gen.G players are sitting there, they punish. Gen.G, I also thought did a really good job of slowing down, waiting for this aggression, knowing that this comp lacks information because it's only active info as a Kaonek, no Sova drone, no Sova dart, and it lacks information because you have no Sentinel to hold space in the mid round. They just had to bide their time, pick the right moment in the mid round, and they were so successful at doing so.
Yeah, but it's still not enough because on the other side, Kakuka, Karon, he's here.
Hear me out. The performance that we're seeing coming out from him, we were talking about all the names that are going to be back in the stage and the new faces that we're seeing. This is the controller that you want to see. We talked about all the rookies, how Narid and the rest of KC had a brilliant day, but Karon is on a track of his own. 413 ACS just in this first half. And not only that, we're seeing him on stage going crazy, shouting at their opponents. Even at the beginning of the day, he was like, who's Loud? I don't hear anything. They're very quiet for being called Loud.
Yeah, this Gen.G team is looking electric. Texture is stepping up as well. They look on course to upset Loud 2-0. What a moment it would be for Gen.G.
Yeah, they're on the precipice of a potential upset here. Pansy and Hypok, let's see if they can bring this home.
That's the big question, is it?
ACS คืออะไรครับ
Can they actually bring this home?
ACS ก็
3 rounds were all that Loud could claim.
Like I said, we're in exactly the same pose we were on Breeze. Now we need to see this composition really do numbers for Loud.
Yeah, it's
Gen.G off guard. Gen.G basically have to drop the ball here because they were in total control that first half.
Yeah.
All starts with the pistol.
I mean, got weirdly close on Breeze and Gen.G didn't
มันย่อมาจากอะไรวะ Average Combat
the next one or something mad,
มันรวมหมดเลยอ่ะ
if we're going to talk
รวมแบบรวมทุกอย่าง
odds and statistics and what you expect to happen, if Loud want a chance, it starts here. This pistol is critical, vital to success. Gen.G could hammer in that first nail.
ชอบเวลาอยู่ครับผมไม่ชอบเลยแบบจัดแข่ง
Munchkin's
ยูเอ
about
ส
to
อะ
get a whole lot of info on that.
US.
Hello, that's half the team there. Where's the fifth? Doesn't matter.
Oh,
Let's
hey.
focus on the first. Les does find Lakia, so that
Fragment doesn't land either.
might be a bit of a problem here, actually. Yeah, Quarantine.
What?
Find Munchkin. Oh, Sadak as
เหลือเชื่อ
well. That's gorgeous. Meteor with a lot on his plate, and he ain't gonna be able to do much about it. That's clear cut from Loud.
Clinical to kick things off here.
ขอบุก
See the conversion on the second, but finally a response on that round timeline. Could that be? I was going to say, I don't know how much of Lakia was visible there, but it didn't look like much.
One enemy remaining.
ทำมิ่งมากมันไม่
ทามมิ่งแบบว่าเกือบจะโดนแล้วกลายเป็นดี
That mid lurk.
Round by round.
No investment here from Gen.G. Haven't seen it since Icebox.
Only a couple of sheriffs, I think it's shorty there for Karen, but that's about it. So it needs to be quite the mistake to go astray. And Les isn't particularly, looking like he's trailing in this. He's still got that kind of confidence. He's willing to really brawl out. QCK on the other side, doing rather nicely. And yeah, this is Loud looking almost automated in the way they're working through this. Gen.G not really having much of a looking yet on this map at least.
โยโรจัด
Yeah, done. Go. Get it out of the way. Flawless second here in the second half. Loud. Now with an opportunity.
Yeah, you'd almost hope. Obviously, the conversion is going to come through from this round 3 as well. Make things as comfortable as possible at the start of this second half. Actually, even getting things together here. Two Vandals, two Bulldogs to work with. Not stacked up ahead of the spawn barrier dropping. Gen.G may be toying with the idea of getting aggressive outside B here.
Well, it looks like it, doesn't it? And the flash as well, Les. But Les will fight. Les will always fight. He's taking a look towards middle as well. We have seen a lot of attention to market coming out from Gen.G too. But there's a lot of pressure points. Meteor's the first one to draw blood, dropping Quarantine, and he gets a follow-up on QCK as well. He is dominated short now. That's a problem, because that unlocks all of that stress, and it allows Meteor to roam. He might even get a bit more. He's seen so much here. Paranoia, yes, is going to at least slow him down, but he ran it like a book. He's going to be punished on that. That was a round and a half from Meteor, and honestly, Loud just falling short.
Absolutely. Let's see, with that round loss, let's see what the purchase looks like, or at least the funds look like behind this for Loud now. Double digits found for Gen.G. Meteor. The stranglehold gifted the third onto 2Es as well. If maybe he thought that Meteor had slipped a little further back onto short, but with the second player in mid, you'll argue, yeah.
But again, that was the bonus now into the bite. But it was a well-situated bonus, and it wasn't because of the weaponry. So, we wait and see. Texture willing to go walkabouts. It's a bit of a look.
ถ้าวาร์ปจริงนี่ไม่น่ารอดนะ
ไม่รอด
Meantime, we've got that mid control. Oh, the timing!
That is ridiculous for Meteor.
Makes your stomach drop a little. You can see Sadak wants revenge, but the Aldrone's going to check him. They know the position now.
Really solid protocols on display here from Gen.G. Meteor might even be played onto the second. It's a stab at it, but doesn't overcommit.
เราเป็นหนึ่งเจ็บค่าดูค่าสงสัย
It feels like middle's off the cards. You can't work that anymore. They're too heads up about it. So where do they go now, right? You've still got a little bit of room on A, but they don't know about any of this. They don't know about Munchkin's position, who's just about to get his knife back as well. So that's going to be the grand reveal. Unless he actually gets shoulder checked first. Oh, it gets denied. He doesn't get the full picture. Now Texture.
One tap.
Clean from Texture. Two big hits, two headshots. Spike dropped and predicts 2Es. Just
oh my God.
Texture, get another.
Texture.
What you got?
This guy is absolutely phenomenal.
This guy.
Map 3. finds Gen.G their 11th round. And looking so damn clean in the process. And we talked about it being maybe concerning if Gen.G have to rely on these individuals, but in rounds like that, it just looks so clean cut.
Really does. Oh, they're ecstatic. Absolutely elated. 11, when you string together two, it really turns it. 'Cause you know the Loud's money now is going to feel that pinch. It's not going to be in a good position. And they pump the brakes. Loud know it. This game was, you know, recoverable in the half. They did what they had to do. They got that pistol, but the second those rifles came out, Gen.G re-emerging.
I mean, really, if you look at bringing this composition out, the fact that QCK is the first to fall in the previous, it takes away some of those options that, you know, Loud maybe did have cooked up. Now they come into the next round 5 of the second half with no ultimates to really fall back on. I mean, yeah, QCK won away, but he's going to have a stinger maybe to make something happen with. But I noticed it in the previous, the defensive protocols here from Gen.G, really well drilled. Nobody overcommitting. Players delivering in positions they need to. Meteor, the prior example, texting here another. Really, really caught off guard. I said the map veto the first curveball of the day, some of the compositions along the way, but Gen.G have thoroughly impressed me.
Yes.
Unfortunately falling a little short in my eyes. It's not often we say that.
No, exactly. It's not just solely, you know, oh, we didn't like this comp, we didn't like this. It was genuinely, I think Gen.G outplayed them here. Quite hard as well. But as it stands, we come back in with a shoddy buy for Loud. Stinger, Sheriff, and that's about it.
They pretty much have to make something work in this round.
Yes. The one bonus, they do get the ult for QCK online. That was the initial purpose of that play towards A, so that is in pocket. Maybe the Yori will make some difference, maybe not, because Karen's already found less.
Maybe gives away a little bit of the game plan here. The Owl drone definitely will.
Hello.
Yeah.
Loud's coming to my site, guys.
He does have an Odin. Opportunity to potentially slow things down here, but not noted just yet by QCK. Now he will be. The stun comes through, confirming that.
But Meteor, 3! Oh my god, in between a rock and a hard place, Meteor puts himself there. He willingly walks into it. Oh,
GG เลยแบบนี้
outstanding from Meteor. Gen.G make it to 12 and all of those problems.
13-5 อย่างนั้นหรอ
And now it's do or die.
โคตรโหด
Have a purchase it.
Ascent ของบ้านปกติ Ascent นี่ลาวมันค่อนข้างที่จะละเอียดมากนะ
แพ้เพราะคอมไหมส่วนหนึ่งครับ แต่ถ้าเล่นขนาดนี้ถึงคอมมันเล่นง่ายก็โดนนะอาจจะสูสีหน่อยGen.Gเล่นดีจริงอันนี้
No wiggle room left here. Texture.
Fast mid.
Yeah, very aggressive here, forcing Loud. Well, at least less. Much deeper into spawn. And a ton of information, a ton of map control garnered on the back of that. Lockdown available. Like you said, the Killjoy utility lit across A side. Already Gen.G over towards A side. The Loud commit here? Then they are.
Yeah, the lockdown. What's the plan for the lockdown then? Still that util. Open plant. Can they get out in time? No, Meteor catching him on the cross. Big punish there. Anyone going to get caught by this too? Not detained, but herded away. And look at Meteor on their heels. Larkio who won down to County in less than 2. He's confused. It's going on. They
GG ครับผม
stop it. Gen.G crush Loud.
ยุคสมัยมันเปลี่ยนไปแล้ว
Map here. Incredible performance. And a lot of us now very much on board the Gen.G train.
ว่ะพี่ไป
We talked about this matchup at length when it was announced, and I wasn't really buying into the Gen.G stonks coming into this, especially drawing a first round versus Loud.
I think that's a fair assessment.
But I said it at the top of this series, today will be the day they validate that hype, and I think they've absolutely done that, Lauren.
Yeah.
Looking so good. I mean, Karen and Texture, obviously the headline is here. Karen, by the way, delivered again top of the board on the final map as well. Map 3 versus a team like Loud delivering. It's a real joy to see. And actually, I'm very pleasantly surprised I'm quite happy to be wrong in this scenario.
Absolutely, because a lot of people were, and again, if you look at it on paper, you can say, oh, but you know, all of us were worried about Loud, you know, the weird comps coming out, they didn't look that great here and there. That wasn't why Gen.G won this game.
No, it absolutely wasn't.
And that's the best part. You even could argue the Loud draw them into a trap on Breeze. They still come out okay, not ideal, but they weather the storm on Icebox. They best them there, which is wild to me, and then absolutely smash them on Ascent. This team is very, very dangerous, I think, for anyone going forward who's going to face them. Certainly someone to look out for.
Absolutely.
เอาจริงนะให้เครดิตโซโล่เลยอะแม่งแบบทุกครั้งในเกาหลีอะที่ DX แพ้รอบไปแล้วรอบแรก DX แพ้นูนเฮิร์นตอนนั้นโซโล่เป็นผู้เล่นอีกรอบหนึ่งโซโล่เป็นโค้ชเจนจี DX ก็โดนเหมือนกัน
And I think
ของจริงจัด
for us, it has answered a lot of those kind of earlier worries that we had. And it's just going forward, the depth of the map pool worried me because they play a lot of the maps. Okay, well, how diligent are they on these maps? How well can Gen.G actually flex this map pool? So far it looks, I mean, you're beating Loud, which is
น้อยอยู่นะครับระดับแข่งแพ้หน่อยนะยุคสมัยใหม่อะไรจะมาเทคเจอร์แม่งโค้ช GE เอาเทคเจอร์จับไปเล่นโลอะไรเนี่ยแม่งเสียของจัด
I am genuinely really impressed with this roster. And again, the win conditions we put out between ourselves.
โอเคทุกคนพักผ่อนนะครับเจอกันพรุ่งนี้นะครับวันนี้ขอบคุณทุกคนด้วยมารับชมนะฮะวันนี้ทุกคนนะครับผม
And that's the bit that really stands out to me is that
วันนี้นะครับวันนี้คนนะครับขออนุญาตลาไปก่อน
And to have a rookie
เจอกันใหม่พ
come
รุ่ง
up
นี้
here and deliver those sort of clutch performances, those sort of round victories. Bear in mind, roll your minds back to the last round of Icebox to really start the upset here. Obviously, Breeze being the question mark. Absolutely blown away. A huge positive to see them carry this momentum across and open things like this in Madrid.
เจอกันพรุ่งนี้
And I think for me, when it comes to looking at the Swiss stage and how